In this full course, we will learn how to make this 2D cute 2D game. As you can see, we can click on this play button to play our game, and we can play, we can jump, we can collect coins, and this is absolutely for beginners. If you don't have experience with Unity game engine and C# coding in general, then you can watch this tutorial and you will learn a lot. And now if we just get to the end, we get victory, and you can create multiple levels. So I'm gonna shrink down the music right now. So let's shrink it down. By this tutorial, you're gonna able to make the second level as well. Basically, you have to duplicate the scene and you can make second level as well by changing some environment thing like that. And if we just click on this menu button, we can go back. As you can see, we have about button, and we can go back and all of these settings. So you will learn, and this project will absolutely gonna be free to download, as well as including APK source code and all of the things on my Patreon, and you can join as a free. But if you want to unlock awesome benefits, then you can then you can join with an membership. It's you and then you're gonna unlock awesome benefits, and it's gonna help me a lot. So if you want to do that, you can go on my Patreon. I have a link in the description. And before I jump into this tutorial, I want to thanks this month for this month Tirangik. I am really apologize if I just pronouncing your name wrongly. So I just want to thanks Tirangik for supporting me on patreon.com. And if you want to do, you can go in my description, and you can find a link of my Patreon page, and you can go ahead and you can do that. So without furthering delay, let's get into it. And if I just click on this exit button, we can exit our game, as you can see. So let's get into this tutorial. Open up Unity Hub and click on this new project in the top right, you can see. So just click on that, and you're gonna have some templates and you can choose. So we're gonna choose 2D. So we're gonna choose 2D right over here. In the top, you can see version, editor version. So I'm using 2020.3.9 if1. You can choose any version you like and you can go with it. So I'm gonna choose 2022.3.9 if1. And in the bottom right, we can see the project name, and you have to name the project what you want. I'm gonna call this something like simple 2D game, simple 2D game tutorial. Let's call it something that. And you can choose a location where you want to save. So just click on this icon and choose a location where you want to save. So I'm gonna save it local disk A. I'm gonna go with local disk A. I'm gonna select that folder. So I'm gonna cut this, select that folder, and after doing that, click on this create project, and it's gonna create the project right away. And it's gonna take few moments for all of the necessary things that we need to create our project. As you can see, it's loading up. So once it's gonna load, I'm gonna see you right there. As you can see, Unity loaded up, and we have our let's talk about user interface firstly. So as you can see, we have project tab right over here. And if you have different layout and want to get, you can just select any tab, you can toggle it anywhere you want. And you want the default one, to get that you just have to go to top right in the layout, as you can see. So just click on that and click on default, and it will just gonna set to default layout. So I just drag it the project tab right over here, and you can toggle it down anywhere you want. And let's suppose you just lost any tab. So let's suppose I just close this console tab. As you can see, it's gone. But how I can restore that? To restore it, we need to go to window in the top, then general, as you can see, and you can find any tab you just recently lost. So in my case, console, and the shortcut key you can see in the right section. So I'm just gonna click on that. As you can see, it's immediately we just immediately got it our console tab. So I'm gonna drag it right over here, and we have project tabs, and project tabs gonna contain all of the assets like audio, characters, and all of kind of things. Just gonna go into this project tab, or just gonna hold into this project tab. We need to drag right over here, and those are called assets. Assets basically are those we which we need to make our game. Basically the audio and the design, characters, all of kind of things are called assets, and we use assets to make our game. And let's go to this scene tab now. Scene tab, you can assume this is a stage where just characters perform whatever they want to do, and the game will be broadcast in our game view. As you can see, I have it over here. You probably gonna have it in another tab. To restore that, we do know that we need to go to window in the top, then general, and we can find the tab we lost. So the game will be broadcast in our game view. And hierarchy, and we have right over here hierarchy, where we just play around with those you can say game objects are you can just say those are actress or actresses which perform the game. So this main camera also an game object, and let's suppose you just want to see the properties of this game object. To do see sorry To see that, you need to go over to inspector in the right, and we can just inspect whatever properties we just want to just see, or want to change, or want to add. So this is a camera component we attach to this main camera, as you can see. And let's suppose want to change this color of this background or this main camera. To change that, we need to go over to this camera, then background. So just click on that, and I'm gonna choose something like a gray color or dark gray. And these are components, and we add components to do something. So let me see that, let me show that to you. To do so, we need to go over to hierarchy, just right click or hit this plus icon, and create an empty game object. So this is a game object, and select this. We have move tool, we have rotation tool, scale tool, a rect tool, and this, I guess, rotation, sorry, this is rotation as well. So I'm gonna select this tool right over here. As you can see, this game object just exists in 3D place, but we cannot able to see. And this game object has transform component. If we just move over to inspector, we can see it has transform component which has position in the x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis, and it also has rotation in the x, y, and z, and scale in the x, y, and z. But we not able to see our game object. To able to see, what we have to do, we need to add components. To add components, select the game object first, and go over to inspector and click on add component. And we have to attach a component called sprite renderer. To do so, what you have to do, you just have to scroll down. You can see rendering, so just click on that, and then we have to choose from right over here sprite renderer. So just click on that, and it's gonna attach right away. And this component is right over here. It's responsible for showing up the sprite, but as you can see, we still not able to see. To see that, as you can see in the sprite field, it says none sprite. So basically we have to drag a sprite, basically image of a character, right over here. Then we're gonna able to see that. To see that, so let's go to project tab. We need to move over to this project tab. I have it over here in sprite folder, so I'm gonna go right there. I have it clear right over here. So I'm gonna select, let's suppose I'm gonna find the ideal one, this Okay, this one, let's select that sprite and drag it right over here. As you can see, sorry, I'm gonna drag not this one, I'm gonna drag this one instead. Ideal. As you can see, we are able to see now, we are able to see our game object, which is basically we attach components to do something. As you can see, we just attach a sprite renderer component to able to see this game object. So every game object gonna have this transform component which just exists in 3D place, and then we can just attach components to do something. And let's suppose you just want to play your game. To play your game, in the top you can see 3 buttons. So the first one is play. So if you just click on this play button, and the game just gonna be play, and the game will be broadcast in game view. Game view, you can see the game, the actual game will look like in the game view. And we have pause button in the middle to pause our game, and we have step button to skip a one frame, you can say. So if we just click on this play button, the game just gonna be play right away. So just wait for to compile, and when it's done, you're gonna able to see that. As you can see, the game just gets played, but the problem is that our game does nothing currently. So we have to do something. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. Make sure you just hit this play button one more time to get out of in your play mode of your game. Make sure you just do that. And let's suppose we just want to add a gravity to this game object. To add a gravity to this game object, we need to attach another components. To do so, we're gonna just select the game object first in hierarchy, go over to inspector and click on add component. And for this, we're gonna move over to this physics 2D. Basically this is a 2D game, so that's why we have to choose this physics 2D. And over here we're gonna find rigid body 2D, as you can see. Or what else you can do, you can just click on this add component and find right over there rigid body 2D, and just attach that. And this component right over here gonna attach to our player game object, or sorry, to this game object, gravity, as you can see. And you can just increase the amount of the gravity by just moving over to this gravity scale, and you can choose any number you like. So I'm gonna just gonna increase the gravity twice, so I'm gonna set 2. And make sure you just select this collision detection to continuous, so it will continuously detect any collision. Or we can just select to discrete. For now, we're gonna take a look on this later or in future tutorial. For now it's fine. And if we click on this play button now, we should able to see our game object just gonna fall down right away at the game start. Why? Because we added a rigid body component, 2D components, to just add gravity. As you can see, it's indeed get fall down. So I'm gonna get out of play mode now, and we can just play around with this property. We can just increase the mass, so it's gonna fall down twice intensely. And what we have to do, our this player game objects seems currently too much big. So what we're gonna do, we need to just make it a little bit small. To make it small, before we do that, let's call this game object, instead of game object, let's call it something player or Santa player. So to just rename this, just right click on that game object, and then you can just click on this rename. Or what else you can do, you can just select the game object in your hierarchy, go over to inspector, and over here you can just name the game object what you want. So I'm gonna name it something like player. Now we just rename this game object as a player. Now what we have to do, we're gonna make this a little bit small. Too small, we can just go over to this transform, and we can just scale down in the x and y. Something we can set it to 0.5 in the x and 0.5 in the y. As you can see, indeed our game object gets a little bit twice small. But I'm not gonna do that. Instead, what we're gonna do, before we do that, let's go to transform, right click and reset the transform. So basically it's just gonna reset the position in this x, y and z to 0 0 0, as you can see. And it's gonna set the scale value to default, which is 1 1 1 in the x, y and z, axis. And let's suppose we just want to make this small. To make it small, we can select that sprite which we have it over here. Just go over to project tab, then assets, and that sprite, select that and go over to inspector, and you can see over here pixel per unit. If you make this number a little small, so the sprite gonna be big, and if you just make this number bigger, something like 164, we're gonna make this, so our this player game object or this sprite just gonna be small. Bigger pixel per unit number means this player game objects just gonna be small, but small pixel per unit number can make our this sprite large. So that is the thing. So I just made it 164, and we have to scroll down. In the bottom we can see apply button, so just click on that apply, and our player game object just gonna be small right away, as you can see it's indeed. But we have to do with all of this sprite like dates, running, working, all of this. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select all of this sprite by holding down shift and click and go over to inspector, and then make the pixel per unit number something 164. So we're gonna make 164, and after doing that, scroll down. So just wait a little bit, it just and click on this apply button, and it's gonna apply right away. Just wait for to apply to all of these game objects. Sorry, not game objects, all of this sprite, with all of this sprite, and it's gonna work fine. As you can see, indeed our player we just have done with all of these sprites, and now it's fine. And what we want to do, we just want to make a ground, something right over here, and so this player game object just gonna land top of that ground. To do so, we could gonna move over to this hierarchy, right click, then go to 2D object and select this sprite, and then select this square in the bottom, you can say. And I'm gonna move this, so select the move to from right over here, and you can see the shortcut key as well. I'm gonna give a documentation of Unity. You can in the description you can go and check that out. So I'm gonna select this move tool from right over here, and we're gonna move it at bottom of our player game object. And what we want to scale in the x-axis. To scale it, let's go to inspector, then transform, and as you can see, this component already have attached a sprite renderer, and we do know that this component is responsible for showing up the sprite. So we created the sprite right away, and we able to see why, because the sprite renderer component is added by default, so that's why we are able to see. And we just want to scale in the x-axis, so we're gonna select the game object and go over to transform, and we can make this x-axis to something like 10 to scale. Or what else you can do, you can just select the rect tool from right over here, and you can just scale. Hold down alt on your keyboard, so it will gonna scale from the center, as you can see. It's gonna send basically it's gonna, and if you can use your mouse wheel to zoom in and out, as you can see. And it's just gonna resize from the center if you just hold down and select this rect tool and play around with this square. Something, if I just hold down, so hold down alt, as you can see, it's resizing from center. I hope you get the idea. And we want to rename this square to ground, so let's rename that to ground. And if we click on this play button, we're gonna able to see this game object should just land top of this ground or this square game object. But as you can see, it just passed through. Why? Because we need to attach another component, and it's called box collider 2D for basically we have to add colliders for collision detection. There is no way to detect collision, so that's why. So let's get out of play mode, To add collision, sorry, to just land top of this ground, we need to attach box collider to this game object as well as to our player game object. To do so, we're going to select the ground, go over to inspector, in the just click on this add component and find over there. So I'm going to click on this cut. We're gonna go over to physics 2D, and over here we're gonna find that box collider 2D. As you can see, we have it over here, so let's attach that. And if you take a closer look, you're gonna able to see a green line just added up right away once we attach this box collider. Basically, we just added a collider, and now it's gonna work for collision. And make sure we have to attach our collider to this player game object as well, or our player game object just gonna pass through this ground, because it's not gonna detect any collision. And for detect collision, we need to attach colliders. So that's why we're gonna select the player game object as well and click on this add component, and let's go to physics 2D and then box collider 2D. Or you can just simply do this by just click on this add component and find over there box collider 2D. I already have it, so we're gonna click on this box collider 2D, and we have to resize this collider as the to fit our player game object perfectly. To do so, we have to click on this edit collider, or you can just click right over here and you can edit the collider as the size of your player game object. As you can see, I'm going to drag this up, and now I guess it's fine now. And what we can do, I'm going to select this boop tool from right over here, and I'm going to move it somewhere around here, and let's click on this play button, and this player game object just gonna land top of this box, top of this ground right away, because we added a box collider. As you can see, it's working fine. You can see that. I hope you get the idea of this, how you can just add colliders and some components to do some specific things. And what we want to do now, I'm gonna get out of play mode. Make sure you just out of play mode, and if you just change anything, something, if you just take your player game object from right over here, and if you just get out play mode, it's not gonna be saved. So make sure you just out of play mode, and then you change a value in inspector right over here, and then it will be saved. So make sure you just out of play mode. So I'm going to click on this button to get out of play mode. As you can see, it just get where it was before, and it's haven't saved while we are in play mode. So make sure, and what we want, we're gonna drag it somewhere around here, and we're gonna make this one prefab. Let's talk about prefab too. Prefab basically means copy of that game object. To make a prefab, what we gonna do, what we have to do, we have to select this game object and drag it into this assets folder. But before basically project tab, then assets. So what we're gonna do, to keep it all of these things in organized way, we're gonna create folders. To create a folders, we need to move over to this project tab, then assets, right click on assets, or right click over here, then create and folder, and we have to name the folder what we want, and let's call this folder something like prefabs. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to hierarchy, and let's select this player game object, and we're gonna select that and drag it into that prefab folder. Now it's turned it into prefab, basically means copy of this game object. And now what we can do, if we delete this player game object from this scene view or in the hierarchy, as you can see, it's gone. But we do know that we just made a prefab of this game object, so we can just go to that prefab folder, and we can select that game object, and we can drag it to the scene view or into this hierarchy. As you can see, with all of this component attached, we have sprite renderer already attached, rigid body, and box collider. So basically making a prefab makes our game lot more easy. And make sure you just make that, so it's gonna be work fine. So if you just lost, so you can just restore it directly from dragging that game object from that folder to in your hierarchy or into the scene view, or else you have to work from scratch. So that is the thing. I hope you get the idea of this, how we can just make this game object and attach some components to do some specific things. A script, basically, to implement custom things we need to create a script, and there we can define what player game object actually should do. To do so, or to create a script, what we have to do, you can select the game object, in which game object you just want to attach the script. So you can select this player game object, then go over to inspector, click on new, add component, and in the bottom you can see new script. So just click on that and you can name the script what you want, and after doing that click on create and add. Or what else you can do, you can go to project tab, then assets, right click, then create. Firstly create a folder, something, name it to script. I already have it over here. Then go over to that script, right click, create C# script, name it to something like player movement or player. It's totally up to you what you want to name. So I already have created, I have it over here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select this player game object, and let's select that script and drag it to add component section. Basically you have to attach that script to your player game object, or which game object you just want to move. So now let's double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio. As you can see, indeed our script just gets loaded up. So we have some namespaces in the top, and we have a class right over here. Let me talk about a little bit class. Class basically is a template. We can define what we really want to do or over here in class, and then what we can do, we can use this class to implement in this player game object. Like we can specify the speed in this class, how much fast we want to move left and right, and how much we want to jump in the vertical axis. So basically we can define it right over here, and then we can use this class to implement or to this player game object. And if we go to script, we have start function right over here. Basically function is set of line of code which does specific things. So we can see, so you have to start with void and the function name, and we have over here comment. Basically if you just make two slashes, it's gonna make your comment, and comment basically don't interrupt our code, and it's fine. And we have a start function right over here. So a start function get called when the game start, and it's gonna call right away. And we have in the bottom update function. An update function calls every single time, something like in 1 second 60 frames. It can depend upon it can run up to 52 frames, 62 frame, even 120 frames. It's gonna totally depend. So this update function gonna call over again and again and again. And what we want to do now, so if you want to check if this function working properly or not, you can print out a message. So if we go to Unity, and to print out a message we need the console tab. So I have it over here, and if you can find the console tab, what you have to do, you need to go to window in the top, and then go to general, and you can find the tab which is console, and the shortcut key control shift plus C over here, as you can see. So to print out a message, we're gonna go over to script, and in between this bracket we have to write. So to print out a message, we have to type debug, debug dot log, debug.log, and make this first bracket, and in quotation you have to pass a, basically it's gonna take a string. So in quotation you can type whatever you want to just print out. So in my case I'm gonna call this is start function, something like that. So I'm gonna print out this is start function, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. Basically ending up with semicolon means the this line of code get ends right over here. And over here we have namespaces. Basically namespaces allow us to use some certain function. If you just remove this using Unity engine, then you're not gonna able to use this start function and update function. So basically namespaces allow us to use some certain things. So as you can see debug.log, so in the console this message should pop up right away once the game start, because this start function get called when the game start. And for function this we have to type this void, it's automatically gonna fill out. And make sure to save your code, what you have to do, you can go to top left file, then you just can go to save assets script and player.cs, basically saving your script. Or you can see the shortcut key is control plus s to save your code. So I'm gonna hit down control s to save my script. And now let's go to our unity game engine, and it's going to take a few moments for compiling our script. And once it's done, you can hit this play button in the top to play your game. And right after the game start, that message just gonna pop up says this is a start function. And why? Because that start function get called when the game start. So it's gonna take a few moments for compiling our script, as you can see. And now if I just hit this play button in the top, you're gonna able to see that message just gonna pop up underneath our console tab right away, and it's just gonna call one time. As you can see, indeed the message just gets pop up once the game start, and it just pops up one time. As you can see, this is a start function, and you can see the number of printing out the message is one, as you can see in the right section. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So basically that start function working properly, and you can check for that as well for your update function. So what I'm gonna do, instead of printing out message, so we're gonna go over to script now. And this update function right over here gets called every single time. Every single time means in 1 second it's gonna call out 60 frames and 62 frames. It's totally gonna depend. So I'm gonna remove this message from the top, or this line of code from a between this start function, and we're gonna move over to this update function. And we will gather some input from our player game object or player. To get, we're gonna use this input dot get access. And this we have to make this first bracket. And this input dot get access function, this is a inbuilt function of unity, and it's gonna take a vertical in which vertical you want to move. So in our case we just want to move horizontally, basically x axis. So that's why in quotation we're gonna type in between the first brackets, we're gonna type horizontal, and make sure to close that up with semicolon. So this input dot get access horizontal function is gonna check on your keyboard if you hold down a or d key. Let's suppose you hold down a key, so this player game object should move in the left direction. So if you hold down on your keyboard a key, so this input dot get access function right over here gonna give us -1. And instead if you hold down d key or instead of a key, then it's gonna give you +1 or 1. So what we want to do, whatever we get, we're gonna store into a variable, basically in a container. And then we're gonna use that container to do something. Basically if we move to unity and select this player game object, go over to inspector, then position, basically transform, then position, and play around with x-axis, we can see our player game object indeed moving left and right. So what we want to do, we wanna replace this x-axis with that function. So that can be -1, +1, or 0 depending upon what key we holding down. Let's suppose we don't hold down a and d key, so this function just gonna give us right away 0. So what we will do, we're gonna store into a container, or you can say in a variable. To do so, we need to go to top of our class, and over here we need to make float. Basically this will be float variable, and float are those numbers which comes with decimal places like 1.2, 0.5, 0.6, 0.7, even whole numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4 is a float number. And we have to type the name of the variable. So we can call something like this movement or you can just call it a horizontal movement. I'm gonna call it movement, and make sure to close that up with semicolon. And if you just want to you see this field underneath, if we just move to Unity and underneath this player script, and if you want to see that right over here, so we need to mark this variable as a public. To do so, we just have to type in front of this floor, we're gonna type public, and if we just set this one to public, we're gonna see that field underneath our player script, and the variable type is float, and we just name it movement. So this field we're gonna able to see right underneath our player script. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna go over to script, and whatever we're getting, we're gonna store into this movement variable. So let's store that. So movement equal to this. So we just setting equal to this. So we do know that this input dot get axis horizontal can be -1, +1, or 0 depending upon what key we holding down. If we hold down a key, so this gonna give us -1. So that's why we storing this -1 basically into this movement. So this movement will be -1. And if we hold down D key, so this gonna give us 1. So this movement right over here gonna be 1, because we directly setting it. As you can see, basically we just whatever we getting, we storing into this movement variable, or a variable are just like containers, we just put values right there. So this can be -1, +1, and let's suppose we don't hold both of those keys, A and D key, so this gonna give us 0. So that's why this movement right over here gonna will be 0. So make sure Control S to save your code, and now let's go over to our Unity editor. So underneath our player script, we're gonna able to see that field just gonna pop up says movement, and by default it's gonna be 0. Why? Because we haven't set any default value. And if you want to set a default value, you can just go and you can set movement equal to any number you like. I'm not gonna do that. So let's go to Unity now. As you can see, we are able to see that movement underneath our player script, and movement it says 0. And now if we just click on this play button in the top, you're gonna able to see this movement right over here, gonna be 0, +1, -1 depending upon what key we holding down. So let's suppose we hold down a key. As you can see, indeed that this movement right over here becomes -1, and if I just lift off my finger, as you can see it's became 0. And now if I just hold down D key, as you can see this one right over here, sorry, this one right over here gonna be 1. As you can see, indeed it's becoming. So I hope you get the idea. And if I just lift off my finger, this movement just becoming 0 right away. So what we want to do, we want to use this movement. Basically we are gonna replace this X position of our player game object with this movement. So this movement can be -1, +1, or 0. So if this one becomes -1, so this player game object just gonna go in the left direction. So if I just get out of play mode, and if I just put right over here X position of this player game object something like -1, as you can see, indeed it's going to the left. And if I just put a 0, it's going back in the normal position. And if I just put 1, as you can see, it's going to the right direction. So that's why we're gonna replace this X with our this movement. To do so, let's go to script now. So what we have to do, we need to go over to this transform, then we have to access the position, and we can replace this X with our this movement. To do so, let's go to script now, and over here we're gonna do inside update function. Why? Because this update function calls every single frame, and we need to move our player game object every single frame. So after that setting movement, what are we gonna do, we're gonna go over to transform dot position, and top of that we're gonna add a new vector 3. And we do know that vector 3 has x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis. Make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So what we're doing right over here, we're going to transform dot position, basically we're just moving over to this transform, then position, and then we're setting equal to new vector 3y, because this, as you can see, this transform dot position have three axis data. It has x axis, y axis, and the z axis, and we do know that vector 3 has x axis, y axis, and the z axis. So that's why we just set this transform dot position plus equal new vector 3, and vector 3 hold three pieces of data, which as a first it's gonna take x axis, y axis, and the z axis. So basically we have to set the value as same type. Basically we have to do that. So as you can see, this transform dot position also has three axes, so that's why we have to set equal to a new vector 3 which also has three axes. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna replace this x with our movement, and we don't want to move in the y axis for now. Basically if I select this move tool right over here, we don't want to move in the y as well as in the z, which is the depth 1. So that's why we're going to put in the y axis, we're going to put 0f and 0f, and now in the z we're going to do 0f. And what we have to do right now, we need to multiply this movement with our time dot delta time. Let me tell you that in your case these update functions run something like in 1 second, 120 frames, but I do have a little bit slow system. So in my case this update function gonna run in 1 second 60 frames. So you can see the difference between our frame rate, which is 120 and 60, and the difference is 60 frame. To make it constant, to make our frame rate constant, so that's why we need to multiply this whole thing with time dot delta time. So if we just multiply this thing with time dot delta time, it's gonna make our frame rate constant. Now whatever computer you're gonna use, the frame rate will be constant. It's gonna run with same frame rate. So that's why we're gonna multiply this with time dot delta time, and make sure close that as a control s to save your code. And now let's move to unity. So we should able to see we're gonna move in the left right with 1 unit every single frame, because this movement is gonna be 1 minus 1 or 0 depending upon what key we holding down. So if I just click on this play button in the top right now and try to hold down A key, you're gonna able to see this player a game object gonna move in the left direction. Why? Because this movement gonna be -1, and -1 just gonna be in the left direction. As you can see, it's indeed going to the left direction if I just hold down A key, and if I just lift up my finger, as soon as I'm just lifting up my finger, it's just stops moving. Our player game object stops moving. And now if I try to hold down D key, it's going to the right direction, as you can see. But the problem is that speed is too much slow. So what we're gonna do, and if I just lift up my finger, it just stops right there. Why? Because this movement becomes right after it. Basically whenever I just lift up my finger, the movement just becomes right away 0. So that's why this player game objects stops moving right there. So I'm gonna get out of play mode now, and let's go to script. And to make it a little bit faster, what we're gonna do, we're gonna multiply the whole these things with some unit. So to multiply, so let's multiply with some unit. You can just put 10f. If you 10, basically make sure you just put at f at the end. Why? If basically over here referencing float, and you can remove as well, but I guess you have to use this f to make your smooth, basically player movement little bit smooth. So that's why we're gonna put if. But we need to come to this script, and we have to change this value over again and again to match up correct speed. So that's why we're gonna make a variable, and we're gonna set that public, so we can see underneath our player script, and we can adjust it over here. So we don't need to go to this script over again and again and change this value. So that's why we're gonna go top of our class and over here basically, and we will make a public that will also gonna be a float, and we can call, we have to name it, and we can call this one something like move speed. move speed, and by default you can give any value you like, or you can just close that off with semicolon and you can adjust in inspector. But I'm gonna give a default value, so I'm gonna set equal to something like 10f, and make sure you just put f at the end. It's basically referencing a float number, and we're gonna replace this 10f with our move speed by now. So let's multiply with move speed and make sure close that up with semicolon and control s to save your code. And now if we just move over to our unity, and it's gonna take a few moments for compiling our script, and once it's done we're gonna able to see underneath our player script a move speed variable just gonna appear, as you can see indeed. So move speed by default we set 10, as you can see, and I'm gonna make something a little bit twice slow, so I'm gonna put something like 5. And as you can see, so we're gonna move in the left and right with this much of speed. So this movement can be -1 or +1. Let's suppose this is 1, so 1 into this move speed we set 5, so 1 into 5, which will be basically 5. So we're gonna move in the right direction with 5 unit, and we're gonna move with the same speed in the left direction as well. So make sure you just do that, set some value. And now if we just click on this play button, you don't need to set any default value. Instead you can just come to the inspector over here, you can adjust that. So now we're gonna move a little bit faster with this much of a speed. So if I just hold down D key, as you can see it's going with in the right direction with this much of speed. And now if I just hold down A key, it's gonna move in the left direction with this much of speed. And if I just lift off my finger from both of those keys, we can see our player game object stops moving right there. So I hope you get the idea that how you can just use scripts to implement in your game object. Basically scripts are templates, and we can use that templates to do custom things. So basically that is the case. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and if you take a closer look in the player script, a plus icon just became right over here once we attach this player script to basically I'm gonna tell you why this happens. So if we go to project tab, then assets, then prefab, and open up this player prefab game object by double clicking on it, we can see that the script has not been attached to our player game object prefab, as you can see. So that's why, so we're gonna get back there. So to get back there in hierarchy, you can see this arrow, so just click on that, you're gonna go back there. And what we have to do, we need to select this player game object and go over to inspector, and in you're gonna see overrides right over here. So what you have to do, you just have to click on this overrides and make sure you just click on this apply all. So the changes you made over here in hierarchy of your player game object gonna be saved into that prefab as well. So let's click on overrides and click on apply all, and now the changes gonna be saved into that prefab. And if we just open up that prefab by double clicking on it, by now we can see the player script just attached right away once we click on that override and apply all. As you can see, this script now attached to that prefab game object of this player game object, as you can see. I hope you get the idea. And to go back, you can just click on this arrow in your hierarchy, so you can just go back. I hope you get the idea that how you can use a script to do some specific things. Now what we want to do, when we press down space key or click on a button, we want our player game object to jump. So let's open up our player script. So let's select the game object and let's double click on the script to open that up in Visual Studio. So we have it over here, update function, so we're gonna do it over here. So let's make a function for jumping. So we can go to bottom, you can make this one anywhere you want, you can just do it over here. I'm gonna do it in the bottom, and we're gonna make this one public. Why? Because we're gonna call this through when through our button. Basically we will create later a button, and from if we just click on that button, we want our player game object to jump on this ground. So that is the thing. So that's why we just have to make this public, this function, or else we're not gonna able to call. And for function we're gonna type void, and we can call this some function to something like player jump, and make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do now inside this function, we want to jump. In order to jump, what we need a reference of this rigid body. If we go to Unity, select this player game object, we just attach a rigid body to the component, as you can see in our player game object. So we need a reference of this rigid body, and this rigid body is responsible for velocity, gravity, force, and all of kind of things. So that's why we need a reference of this rigid body. Then we can set the velocity. So let's go to script, and to get the reference we need to go to top of our class, and we're gonna make it over here. So make sure you just making this public so you can see underneath your script, player script. And that is a rigid body component, so that's why we have to type this rigid body, and you have to name the variable or the rigid body container. And we can call this something like RB, or you can call rigid body RB shortly of rigid body, and close that off with some colon. Control S to save your code, and let's go to Unity now. So we're gonna see an empty field just gonna appear underneath our player script, says RB, and it's gonna by default will be empty. So what we have to do, we need to select this rigid body, and we have to drag right there. So we're gonna have the reference of this rigid body, then we can set the velocity. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, as you can see rigid body RB, and it says none rigid body. Basically this one is totally empty. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select this rigid body and drag right there. Sorry, select this rigid body and drag right there. As you can see, now we have a reference of our rigid body. As you can see player rigid body. So now let's go to script by double clicking on it, and let's go over here. And what we want to do, firstly we're going to create a vector to velocity, something like that. So we will create a vector 2, and we will call this one velocity. And we do know that this vector 2 gonna have x-axis and y-axis. So this velocity gonna have x-axis and y-axis, and we want to set this velocity equal to rv dot velocity. Basically we taking our rigid body velocity, and then we storing that rigid body velocity. Basically this rigid body velocity we taking that, and then storing into this velocity parameter. And this rv dot velocity also have x-axis and y-axis, so that's why we just created a vector 2 which has x-axis and y-axis. So this velocity gonna have x-axis and y-axis. So what are we gonna do after storing our rigid body into this velocity? So we're gonna go over to this velocity or that rigid body basically. So let's go to velocity dot, and we can access the x-axis, we can access the y-axis. We don't want to jump in the so if we select this move tool, we don't want to jump in the x-axis, we only want to jump in the y-axis. So that's why we're gonna access the dot y, and we will set equal to some velocity. So let's make a variable for this as well, so we don't need to come to the script and change this value over again and again. So let's go to top of our class, right over here, something over here. Let's create a public float, and we can call this one jump height, and by default I'm gonna set it to 10, sorry, 10f. And now let's go right over here. So I'm gonna set jump height and close that up with some colon. And now what are we gonna do, we're gonna go over to rigid body velocity. Basically we're gonna go over to rigid body one more time, and then so let's go to rv dot velocity. Basically we're just going over to that rigid body velocity, and then we're gonna set equal to velocity one more time. So make sure you just close that up with some colon. So as you can see, firstly what we're doing, we're just taking the rigid body velocity, and then storing into this velocity container, and then accessing the y-axis, and we're setting equal to jump height. And after that we're just going over to that rigid body velocity and setting back to velocity after modifying the y-axis, as you can see, to the jump height. So we're gonna jump into y-axis with 10 unit, because as a jump height parameter we set by default 10, but we can adjust it in inspector as well. So I'm just only modifying the y-axis or not the x1. So and then we just going over to rigid body velocity and then setting equal to velocity one more time after basically modifying the y-axis to this much of jump height. And we also need to call this function, and what this function gonna do, it's gonna jump our player in the y-axis with this much of jump height, as you can see. So we need to call this function, but when we should, once we just click on that button, we're gonna make it later, so stay tuned. Or we can call this function when we press down space key. So for that we're gonna go over to this update function, and we do know that update function runs every single frame, so that's why we're gonna go right there and we'll check. So let's go bottom right over here and we will check this if condition and make this first bracket and some curly bracket. So basically in if condition, in between these brackets you need to pass a condition which should be true, and if it's true, whatever you gonna write in between this curly bracket will be execute. You can put something like 3 is greater 3 is greater than 1. So this condition right over here is definitely true, so that's why we whatever we're gonna write in between this curly bracket will be execute. And if you just put 3 is lesser than 1, which is not true at all, so the condition over here is false. So that's why you whatever you're gonna write in between this curly bracket will not be execute. So we need to put a condition in this if statement, a true condition. So that's why we're gonna replace this and we will check with some input. So we will check if input dot, we're gonna get a key, and into brackets we have to make this bracket and we have to pass the key code. So key code dot, you can check for any key you want, something like a alpha a 9, any a key for you want, but I'm gonna check for space key. So that's why I'm gonna type space. And as you can see, so we pass if input dot get key key code dot space. Basically if we pressing down space key, it's basically means if we press down space key, then what we want our player game object to jump. So that's why we're gonna call this the player jump function right over here when we press down space key, as you can see over here we're doing. So what are we gonna do, we're gonna call this player jump function. So let's call it and make first bracket and close that up with semicolon. To call a function you need to put this first bracket and make sure you just close that up with semicolon, and control S to save your code now. And let's go to Unity. So when we press down space key, we're gonna able to see our player game object gonna jump in the y-axis uh, with you can say with this much of jump height, as you can see, which is 10. So now if we click on this play button in the top, we should able to see that. So if I just press down, as you can see, indeed we are jumping in the y-axis with that jump height parameter. But the problem is that we can jump as many times we want, as you can see. Even we are in the air, we still able to jump. So we need to fix that. To fix that, basically we only want to jump when we standing on this ground. At that moment we want to jump, and when we are in the air we don't want. So we don't want when we are in the air, so we need to stop that. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. Let's get out of play mode and let's open up the script. And for that we're gonna use on collision. Basically for that we're gonna check for collision, because we're gonna collide with this ground, and basically with this ground, and we will just gonna use collision function for that. So let's go to script, and over in the bottom you can do anywhere you want, it's totally up to you. So we're gonna create on collision into 2D. Make sure you just type as I did right over here. So basically private void collision into 2D function. This function get automatically called when we collide with something. So if we collide with this crown, so that function just gonna trigger right away, and we can check for what we trigger it with by going in this collision parameter. We can extract info like the name of the game object we trigger it with, collided with. So we definitely gonna collide with this ground. So let's suppose we want to print out the message when we collide with this ground. So printing out message, so let's go to our script, and over here I'm gonna print out debug.log. For printing out we have to type debug.log, and we can extract info what we collided with by going over to this collision parameter. So we're gonna go over to that collision dot game object dot dot name, and close that off with semicolon. And so we do know that this function get called when we collide with something, and what we're doing, we basically just printing out the name of the game object we collided with. So basically we just going over to that game object. Basically we just going, if we collide with this ground, so we just going over to this ground, and then going over to this ground game object and accessing the name. So the name should be print out in the console says ground, as you can see, as we name it this ground as a ground name. So make sure you just press down Ctrl S to save your code. Now let's go to Unity, and we will select the console tab, and we will hit this play button. So when we collide with this ground, we're gonna see the ground name just gonna pop up right away. So we're gonna select the console over here, and let's hit this play button in the top and have a look. So once we collide with this ground, the ground name should be printed out in the console right away. So as you can see, indeed it's, and if we just press down jump and collide second time, as you can see second time the message just get pop up says 2, and if we just collide third time, as you can see, indeed it's going. So I hope you get the idea how collision works in Unity. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So instead of printing out message, what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a Bool parameter to just keep track of if we are grounded or not. So to create a Bool, we need to go over to script, and we have to go over to our over here basically, and you can make that field private. It doesn't need to be public. For explanation, I'm gonna make this one public, and that will be Bool. So this Bool parameter, and we have to name it. So let's call something like is ground, or is ground, and by default we can set any value we like. So this Bool parameter can be true or false. It can be true or false. So when we're standing on this ground, so we're gonna set that is ground parameter to true, and when we are in the air, right after we leave this ground, we're gonna set that is ground to false. So when we are, and we will check while we jumping, we're gonna check if that is ground is true or not. Basically if we are standing on this ground or not. If we, then we want to jump, else we don't want. So by default I'm gonna set this is ground parameter to true. True, and make sure you just close that up with semicolon. So this can be true or false. So we're gonna check right over here. You can do it over here, and we also can do this thing over here as well. So before we make our player jump, I'm gonna check. So to check, we will use this if condition. So if is ground is equals to true, equals to true, and make some curly brackets. And what we're gonna do, so in that situation basically we are so when we are on the ground, basically when we collide with this ground, at that moment we're gonna set that is ground parameter is true. And over here we're checking if is ground is equals to true. Basically we are standing on that ground, so at that moment we will make our player game object to jump. So that's why we're gonna let's cut this, Control X for cut and Control V for paste. We're gonna gonna paste inside between these curly brackets y. So in that moment we want to jump, so basically we just making our player game object in the jump in the y axis with this much of height, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea. And after that we need to set that is ground parameter to false y, because we're gonna leave our ground right away, so we're gonna be in the air. So that's why we're gonna set after jumping we're gonna set is ground to is ground. So after making our player jump, we're gonna set is ground to false now, and make sure close that up with semicolon, control s to save your code. So firstly what we're doing, which so we when we press down we calling this player jump function, and player jump function firstly it's checking if we are grounded, basically if that is ground is parameter is true, and by default we set it true. So for the first time we're gonna able to jump, so we are making our player game object jump, and after jumping we setting this is ground parameter to false. And now if we press down a space key for the second time, we calling this player jump function, and player jump function firstly checking if is ground is equals to true or not. But we do know that in the second condition we're setting this is ground parameter is false, so the condition over here is not true at all. So that's why we're gonna write in between this curly bracket it will not be executed, basically we not gonna able to jump for the next time, basically when we are in the air, because this is ground parameter is not equals to true. After jumping we setting this is ground parameter to false, as you can see. So that's why for the next time we're not gonna able to jump in the air. So I hope you get the idea of this. And what we're gonna do now, so make sure you just press down control s, and if we just move to unity, so control s to save your code and move to unity. And if we select this player game object, as you can see is ground, a parameter just gets pop up and it says true, basically checked. Check basically means true and unchecked basically means false. So now if we just click on this play button in the top, and let's have a look. So when we're gonna able to jump for the first time, but for the next time we're not gonna able to do that. So I'm gonna clear the console. So as you can see we able to jump, but now if I just try to press down space key second time multiple times, even we just pressing down multiple times, we are not able to jump because this is ground parameter is false by now. So we need to set back this one is ground to true, basically check. And if we set this one to check, we are able to jump for the next time, as you can see when we set this is ground back to true. But when we shoot, when we standing on this ground, at that moment we're going to check this, basically we will set this is ground parameter to true. So let's get out of play mode and let's go to script now. Script now, sorry. So I'm really sorry, just hold on. Okay, so as you can see after we setting is ground parameter is false, as you can see, but we also need to set back is ground parameter to true. And we do know, and if we set that to true, as you can see we checking if this is ground parameter is true, then we just making our player game object to jump. So basically that is the thing. So we need to set this is ground parameter to true. But when we shoot, when we collide with this ground or standing on this ground, so we're gonna use this on collision inter 2D function, and we're checking right over here what we collided with. So firstly what we collided with, so what we want to do now, so to do so firstly we need to go over to unity. So let's go to there, and we're gonna select this ground, and we will assign this ground as a ground tag. So how we can do that? In order to tag this as a ground, select the game object first, this ground, go over to inspector and tag it says untag. So just click on that and click on add tag in the bottom and hit this plus icon and name the tag what you want. So I'm gonna name it something like ground and click on save, and then select this ground game object one more time, and let's assign this ground as a ground tag. So let's go to inspector and tag, it says untag, so let's click right there, and we're gonna assign with ground as we recently named. So let's assign that. Now we assign it this ground as a ground tag. So let's now go to script, and over here, so this function get called when we collide with something, and we're gonna check it right over here. So if, so whatever we collided with, so we're gonna go to that game object, if collision dot game object dot tag, and we will check if it's equals to ground, and make some curly brackets. So what we're doing right over here, so we do know that this function get called when we collide with something, and we're checking right over here whatever we collided with, we're going to that game object and then accessing the tag, and we're checking that tag if it's equals to ground. In quotation we have to do it. So we do know, we definitely know that when we collide this ground, we're gonna when we collide with this ground, we assign it this ground as a ground tag. So this condition over here gonna be true. So we're checking right over here where whatever we collided with, if that game object has tag equals to ground, and we definitely know that it's gonna have. So what we want say this is ground parameter to true, because we're gonna collide with this ground, or we just gonna stand on this ground. So that's why we're gonna set back is ground parameter to true one more time. So let's say this is ground equal to true, and make sure close that up with semicolon and save your script. So when we collide with this ground, firstly we checking collision, and then we checking if that game object has tag equals to ground. So we setting this is ground parameter to true by now, and we know, and this player jump function firstly checking is if ground true. Now we set back is ground to true, so the condition over here getting true. So that's why we're gonna make able to jump for the next time as well when we are collided with that ground. And after that we're setting back is ground to false one more time. So when we are in the air, so is ground gonna be false, and when we collide with this ground, or which collide with this ground, then again we setting back is ground parameter to true, as you can see. So we gonna able to jump only when we are standing on this ground. So control S to save your code, and let's go to Unity now. And if I select this player game object, as you can see by default we set is ground parameter to true, basically checked. And now if I just click on this play button, you don't need to set any default value. You can just go make that field, and you can just adjust in inspector. So now if I jump, as you can see we jump it. So as soon as we collided with this ground, basically this is ground parameter getting checked, basically getting true. So as soon as we just collided with that ground, I hope you get the idea that how collision works in Unity, and how you can use both parameters and collision to do some specific things. I hope you get the idea. And we can move left and right, and we're gonna check for a button basically for mobile, so we have to work on mobile as well. So I hope you get the idea that we are, and as you can see when we are in the air we are not able to jump at all, as you can see. But when we collide with this ground, as soon as we collide with this ground we are able to jump. Basically this is ground parameter getting checked, so that's why we are able to jump. And this player jump function firstly checking, so if we press down space key, then we calling this player jump function, and player jump function firstly checking if ground is true, then it's gonna make our player game object to jump in the y-axis. And after jumping we setting back is ground to false, and then when we collide with that ground we're setting back is ground to true, as you can see. So when we are in the ground, at that moment we are able to jump, as you can see. I hope you get the idea of this. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. When we're going to left, we're not flipping our character. So if I just click on this play button and try to move to the left direction, we not go looking into that direction. So we need to flip our player game object in that direction also. So as you can see, we going left, but the problem is that we're not flipping and in that direction. So let's do that. To do so, let's get out of play mode and let's open up our player script. So let's select the player game object and let's double click the script to open it up. So we will go to top of our class and we're gonna make uh, a variable right over here, a bool variable, to just keep track of which direction we looking. So I'm gonna set public bool. It doesn't need to be public, instead you can make this field private, so you're not gonna able to see in inspector. So I'm gonna make this one private, and that will be bool, and we do know it can be true or false. Let's call it something like facing right, and by default we're gonna set equal to true. Why? As you can see, we're looking to the right direction, so that's why I'm just setting this facing right parameter to true by default. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna use this parameter. So let's move to update function, and update function runs every single frame, so that's why we gonna go there and we will check. So let's go to bottom something right over here. Firstly, we will check if the movement is lesser than 0. Basically, lesser than 0 means we moving to the left direction. So when we move to the left direction, we do know that movement gonna be this movement gonna be -1, which is lesser than will be 0. So that's why we're gonna check right over here if movement, if it's lesser than 0, basically means moving to the left direction. And same, and we're gonna use, and we're gonna choose a second condition as well. And the condition we're gonna check if we're looking to the right direction, if we look moving left and we're looking right direction, that in that situation we need to flip our character. So make this curly brackets. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna flip our character. So in order to flip, if we go to unity, then select this player game object, go to transform, then rotation, and if we set this y to something like -180, as you can see, indeed our player game object gets flipped whenever we set this one -180. So basically we need to go over to Euler, basically Euler angles, and then we have to access this y and we will set it to -180. And if we set this to -180, as you can see, it's looking to the left direction. And if you want to flip this player game object one more time to right direction, then we're gonna set back this one 180 to 0. As you can see, once whenever we set to 0, it's looking to the right direction. So let's go to script now, and the first thing, we will go to transform, then Euler angles, and this Euler angles gonna have x-axis, y-axis, basically three angles, you can say x, y, and z. So that's why we will gonna set equal to new vector 3, which also has x-axis, y-axis, and the z-axis, and close that off with some column. So if we put in the y-axis, really sorry, if we put in the y-axis something like -180, if it's gonna flip to the left direction, and in the x-axis we're gonna put 0f, and the z-axis we're gonna do the same thing. So after flipping to the left direction, we need to set that facing right parameter to false. Why? We no longer gonna look to the right direction. Player will not gonna look to the right direction anymore. So that's why we're gonna, after flipping our character, we're gonna set this facing right parameter to false. And now control s to save your code. And if we just move to unity and try to move to the left direction, basically press down a key or hold down a key, we're gonna move to the left direction. And after moving left direction, we just flipping our game objects to that direction. So let's have a look. So if I just click on this play button in the top and try to move to the left direction, we're gonna flip our player game object right away to left direction. So if I just try to press down a key, as you can see, we look to the left direction, but the problem is that we no longer able to look in the right direction now. So what we have to do, we need to set this back to 0 y rotation or y Euler angles to 0. So if we set this to 0, as you can see, it's looking to the right direction or right direction one more time. So let's get out of play mode now, and let's go to script. Else if we're gonna check, else if. So we're gonna use this movement to else if. So firstly we will take this movement and we will check. So when we are moving to the right direction, we do know that movement will be greater than 0. Basically movement gonna be 1, so 1 will be definitely greater than 0. So that's why we're gonna use this movement. So if movement is greater than 0f, and at the same time, and we're gonna check also if we're not looking to the right direction. Basically facing right is equals to false. Basically we're not looking. So once we do know, we say look to the left direction, we're setting this facing right parameter to false, and we checking right over here if facing right parameter, if it's equals to false. Basically we just looking to the left direction. Or what else you can do, you can just remove that and you can just put exclamation mark right in front of this facing right parameter. It's also basically means that facing right equals to false. Basically we're not looking to the right direction. So in that situation, so let's make some curly brackets. What are we gonna do? Let's copy this line of code by control C, and let's paste it by control V over here. So firstly what are we gonna do, we're gonna put in the y-axis to 0f, and we do know once we set to 0f, it's gonna look to the right direction now. And after looking basically flipping this character to the right direction, we're gonna set that facing right parameter to true. Why? As you can see, we're gonna look to the right direction, so that's why. So let's set this facing right parameter to to one more time, and control s to save your code. And let's go to unity, and we're gonna have it right away. Of course we need to flip to the right direction as well. So now if I just click on this play button in the top, and let's have a look. So if I move to the left direction, as you can see we're looking to the left direction. Now if I try to just move to the right direction, as you can see we indeed looking to the right direction. And now once we go back to left direction, we're looking to that direction. So I hope you get the idea that whatever direction we are going, we the, just flipping our game object, player game object in that direction. So basically that is the cool thing. Now what we have to do, we need to make the animation. So when we are just moving, we need to play the run or basically the walk animation. And once we are not moving, just standing, at that moment we need to play the ideal animation clip. So basically that is the thing. So let's get out of play mode. So in order to play animation, we need to we need to have animation tab. I have it over here. So if you can find the animation tab, what you have to do, you need to go to window in the top, window in the top, then scroll down, you can see animation. And or also the shortcut key is control plus 6. And also you need this animator tab, so make sure you just click on that, and it's gonna bring up the animation tab right away, as well as this animator tab. So what we're gonna do now, I'm going to select this animation tab, and I'm going to drag it somewhere around here. Basically I'm going to toggle it down over here. To make the animation, let's create a animation folder first to keep all of the things in organized way. So to create a folder, let's go to project tab, then assets, let's right click on assets, then create folder, and let's call this folder something like animation. And now we created this folder, and into this folder we're gonna place all of the animation, like walking, idling, standing, whatever. So we're gonna just place into this animation folder. And in order to create the animation, now we're gonna select the player game object. So select the player game object first, and then click on this create button in animation tab. So select the player game object first, and then click on create button. And we will go to assets, and in assets we created this animation folder, as you can see. So let's open that up by double clicking on it, and let's create a subfolder for our player animation. So let's right click, then new folder, and let's call this folder something like player animation. why we creating this animation folder, basically subfolder, to keep our player animation in another folder, so it will be nice and clean. So let's create a subfolder player animation, and let's double click that subfolder to open that up. So let's double click that, and we have to name the animation what we want. So we're gonna create the first the ideal animation. So let's call this one something like player ideal, and then click on this save button. And what we have to do, we need to hit this red button or this record button to capture the animation, and we have to drag the all of the sprite, individual sprite of ideal. So make sure you just click on this button to record your animation. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna go over to sprite where we drag it all of those sprites. So we're gonna just go right there, so we have it over here. So let's find the ideal one. So we can see from here to here. So hold down shift and just click your mouse button and select all of these ideal sprite or ideal frames, and select that and drag it into this animation tab, as you can see. And to play your animation, just click on this play button. As you can see, animation is playing, but if you take a closer look, it's gonna seem too much fast. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make spaces between this animation frame. To make space, so let's select like this, and let's move it over to somewhere around 1 second, I guess. Sorry, we're gonna move over to something one would be favorite. Okay, so we need to make match up the perfect. So let's just drag it manually in just or what we can do. Okay, so let's drag, just manually do these things to keep just to make a little bit more you can say good the animation clip. You have to do it. So I'm gonna just do or track manually 14, then 16, let's drag this 18 and 20, 22 gonna be all right over here, 24 and so on, 26, and we have last two frames. So let's select them and let's drag it over here, 28 and 20, 30. And now if we click on this play button, as you can see, the animation looks so much good by now. So basically that is the thing. So once you done your animation, make sure you just click on this record button, or you can just skip that. It's also gonna just record the animation right away. So let's create the another animation, which will be the walk one or the run one, and other is attack, jumping, sliding, and death, hurt, also those animation clip. So let's do that. To create another animation clip, select the player game object first and click right over here in animation tab, and let's click on this create new clip, and we have to name the clip what you want, what we want to name. So we're gonna call this something like player walk or run. So let's call instead player walk, and click on that save. Make sure you just click on this record button to record your animation, and we have to find the walk, basically the run one, you can say. So we we have it over here, so I'm gonna select the run instead. So let's select that, and over here this frame, so hold down shift and select all of them by holding down shift, and move it over to this animation tab. And now if we click on this play button, it seems quite fast. So let's move it over to 30 frames, something like that. And if we click on this play button, as you can see, it seems good, but it's not good at all. Basically we have to just adjust it manually. So we're gonna drag it somewhere too, as we have done for the first animation, which is the ideal one. So we're gonna do the same thing to make our animation looks good, to make it good. So let's do it somewhere around here. That seems pretty fine and good. So now if we click on this play button, as you can see, the animation is okay, but it still seems like quite fast, so we're gonna select that and let's move it over to somewhere around 30 I guess. And now if we click on this play button, as you can see the animation is good, but we have done some mistake I guess. So let's move it over to something like this will be 2. Okay, so we're gonna make spaces something around, we have to make it something like 2. So let's move it over to just make space something like 3 would be great. So 3, this is 10, 11, 12. Okay, now if we just click on this play button, as you can see animation is okay by now. I guess it's okay, just play around with these frames and you're gonna get a perfect number. So let's create other animation as well, which is gonna be jump one. To make this, let's click on this right over here and click on create new clip and name the clip what you want. So we're gonna call this player jump, click on save, and then let's click on this record button to capture the animation. Make okay, so this will be the jump. So let's click on this record button and let's select the jump animation clip from over here. So we have it from here to, sorry, let's select all of them by holding down shift and let's move it over to animation tab. So if I now click on this play button, as you can see we jumping. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make spaces between these frames something over 1. As you can see, I guess it seems pretty okay, but you have to adjust these frames manually to make it a perfect jump. So we're gonna move something like 5, and this seems pretty quite messy, so that's why you can just, I'm gonna just ignore that frame. Let's click on this play button. Okay, this seems perfect and okay, I'm gonna move it somewhere around 50. 50 seems pretty quite good. And once you've done, make sure just click on this record button to capture the animation, or you can just skip that. Uh, it's gonna record our animation or capture the animation right away. We don't need to just do that. I hope you get the idea. And we can make a sliding animation as well for sliding. So let's click over here, let's click on create a new clip, and we have to name the clip what you want, what we want. So we're gonna call this something like player slide, and let's click on this record button and let's select all of the sprite and something from here to here. Hold down shifts so you can select all of them and drag it onto this animation tab, and if we click on this play button, as you can see our player game object indeed sliding, and we're gonna make spaces between these frames. So let's select that and let's move it over somewhere around 50 I guess, 50. And now if we click on this play button, it seems quite quite, you can say, okay, so this one seems perfect. And let's, okay, so we have created all of the animation that we need: sliding, running, jumping, idling, all of them. So once you're done, I'm going to select this once you're done with all of animation tab, I'm going to select this animation tab and I'm going to toggle it in the bottom. And once you're done with all of animation, go to an animator tab. Make sure you select the player game object and then select this animator tab. As you can see, we have all of the animation. We have player idle, player walk, player jump, player slide, and we have 3. Okay, so this is fine, pretty fine. And what we have to do right now, we need to make transition between these animations clip. As you can see, the idle animation just gonna play right away when the game start. From entry, it's gonna go right away player idle, and player idle from player idle we need to make transition as well, to player walk, slide, jump, what depending upon what player game object actually doing. And now if we click on this play button, you're gonna able to see the idle animation just gonna play right after the game start, because that is a default state. And if you want to make any clip to default state, what you have to do, you need to select that state, right click on it and set as layer default state. And if you set, as you can see, the running animation, the running or the work animation and now gonna be default state, and it's gonna play right after the game start. But I'm gonna leave with this player idle, so that's why I'm gonna right click one more time on player idle, and I'm gonna set as layer default state. So what we have to do now, right now, we need to make transition between this animation clip. So once we are moving something like this, at that moment we're gonna play this work animation clip. And once we press down jump space key on our keyboard, then we are jumping. So at that moment we're gonna play this jump animation clip. So let's get out of play mode, and we need to make transition right now. To make transition, so from this player idle, we want to go this player walk once we are moving. So let's right click on this player idle and make transition to player walk, and select this arrow and go over to inspector. So we're gonna untick has exit time. Basically, as soon as we are moving, we need to play this animation work animation clip right away, and we don't want to play the idle for this exit time. So we just want to go immediately, so that's why we're gonna uncheck this has exit time. As soon as player is moving, at that moment we're gonna play this work animation clip. So that's why we just untick this has exit time. And transition duration we're gonna set to 0. We need to go immediately. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to go. So we need to set some certain condition or parameters, you can say. In order to set, you can see in Animator tab, in the left side we have layers, in the right side we have parameters. So just click on that, and we're gonna choose a float parameter. So float, and we can call this something like run or walk, something, let's call it run. And what we want to set this parameter. So to set this or to choose this parameter, just hit this plus icon in inspector, and we're gonna choose if run is greater than something a smaller number. You can check for zero point 0.1, you can check for 0.01, and just choose a smaller number. So I'm gonna just choose 0.01, 0.1, as you can see. So once we set this run parameter to 1 and 1 or something like zero point 0.2, so the condition over here gonna be true. Why? Because if we set this run parameter to zero point 0.2 and zero point 0.2 is definitely greater than 0.1, or if you set this run parameter to 1 and 1, we definitely know that it's greater than 0.1. So the condition over here getting true. So that's why it's gonna play this work animation right away. So if I just click on this play button in the top and try to set this run parameter manually to 1f, we're gonna able to see it's gonna play work animation clip right away. Why? Because the condition over here gonna be true. So now if I set this run parameter to something like 1, as you can see, indeed the work animation just played. And what we have to do, if I set back this run to 0, we're not going back to idle animation clip. So basically we also need to make transition from this work to idle. So let's get out of play mode, and let's right click on this player work and make transition to player idle. And now select this arrow, and we're gonna go over to inspector, uncheck this as exit time. As soon as we are not moving, we need to play idle animation clip. So that's why we uncheck that. And transition duration, let's set to 0, and let's scroll down, and it says list is empty. So we're gonna choose a condition or a parameter to go back in idle animation clip. So let's click on this basically this plus button, and for that we're gonna choose lesser than. So we're gonna choose this run parameter. Let's choose lesser than for now, and with we're gonna compare with some smaller number. So let's put something like 0.1, as we have done basically for this run for this work. So once we set this run parameter to 0, and we do know if we set this run parameter to 0, 0 will be lesser than 0.1. So the condition over here getting true. So that's why we're gonna go over to idle animation one more time. So once we set this to 0 or something like -1, so it gonna be lesser than this number. So just compare with a smaller number. So now if we just click on this play button and try to set this run parameter manually, we will able to see that see that we're gonna go over to this run. So if I set this run parameter 1, as you can see we just playing work animation clip right now. And once I set this run parameter to 0, as you can see we just going back to idle animation clip. Why? Because the condition over here getting true. If we set this run parameter to 0, and we do know that run 0, so run will be lesser than zero point 0.1. So that's why the condition over here getting true. I hope you get the idea. And instead of manually controlling this parameter, we need to control this through our code. So if I just get out of play mode and select this player game object, as you can see, once we created those animation clip, an animator component just added up right away. And this animator component right over here is responsible for playing our animation clip and is also responsible for switching our animation clip. So what we need a reference of this animator component, then we can set this value manually. So and if you take a closer look, it's plus over here a plus icon beacon. So what we have to do, we need to go to overrides and then click on apply all. So this animator component just gonna attach into this player game object prefab as well right away. Basically whatever changes we made, it's gonna save into that basically into that you can say prefab. And let's also make from this player idle or for from this player jump animation clip, and we also have player slide. So we also need to make transition between this animation state. To do so, let's what you can do, we're gonna go over to this any state. Let's right click on it and make transition to player jump. No matter what state we are in, if we press down space key on our keyboard, so what we want our player game object to jump. So that's why from any state I'm gonna just go to this player jump animation clip, and let's select this arrow. So let's untick this as exit time, and we're gonna set this transition duration to 0. And we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play the jump animation clip. So when we press down space key, at that moment we're gonna play the jump animation clip, and we have to set a some certain parameter or a condition in which condition we just want to play that jump animation clip. To do so, let's create another parameter. So let's go to animator tab. So let's click on this plus icon, and for now we're gonna choose this bool parameter, which can be true or false, and we're gonna call this something like jump. And we want to set this parameter, basically we want to choose this. To choose it, so let's select this arrow, go over to inspector, and in condition let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose this jump. So if we set this jump parameter to true, it will play this jump animation clip right away. And we also need to make transition from this jump to player idle as well as player walk, or we will stack in this jump animation clip forever, and we're not gonna move to this idle or walk. So we also need to make transition from this jump to idle as well as from jump to walk. So let's right click on this jump animation clip and make transition to idle, and let's right click on this jump animation clip one more time and make transition from this walk. And we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play this idle or the walk. So let's select this for this idle for the first, and we're gonna untick this as exit time. As soon as we are on the ground, we need to play this idle animation clip right away. So that's why I just untick this as exit time, and we're gonna set this transition duration to 0. and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play this ideal animation clip. So the first condition, so let's click on this plus icon. So first condition, we're gonna set this jump parameter to false. Basically we're gonna set this jump parameter to false, or basically unchecked you can say. So it's gonna play the ideal animation clip, and we will choose a second condition. So let's hit this plus icon, and the second condition we're gonna choose lesser than zero point 0.1. Why? So once we do know we when we are not moving, we're gonna play this running animation clip. Sorry, once we are not moving, we gonna play this ideal animation clip. And we do know when we are not moving, basically we setting this run parameter to 0, and we do know 0 will be lesser than zero point 0.1. So that's why it's gonna play this ideal animation clip instead of walking or the running. And now let's select this arrow from this jump to work, and let's go to inspector. Let's untick this has exit time. As soon as we collide with this ground or stand with the ground, we need to play the work animation clip right away if we are moving. So now let's select this transition duration to 0, and if we scroll down and condition, as you can see, let's hit this plus icon. So the first condition, we're gonna set this jump parameter to false, and the second condition what we want, we let's hit this plus icon. We're gonna choose run to greater than zero point 0.1, because if we working, basically means that we setting this run parameter to 1, and we do know if this run parameter is 1 will be definitely greater than zero point 0.1. So the condition over here getting true, so that's why the work animation gonna be played right away instead of this idle if we are moving. So now if I just clear the console, go to Animator tab and click on this play button in the top and try to set these parameters manually, you're gonna able to see that once we are moving, we're gonna play this run animation clip, and once we are jumping, the jump animation clip just gonna play it right away. So if I just press down the space key on my keyboard, as okay, we not playing jump animation clip. So basically no jumping, basically we have to set this parameter. I'm really sorry. Basically if we set this jump parameter to true, basically checked, as you can see jump animation is playing and it's stuck. And if I set this jump parameter to false, as you can see ideal animation is playing by now. And if I set this to or run parameter to something like 1, we playing the running animation clip. And now if I just set this jump parameter to true, basically checked, as you can see running jumping animation is playing. And once I set this jump parameter to false and run is 1, basically we are moving. At that moment the work animation just gonna play it instead of the idle. So if I set this fall, as you can say indeed. So basically we need to we just doing manually, and we need to control this parameter through our code. I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and now what we have to do, whatever we have done so far, we need to save it. So in order to save, we need to go to top left file and then click on save, or the shortcut key you can see, which is Control S, to save your project in Unity editor. So we just gonna click on that and it's gonna save our project. I hope you get the idea that how you can just make a transition between these animations clip. Let's control this parameter through our code. So once we added this animator, basically once we created this animation clip, this animator component added up instantly. So what we need a reference of this animator component, then we can switch up to any animation we like to do. So basically we need a reference of this animator component, then we can switch up the animation. So let's open up our player script by double clicking on it. And what we need to do, if we need to go to top of our class under rigid body or something right over here. Let's make a public animator, sorry, animator, and we can call this one animator, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity.
So in underneath our player script, an animator component just gonna pop up right away. So what we have to do, we need to drag this animator right there. So we're gonna have the link up or the reference, then we can set this value, this run parameter, this jump parameter, all kind of things. As you can see animator, and it says none animator, basically empty. So let's select this animator and drag it right there. Now as you can see, we have player animator. So let's go to script. Now we have a reference now, and what we will do, we're gonna use this movement to control our this run parameter. We can set it to 1, we can set it to 0. So we do know once we set it to 0, it's gonna play the idle animation, and once we set this one to 1, it's gonna play the run animation clip. So that's why we're gonna take this movement, and this movement, we know this is responsible for moving our character. Basically if this movement becomes 1, means we are going to right direction. If we if this movement is -1, then we going to left direction, and if this movement is 0, then in that situation means we are standing. So at that moment we need to just play idle animation clip. So that's why. So let's go to bottom right over here, something right over here. You can do it anywhere you can do, but make sure you are doing that underneath your movement line of code over here, because it's in the line just gets in order. Firstly this one call, then this one, and so on. So let's go something right over here, and we're gonna check right over here. So if movement, if it's greater than 0f, or you can just we're gonna check for smaller number, so something like 0.1f, and make some curly brackets. Why we did, because once we set the, if we go to unity, then select this animator tab and select this transition from this idle to run. If we select this, because we have set, as you can see, a smaller number we can see, which is 0.1. So that's why we just type right over there. So if movement is point greater than 0.1, basically means we are moving. If movement is greater than, so once we are moving, so this movement can be -1 or +1. +1, it not gonna be lesser than 0. But when we are moving in the left direction, so this movement right over here gonna be -1, and we do know that -1 is not greater than 0.1. It's lesser than point, will be 0.1. So this one becomes -1. So what we have to do, we need to convert that -1 to a +1, and in order to convert that, we have to use this mathf, sorry, mathf dot, sorry, dot fs, mathf dot fs, and we have to feed this movement into these brackets. And this function right over here, mathf dot fs, basically means absolute. It's gonna convert a negative value a positive value. So even we are moving to the left direction, so that movement will be -1, but this mathf dot fs right over here gonna convert this -1 to a +1. So basically we are moving. So at that situation, what we're gonna do, we're gonna set this run parameter to 1, and we do know once we set this to 1, it's gonna play the running animation clip. So we need to play that basically. So we have a reference of this animator component, so let's go there. So let's go over here. So let's go to animator dot, we have to use this set float parameter y and make this first bracket. Basically this run over here is a float parameter, so that's why we have to type there. And over here, firstly it's gonna take in quotation the id or the key. So the key or the id or the parameter name which is run, we can see it right over here. So make sure you typing in quotation exactly we did over here. So make sure you just do that. So run and comma, the second thing we have to set the value, and we do know once we set this run parameter to 1, it's gonna go over to this work animation clip or the run animation clip right away. So that's why we're gonna set this run parameter to 1f and close that up with semicolon. So when we're setting this 1f, when the movement is greater than 0.1, basically we just moving. we moving left and right, we not standing at one point, so we are moving. So that's why we just moving over to animator, then setting that float which is run to 1. And we know once we set that 1, 1f basically float, it's gonna play the work or run animation clip. So let's see that. So control s to save your code, and now let's move to unity. So once we are moving left and right, we're gonna able to see this player game object just gonna play work animation clip right away. So just hold on. And now if we just click on this play button in the top and have a look on it. So just wait. So as you can see, indeed we playing the running animation clip. But the problem is that when we are not moving, we just standing at one point, as you can see, we still playing that running animation clip. We should not play that. Instead, we need to play idle animation clip right away. So basically we need to set this run parameter one more time to 0, and once we set this to 0, we do know if we set this, as you can see, indeed the idle animation clip just playing right away. So basically we need to set back this run parameter to 0. But when we are not moving, so we're gonna take that movement parameter. So when we are not moving, we do know that that movement gonna be 0. So we're gonna use that movement to set this run parameter. So let's get out of play mode, and now let's go to script one more time. So else if we're gonna check, else if, so make this first bracket and some curly brackets. So what we want to check right over here, we want to check, so if animator, so we're gonna copy this line of code by control C, and let's paste it over here by control V, and we're gonna check right over here if movement is lesser than some smaller number, some we're gonna check for zero point 0.1. Basically it means if movement is lesser than zero point 0.1, when we are not moving, so this movement over here gonna be 0. As you can see, we doing it right over here. So when we are not moving, so this function right over here gonna be 0. So that's why this movement right over here will be 0. So over here we checking else if movement is lesser than 0.1. So the movement right over here becomes 0, and we definitely know that 0 is lesser than zero point 0.1. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go to animator, then we're gonna set the float which is run to, what we're gonna do, we're gonna set it to 0f. And we know once we set that run parameter, this one basically 0, it's gonna play the ideal animation clip right away. So basically that is the logic. So when we are standing, basically when movement is lesser than zero point 0.1, means we are standing at one point. In that situation, we going over to animator and then setting that run parameter, basically run float to 0.8. So it's gonna play the work animation clip. So if we go to unity and select this back transition to idle, we can see once the run is lesser than zero point 0.1, that so the condition over there gonna be true. Why? Because we're setting this run parameter to 0, a 0 which is lesser than zero point 0.1. So the condition over here getting true. So that's why it's gonna go over to idle animation clip. Basically it will play the idle animation clip. So let's go to script now, and make sure press down Ctrl S to save your code, and let's go to unity. So once we are not moving, basically standing at one point, then we just playing that idle animation clip. So now if we just click on this play button in the top and have a look. So now if we move, as you can see, we playing running animation clip, but once we are not moving, as you can see, indeed the idle animation is playing over again and again and again. Why? Because we set this run parameter to 0, as you can see. Now what we have to do, we need to set this jump parameter to true, and once we set this to true, it's gonna play this jump animation clip right away. So we need to also set to true this jump parameter. So let's get out of play mode, and to set this jump parameter, so basically, but when we shoot, when we pressing down space key on our keyboard. Basically means we are jumping. So at that moment we're gonna set this jump parameter to true, and if we set this to true it will play the jump animation clip. So that is the thing. So let's go to script now, and over here as we can see we are jumping. So we just making our player game object jumping right over here. So we're gonna do it right over here. So something over here, let's do it something in the bottom. So we're gonna go to animator, then that is a bool parameter. Basically this jump is a bool parameter, so that's why we have to use for this set bool function and make this first bracket, and in quotation you have to pass the parameter name or the id. So in our case make sure you just spelling it correct, so which we have jump right over here. So make sure you just do the same thing. So jump, and the second thing it's gonna take the value. So we're gonna set it to true. We know once we set it to true, basically check, it's gonna play the jump animation clip. So that's why. So the say so we're gonna set the value to true, and make sure close that up with semicolon, control s to save your code. And now let's go to unity. So we should able to see once we press down space key on our keyboard, our player game object just gonna jump right away. And at that moment we're setting this jump parameter to basically true, it's gonna play the jump animation clip. So if I select this player and let's click on this play button in the top and have a look. So when we press down space key, at that moment we're gonna able to jump right away. So if I just press down space key, as you can see jump animation is played, but the problem is that we are stuck at jump animation clip forever. So we also need to set this jump parameter to false, but when we shoot, when we standing on this ground or colliding with this ground. So basically we're gonna uncheck this. As you can see, once we jump check this, basically once we set this jump parameter to uncheck, basically false, we just playing the ideal animation clip. But if we are moving, then we're gonna play this work animation clip. Basically it's gonna totally depend. So let's get out of play mode and let's go to script now one more time. And over here as you can see we colliding with that ground. So basically standing on that ground or colliding with on that ground. So what we're gonna do, let's copy this line of code by control C, and let's paste it right over here by control V. So we're gonna set this jump parameter to false by now. So basically we just moving over to animator, then setting that bool which is jump to false, as you can see. But when we are doing, when we colliding with that ground, as you can see. So make sure press down control s on your keyboard to save your code. And now let's move to unity and let's have a look. So just wait for to compile, and when it's done we're gonna have a look of that if it's working fine or not. Let's click on this play button in the top. This gonna be awesome. Just wait. And now if we press down space key, as you can see it's jumping, playing jumping animation clip. And as soon as we standing basically colliding with that ground, we playing ideal animation clip. But if we are moving, we playing right away the work animation clip or the running, as you can see. But the problem is that it seems like our jumping animation just playing one frame and it is stuck at that. So we just need to play the proper jump animation clip. To do so, let's get out of play mode. So we're gonna go to this animator tab, and let's select this from any state to this player jump. So let's click on that and go over to inspector. What we're gonna do, we're gonna check this has exit time, and we're gonna put over here 1. And now if we click on this play button and let's have a look. So just wait for to compile, and you're gonna say that animation right away. As you can see, indeed that jump animation just played right away. I hope you get the idea. Or what else you can do, you can just do it something like 0.8 I guess, And now if we just click on that, basically we need to give some amount of time to playing that jump animation clip proper. So that's why we just take this has exit time and just from any state, and make sure if it's not from any state, then put right over here, basically uncheck this tick. So as you can see, we playing that animation clip properly by now. I hope you get the idea of this, and you can make it even more cool. So I hope you get the idea that how you can control those animation clip through your code. I hope you get the idea of that. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So what we have to do now, we need to switch our platform from PC to our Android. To do so, we need to go over to file in the top left, then scroll down says build settings. So just click right there, and what we have to do, as you can see, I already switched it. So you're gonna have over here, you're gonna be over here. So what you have to do, you need to select this Android, and in the bottom right you can see switch platform. So just click on that, and Unity just gonna take a few moments for switching our platform, and we are done. And we need to do some important settings as well. So let's go to one more time to top left file, then build settings, and click on this player settings in the bottom over here, you can see. So just click on there, and what we have to do right over here, we need to go over to editor. So go to editor in the top, and as you can see a device, and it says none. So just click on that and click on any Android device. And what we have to do right now, we need to do some important settings on our Android phone, or or in the mobile as well. We need to do some settings to just play on our Android. Before we do, we need to install import simple settings, a simple input. So we can just control this player game object to move left and right. Basically we're gonna have left and right button. So let's cut these tabs, and to do so we're gonna go over to google.com, and I'm gonna give a link in the description of this simple input. You can go and check that out. So I have it over here. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna click on this open in Unity. So just click on open in Unity. Sorry, it just gonna take, and then in the top a pop-up just gonna open up, says open Unity editor. Yes, we want to open it. So just click on this open Unity editor, and what we have to do right now, we need to install our simple input. So just wait, and it's gonna take a few moments, and we need to install that. And after installing, we need to do some important settings. So you're gonna see a download button right over here. So just download it, and after downloading it, you're gonna see a import button. So just click on that, and what we want to do, we want to import all of the things right over here. As you can see, we want to import. So in the bottom you can see import button. So just click on that, and it's gonna import all of our buttons, horizontal, vertical, and all of those things, and the scripts just gonna import as well, which will move our player game object left and right. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, we are ready to go on our mobile. So just wait, and it's gonna take a few moments, and it's done as you can see. So I'm gonna cut this tab, and let's clear the console. Let's go to console, and let's clear it. So I hope you get the idea that how you can just do this thing. And now I hope you get the idea. What we have to do now, we need to go to settings on our phone. So let's go to settings. So let's go there, and over here find about phone. So I have it over here, so I'm gonna click on that and scroll down, says detail info and SpaceX. Basically go to your version of your phone. So I'm gonna go over to detail info and SpaceX and find over here OS version, basically the operating version. So have it over here. So tap it multiple times on it until it says you are now a developer. So I'm going to tap on that twice and multiple times, but as you can see it says no need, you are already a developer. So you need to tap until it says you are now a developer, and once it's done, go back, and over here you're gonna find a developer option. So you can just find it over here, developer, sorry, developer. I'm gonna tap developer option, and if you can able to find it, what you have to do, scroll down and go over to additional settings of your phone. I have it over here, so let's click on that, and we're gonna find right over here developer option. So over here we have, so click on that, and then we need to scroll down. Make sure USB debugging is on this one. If it's not, just enable that. That's it we have to do. And it says danger, so I am aware of this possible risks, assume all possible consequences, vulnerability. Basically we have to set okay, we need to accept that. And after doing that, go back and go to Play Store now. So go to Play Store, and right over here you have to find Unity Remote. So go to Play Store and search on search bar Unity Remote, and what you have to do, you need to install that if it's not installed. And after installing it, click on open. So it's gonna open right away. And once it's done, as you can see it says connect this device with a USB cable to your computer, press play in the Unity editor to test. Basically it says to test our game, or it's basically says we need to connect our phone with an USB to our PC or a laptop. So we need to connect, so make sure you have a USB and then plugged your phone with your computer. So make sure you do that. So once all of these things done, and now we are ready to go on our PC screen. So let's go there.
Now, if we click on this play button, our game gonna be broadcast on our mobile screen as well, because we plugged our phone with an USB to our PC or laptop. So make sure you have the USB and you plugged in. So it's gonna show up, yes, it's happening. And I hope you get the idea that how you can just broadcast your game on your phone. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get out of play mode, and I'm gonna go over to file in the top left, then build settings, then click on this player setting in the bottom. You don't need to do it. Instead you are instead you can just check on your phone. So I'm gonna go to or editor in over here, and device I'm gonna select none. Basically I want to check it in Unity editor, so that's why you don't have to do it. Instead you can just leave it to an Android device, so you can just test the game live on your mobile screen. And I don't want that, so that's why I just selected device to none. So I'm gonna check it right over here. So what we have to do now, so I'm gonna cut this tab. We install it that simple input system. So I'm gonna go to project tab where we install. Let's go to assets, then plugins. You can find a plugins folder, so just go there and click right over here, and then you can see simple input. Let's click right over here as well. And if we go to prefabs, over here we have horizontal. So if we just double click on that, so as you can see, this is our, you can say, axis. And if I just click on this arrow horizontal, basically this will be horizontal. So what we have to do now, let's click right over here in hierarchy to go back. We need to create the canvas, then we can just put those button. To do so, go to hierarchy, right click, then go to UI and select this canvas. Firstly, we need to create the canvas and then we can set those settings. So make sure you just do that. So I know, so we just created this canvas. So let's select this canvas and if to focus on that. So what we have to do now, we need to go over to inspector and scroll down, go to canvas scaler section, and it says UI scale mode and it says constant pixel size. So just click on that and click on scale with screen size. So this game our will be a landscape game, so that's why in the X I'm gonna put 1920 and in the Y we're gonna put 1080. But if your game is portrait mode, then put this in the X 1080 and in the Y 1920 if your game in portrait mode. So after doing that, what we're gonna do, we're gonna go over to that assets one more time, then plugins, then simple input, prefabs, and let's select this arrow horizontal. So we're gonna select the horizontal, let's select that and drag it onto this canvas. Make sure you just drag it onto this canvas. As you can see now, indeed it's get basically indeed it gets pop up. So what we're gonna do, as you can see it seems pretty small, so we're gonna make it bigger. So let's make it bigger and hold down also, it's gonna resize from center, or you can just scale by selecting this scale tool right over here. So I'm gonna scale it something like this, and I guess it's pretty fine, and I guess it's pretty fine. And I'm gonna change the color of this ground with something else. So let's select this ground, go over to sprite renderer, then click on this color, and I'm gonna change something like yellow to basically to see this button something like red. So if we click on this play button now, and if we try to click over on these arrows or these buttons, we should move left and right, but it's gonna not happen. Why? Because we need to, what we have to do, we have basically have to do, we need to basically this simple input, we need to link with our movement, then we can do this thing. So let's get out of play mode and let's open up our script. So I'm gonna select this player game object. So let's open up the player script. Why are we moving? So let's double click on that to open it up in Visual Studio. So just wait for to compile and it's gonna open. So I'm gonna click on this reload button. So what we have to do, we need to go over to top of our class and over on update function. So as you can see, movement is says input dot get axis horizontal. So what we have to do, we just need to change, you can just remove this line of code, or you can just make it double slash forward slash to make it comment. And we do know that comment don't interrupt our code, but I'm not gonna do that, I'm gonna leave that. Instead, what we will do, we will go to down one line and we will use this simple input. So make sure you install simple input. So you're gonna select this simple input name right over here. So just select that and dot we have to give the axis, so we want to move in horizontal, so that's why we're gonna go to horizontal. So in quotation, so this simple input also gonna take, it's gonna work as like this input dot get axis. So we're gonna go over to this simple input, basically this button you can say, or that simple input script, and then we're gonna get the axis, and the axis we are looking for is horizontal. So in quotation we have to type horizontal and make sure close that off with semicolon. So basically we just going over to simple input, then getting the axis which is horizontal. Basically we want to move is in horizontal, so that's why. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna set movement equal to this. So basically we doing the same thing as we have done with this movement. Basically this simple input get access horizontal can be -1 +1 or 0 depending upon which arrow we just clicking. So let's suppose we clicking this right one, so that simple input dot get access horizontal just gonna keep +1 or 1, and we storing that one into this movement. Basically we just the same thing as right over here. And let's suppose we just press down this one, the left, then we that gonna be this gonna be -1, and we storing that -1 into this movement. So we're gonna go to the left direction. Basically the same thing as we have done with our player movement. So this movement can be -1 +1 or 0 depending upon which arrow we just click on clicking. So and we do know, and the rest is okay. As you can see, we checking the direction as well as the animation, as you can see with movement. So just we have to include this line of code and it's okay. And make sure you just press down Ctrl S on your keyboard and go to now Unity, and we need to check it. So if we just click on this arrows, basically these arrows, we should able to see this player game object just gonna go left and right depending upon what which key we are clicking on. So let's click on this play button, and it's get we need to resize this arrow, so we need to get out of play mode one more time. So let's get out of play mode. Okay, it's fine. Basically we don't have to. And now if we just click on this arrow, as we can see, indeed it's going right. And if I click on this left arrow, and we going left direction, and we go and go left and right. And if I just don't click any of these arrows, then we just standing at one position. I hope you get the idea. Basically the same thing with our which we doing with keyboard inputs is the same thing with doing with simple inputs. I hope you get the idea that how you can just do that. And we're gonna replace this arrow with some unique arrow buttons to make our game lot more cool. I hope you get the idea that how you can just do that. So let's get out of play mode now, and we have to deal with now our jump button. To create the jump button, what we have to do, we need to go to canvas. So I'm going to drag this canvas top of my hierarchy so I can see all the time. And go to canvas, right click on this canvas, then go to UI, then scroll down, says legacy, and then choose this button. And this will be our jump button. So let's scale something like this. And what we're gonna do, before we do that, select this arrow horizontal, and then go over to inspector, and make sure it's just selected, hold down, click right over here and hold down all, and make sure it just selected this left bottom one. Make sure it's selected. And for this, and I'm gonna call this something like jump button. So let's call it, instead of button, let's call it jump button. And what we have to do, we're going to go to rake transform, then click right over here and hold down all and select this top bottom right anchor, select this, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here. So this will be jump button, and I want to delete the text inside of this button. To do so, let's click right over here, let's select this text and let's delete. And this button just gonna if we just click on this button, our player game object just gonna jump. Before we do that, if I try to scale down my screen, as you can see, the button indeed just getting resized or scaling up, shrinking down according to our screen size. And it's staying what anchor we have chosen, or what side we just did with this one and this one. So for this jump button, we selected that bottom right corner,
bottom right corner. So that's why it's just staying at that position all the time. So make sure you just do or choose any anchor and what position you want to choose. So select a anchor according to it. So it's gonna resize according to our screen size, and it's gonna stay at that point. I hope you get the idea. And what we have to do now, if we click on this button, this jump button, we want our player game object to jump. So basically, if we select this button and go over to inspector, then scroll down, we can see a on click event over here. So what we have to do, we need to call a function right over here. We can call a function on this button right over here. So we're gonna make a we already made a jump button function. So basically we need to call it right over here. To do so, I'm gonna select this player game object, and let's open up the player script by double clicking on it. And if we just double click on that script and to open it in Visual Studio, as you can see, we made a public void player jump function. So basically what we have to do, we need to call this function right over there. And what this function is doing, it just adding a force or adding a velocity to our player game object in the y axis. Basically we are jumping, and we are jumping at only one time when we are standing on the ground. As you can see, we're checking if we are grounded, then we are able to jump. So basically we need to call this function right over there. So let's go to Unity, and to call that function, select the button first, go over to inspector, scroll down, and click on this plus icon. And we need to drag the game object in which game object the script is setting on. So in our case, this player. So let's select that player and drag it right there, and it says no function. So just click on that. In player game object, we attach a player script, so we can see in the bottom right over here, as you can see. So let's go to player script or player class, and player script or player class, we made a player jump function, as you can see. So we're going to choose that. Basically we just calling, so let's choose. So we calling that player jump function. So firstly we just going over to this player script and then calling this jump function, and jump function just doing the rest thing. I hope you get the idea. And now let's go to Unity, and if we just click on this play button, we're gonna able to see whenever we go to click on this jump button, we're gonna able to jump in the y axis. So just wait, because we're calling that. So if I just click on this, as you can see, indeed we are jumping, and we can move left and right, and we can jump. And later on we're gonna replace this y square button with something else to make our game even cooler. So I hope you get the basics idea of it, how you can just do that. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and this one is awesome. So what we gonna do now, we're gonna change these arrows and buttons with something special icon. So I have it, I'm gonna go over to project tab, then assets and sprite. I have it over here. I'm gonna give a link in the description of all of these sprite that I'm going to use in this project, will be available in the description. So I'm gonna go to UI, and let's go to buttons. I have it over here. So what we're gonna do, let's select this canvas, let's click right over here, let's go to arrow horizontal and click right over here, let's select the left one. And we want to change this image. We do know we need to replace this source image in inspector with something else. So let's find a arrow, something like that. So we're gonna find it over here. So let's choose a red, I guess. So I'm gonna go to image blue. I'm gonna find a perfect for that. Orange, pink, red. We have red color. I guess we're gonna choose a green. I guess a green will be something, or red. So let's choose instead red. So I'm gonna go right over here. Let's find the arrow. So we have it over here. So I'm going to select that. Let's select it and drag it into the source image of this basically. So sorry, not this one, this is our sound button. Actually we need to find it over here. So I can see it.
Let's select that. And I apologize for the background noises coming out. I'm really sorry for that. Basically, over here we have, let's select that and drag it right over here. So it seems like it's flips to the right direction. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go over to scale, and we can do just something like minus 1, but it will be something right over here, as you can see. So what we will do, we're gonna drag it over here, so it's gonna flip. And for this one, sorry, and for this one, so let's select the right one, and let's select that button one more time and drag it over here into this source field. So now if we click on this play button, it should work fine and okay. Before it's, so let's have a look on that if it's working fine or not. So just wait, and we should able to see it's gonna work fine. As you can see, indeed it's working fine, or you can replace this as well. So for this jump button, let's choose a something else. So I'm gonna go to UI one more time, right over here, buttons, and I'm gonna choose a arrow, a orange, I guess, orange color. So basically this color, we have it, we need to find it over here. So arrow we have, so we have it over here. So I'm going to select that, and let's drag it into the source image field. Sorry, not this one, we just we have done a mistake. So I'm going to go right over here one more time, and over here. So over here we have, let's drag it, and let's select this jump button, and let's go there, basically here, and let's find the up arrow, this one, let's drag it over here. As you can see, indeed it's fine. So it seems like it's a little bit small. So basically, before we do that, what we need to do, go to inspector, scroll down, and in the image component you can see set native size in the bottom. So just click there, and it's become pretty much small. So what we do, we're gonna make in the white, or you can just select this rect tool and hold down all, so it's gonna scale from center, as you can see. So we're gonna make something around this, or what else we can do, we can basically do that thing. Basically we will go over to that button one more time. So basically let's select that and drag it over here. So we just want to replace, instead we want to just rotate this button. To before we do that, let's click on this set native size, and it seems pretty small, sorry, pretty big. So let's do 250 in the width and 250 in the height, and it still seems pretty. So let's do 300, and let's do 300. And you can just replace this always, and I'm gonna rotate this. To rotate, let's go over to rotation, and let's rotate around in the something like this, but it's kind of seems weird. So what we will do, now for that we can choose something else button we can choose for that. So we can just go right over here, let's find a button if we able to do that. So I don't think we have that button, so we have to use it. So let's find it over here. So let's choose this kind of rate one I'm gonna choose. So let's select so I have it over here, so I'm gonna select the up arrow, let's select that and drag it right over here into this field. Sorry, and it's flipping weird direction. So let's set the z basically back to 0, and we can choose something like 350 to make it a little bit large, the icon. So 350 in the 350 in the y, and I guess it seems pretty fine. And now if we just click on this play button, and you can just always remove basically we can do something else. The button doesn't seem perfect and okay, to be honest. So basically we need to change with something else. So as you can see, we can go left and right, and if we just click on this jump button, as you can see, we indeed jumping and it's working fine. But the problem is that button is not fading at all. So let's get out of play mode. And what we can do, basically we need to find a perfect button for that. So let's find it over here. I uh, don't s- I I'm not able to see any button right over here, so we have to go with it, I guess. But later on I'm gonna put a link in the description of this button as well, so we can just do that thing. Or what else we can do, we can just replace this button, uh, or basically we need to find a perfect button, but we cannot able to see that. Okay, let's select this jump button and let's change with something else. So let's drag this one, and this this one is male actually. So what we're gonna do, we will do something else. Let's select this info button actually, info button, or plus we can see, so we can choose this one as well. So let's select this one, or let's select this play button. I'm really sorry if I'm just taking more time. And what we will do, let's flip in this, let's put it one, and we can just do, so let's set back to 0, and we can just do this thing, I guess. Let's, okay, so this one seems pretty good. So let's do it something like -180 in the Y. And it's kind of seem weird, but it's okay for now. And what we will do later, we're gonna change with something else, and I'm not gonna do that. Let's set back to 000, and let's choose a something else, something what we can choose. We don't have any button to choose over here, so I'm gonna select this info button and let's drag it right over here, something this. And this one is okay, and if we just click on this play button, and it's gonna work fine. The button still seems a little bit basically pretty big, so we can change a little bit. So I hope you get the idea that how you can just do that. So if we can move left and right, and if we click on this info button, as you can see, we jumping, we are able to jump. I hope you get the idea of this. And let's get out of play mode, and we're gonna make this button a little bit small. So let's do something like 325, and 325 in the width, sorry, 325, and it seems okay. And later on we're gonna change with this button with something else. For now it's okay and fine. And we are ready to create our background and those tile sets. So what we will do, I'm gonna select this ground basically. Let's select that. I'm gonna select this ground and let's delete, we don't need it. Instead we're gonna make the tile set. And of course I'm gonna give the link in the description of this tile set that we're going to use in this project, as well as gonna have it in the description. So let's go to tile map right over here, and we have it tile over here. So we need to create the tile palette, basically tile palette or the tiles. To do so, let's go to hierarchy. So we need to go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. Let's right click, then go to 2D object, then tile map over here you can see, and choose rectangular in the bottom. And as you can see, and we can just press down F to focus on that. So we are ready to create our tile palette. To do so, over here you can see tile palette in scene tab in the bottom right. So just click on that, and it says no valid tile. So we basically we need to create a tile palette. To do so, just click right over here and click on create new tile palette. and name the tile palette what you want. So I'm gonna call it something tile, and let's click on this create button, and it's gonna create right away. And we need to choose a folder where we want to save. So let's go to assets, and in there let's create a folder. So let's go to assets. Basically what you can do, you can just go over to project tab, then assets, right click on assets, then create a folder, and you can call that folder to something like tile map. So let's call it tile map. And now let's go right over here one more time, and let's click right over here and click on create new tile palette, and name the palette what you want. So let's call it tile, and click on create, and we have to choose a folder where we want to save it. So basically we created we recently created this folder, as you can see, which is tile map. So let's select that folder and click on select folder. And what we have to do now, we need to drag the tiles right over here. To do so, let's go to assets, then sprites and tile map right over here. Let's select all of this sprite by holding down shift. So select all of them by holding down shift and move it into this tile, basically tile palette. And we need to choose a folder. So let's go to assets, then this tile map. Let's select that folder and click on select folder. And as you can see, it's indeed created, and we are ready to place our tiles. To do so, let's click on this first one, and you can choose this brush tool to just paint your tiles, or the shortcut key you can see is B. And now let's select this now, the middle one, and we can just do like this. So it's gonna place our tiles right away, and from these edges we're gonna choose the edge, you can say edge tiles. So let's choose them and do it over here. As you can see, it's pretty great. And what we're gonna do now, let's and let's suppose you want to erase this tile. You just place a wrong tile something somewhere. So what you have to do, you can select a eraser tool right over here in tile palette, as you can see. So just click on that, and you can erase the tile you wrongly placed anywhere, or anywhere there you placed, basically you placed your tile. So just you can remove this by just selecting this. But the problem is that if we just try to paste, we can see our tile seems a little bit larger. It's not fitting our grid. Basically these are called grid, and it's not fitting well. So basically we need to make these individual tiles a little bit smaller. To do so, what we're gonna do, let's cut this, and we have to select all of the sprites of all of this tile sprite. Basically select all of them and go over to inspector, and over there you can see pixel per unit. So if you make this number small, something like 64, this tile is gonna be a little bit larger. But if you make this pixel per unit a large number, then this tile is gonna be smaller. So that's why we're gonna choose something like 132. And after choosing that, scroll down, you can see a apply button. So just click on that, and it's gonna apply right away. And it seems like there is gap between our tiles. So what we will do, we will go over here, instead over here choosing 132, and let's choose something like 116, I guess, 116. And let's scroll down, let's click on this apply, and we should able to see it's gonna fill out. Indeed, it's get fill out. So now what we can do, we can select this grid, and it's still this tile's not fitting at all perfectly. So what we can do, we can just play around with these numbers. So let's select all of them by holding down shift one more time, and let's choose something like 100, and we can choose something like 100 and 120. Let's select that, and let's scroll down, let's click on this apply all, and I guess it's fine. And if we just select this grid, it still seems pretty much big. So we can just select one more time, and let's do it somewhere 124. 124, let's scroll down, let's click on this apply button one more time, And if we select this grid by now, and still it's a little bit large, you can say. And we can just make this, so let's select one more time, and let's do it somewhere around 126. And let's scroll down, let's click on this apply button one more time, and let's have a look. So if we select this grid by now, it is still seems like it's just the edges surpass this grid, but it's okay. But it's okay. And now what we're gonna do, let's select this tile map in hierarchy and click on this open tile palette, and let's place our tile. And let's suppose you just want to make this copy. Before we do that, let's complete this tile. And if you just wrongly place it, so you can just select this eraser tool, and you can select like this, you can just remove at once. So you can just do that. But let's complete this ground, so I'm gonna choose the edges for this, and let's move it here, and it's fine. And let's select this one, and we can just do this thing, I guess. And let's, and for this one, let's select this one. And for this top right edges, we will choose top right edges. And for the middle, let's choose the middle tiles, and let's place it like this. And I hope you get the idea. And let's suppose you just want to make this one copy of this total ground. So to copy it, you can see a tool right over here. It says mark tool, and the shortcut key for is I. So you can just select like this which part you want to copy. So I want to copy the whole thing, or whole tile, or whole tile, you can say. So I'm going to select like this, and I can just paste it anywhere I want, something right over here. So I can do this like this, as you can see. I hope you get the idea. And let's suppose you just place it at wrong place, and you just want to move this ground or this tile somewhere else. So for that, we can see a tool right over here, and it's called a area tool. Basically, we have to choose and the area, and the shortcut key for is as you can see. So you can select which one you want to just want to move it, move it somewhere. So you can select that ground like this, and we have a move tool right over here, and the shortcut key for is M. So we can select that, and we can just move it anywhere we want, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea or basics of it. And now if I just cut these tiles, as you can see, the grid is gone. And if we just click on this play button, you're gonna able to see that player game object just gonna pass through this ground, this tile. Why? Because we haven't added a collider to these grounds or to these tiles yet, so that's why it's gonna pass through. So basically we need to add colliders as well. So as you can see, it's get passed through. So let's get out of play mode, and to add a collider to this, firstly we need to select this tile map. Basically select this tile map, not the grid one, make sure. So select the tile map and go over to inspector, and in the bottom click on this add component and find over there. So let's cut, and you can find physics 2D, and find over there tile map collider 2D. So we have it somewhere, I guess. If it's if you can find not if you are not able to find it, so what you can do, you can just type right over there tile map, and you can see tile map collider. So if we just click on that, the tile map just added up quickly, as you can see, and it's added up individually to each grid. I hope you get the idea. And now if we just click on this play button, by now we should able to see that player game object just gonna land right after the game start on top of these tiles, or you can say we can name it something like ground instead of tile map. So let's have a look on it first. So as you can see, we are indeed able to just just move around on that. And it's, but the problem is that we are stuck at jump animation clip, and if we just try to click on this jump button, we are not able to jump at all. Why? Because we need to assign this tile map or this colliders as a ground, because we only checking for ground game object to jump on. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So if we open up the player script, and if we just move to bottom of our player script, as you can see, we checking if the game object has tag ground, at that moment we are able to jump. Basically setting back is ground to true, so that's why we are able to jump. So what we have to do, basically we need to assign this tile map or this colliders as a ground tag. To do so, select the game object first, basically this tile map, go over to inspector and tag, and it says untagged. So let's just click on that and let's assign it with ground. Now we assign it this tile map collider or this tile as a ground tile. So basically this will work as a ground by now. So let's click on this play button by now and let's have a look. And we can just place all the tiles we want. It's totally up to you. I'm gonna make that as well. So just wait, and we should be able to jump by now. We're gonna able to jump by now basically. So as you can see, we are indeed able to jump, and we can just move around on top of this tile map, or this, we can call it something like ground instead. So let's get out of play mode first, and let's suppose you just want to compile all of these colliders at once instead of adding up individually. So what we have to do, we need to attach a composite collider 2D. To do so, select the tile map first, go over to inspector and click on this add component, and find over there by typing composite collider 2D and attach that, as you can see. And by default that rigid body gets added up, as you can see. So let's go over to rigid body, so click right there, and it says dynamic. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna choose kinematic. We have to choose it kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. And make sure collision detection you choose continuous, so it's gonna continuously gonna check our collision. And we need to move over to this interpolate, and we have to set to interpolate, and it says none, so we have to set to interpolate. After doing all of these things, go over to tile map collider one more time, basically click right there and click on this used by composite, as you can see. So just click on that, and as you can see, indeed the tiles, basically the colliders get compile at once, as you can see. Basically those are attached at once, we can see, instead of individually. I hope you get the idea of this. And what we have to do now, we need to make this one prefab. So let's suppose you make all of this ground, and if you just somehow you just deleted this ground right away, you're not gonna able to restore that. So that's why we're gonna make prefab, so we can restore that. So let's select this ground and let's drag it onto these assets, basically create a prefab folder and then drag it right there. So I'm gonna drag it in my prefab folder. So now if I just delete this ground right away, as you can see, it's gone. But we can restore that instantly by just going over to that prefab folder, basically where we drag it. Let's select that, and we can drag it into the scene view or into the hierarchy right away, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea that how you can just do this thing, and how you can just add up basically tile map, and you can just do the thing. I have created the ground tile map, as you can see. So over here you can see the water, how I have done. To do so, just go to grid, then right click on this grid, then go to 2D object, then tile map, and select this rectangular and call this rectangular something like water. I already have created right over we have, so I'm gonna delete this. So I'm gonna go to that water, select that water, and click on this open tile palette, and you are ready to place your this water anywhere you want. And don't do with this ground, and don't add any colliders to this water. I already have done it. and you need to assign. Let's suppose this water is in front of this ground layer. So if I select this water and assign this water to default, sorry, sorry, this tile map to water, as you can, if you gonna close look, I'm gonna set this water to default and this tile map or this ground to, so if I just click on this add sorting layer, okay. So let's create another layer for this ground. To do so, select that, something like select this, you can call this tile map to something like ground, then go over to inspector, then go to tile map renderer and click on add sorting layer. That is basically sorting layer. So just click on that and click on add sorting layer and hit this plus icon to add a sorting layer. So I'm gonna name this something like ground, and I'm gonna select this, I'm gonna take this ground behind all of the layers for explanation. So now if I select this tile map, or we can name it to something like ground instead. So let's call this one ground, and I want to assign this ground as a ground layer. So to do so, let's go to tile map renderer and I'm gonna choose this ground. As you can see, sorry, this back, so if I select this ground, and ground is behind, as you can see, I hope you get the idea. And basically assign this with some certain layer. So I'm going to select this water and let's go over to inspector, and I'm going to assign this to something like water for this water, and I'm gonna select this ground for ground. Let's click add sorting layer and I'm gonna drag this ground all the way up. Basically this ground will be in front of our this player layer, sorry, water layer, you can say. So that is the thing. Basically I hope you get the idea. And the thing we need to change is that this button. So I get a cool UI to do so. So I'm gonna go to project tab, assets, then UI, and then buttons, and I'm gonna go over to jelly buttons. I will of course have a link in the description of this UI as sprites, so you can go and check that out. So I'm gonna select the green one. So let's select that, select that and go over to inspector, click on sprite editor. As you can see, we have multiple sprites, so we need to cut them off individually. To do so, what we have to do, we need to go over to this sprite mode to multiple, because we have more than one sprite, and scroll down, click on this apply button. So it's gonna apply and we are ready to cut them individually. To do so, just wait. So to slice them individually, in the sprite editor you can see top left says slice. So just click on that, leave it to automatic, and then click on this slice and go over to click on this slice, and it's gonna slice individually, and we need to apply that. To apply, in the top right of sprite editor we can see apply button. So just click on that and it's gonna cut off individually each of this button. So just wait. And now if I select this in tab right over here, and go over to inspector, then canvas, and click right over here, then go over to arrow horizontal. Let's select this left button and F to focus on that, and I want to change with this button. So I'm gonna just click on that sprite sheet to see individual sprite, as you can see. So I'm gonna select the first one, or you can select any of them. So I'm gonna, let's suppose I'm gonna select this square one. So I'm gonna select that and drag it over to source image field, basically right over here. As you can see, indeed it's get turned into it green. And now let's select the right button and let's select this one more time, and let's drag it into this source image field. Right away it's just change it, as you can see. And what we want to do, on top of this button we're gonna add a image. Basically we will a left arrow image, so it can assign that we are going to left once we just click on this, and we're gonna add top of this one right arrow, so we can see that if we just click on it, so we can go in the right direction. So to do so, I'm gonna go to UI one more time right over here, then arrows. Of course I will also give a link of these arrows, basically Flatricon website, where you can just download these arrows by typing there, and you're gonna get easily. So for this left arrow, so what you have to do, you need to select the first button, basically the select the left or right. Let's suppose we gonna select the first one, this left one. So let's select that, right click on it, then go to image and go to UI and select this image. And what we have to do, we're gonna replace this image with our this arrow. So we're gonna choose the left arrow. So let's select that arrow and drag it over to this source image field right over here. As you can see, sorry, this will be the left one. I don't know, basically if I just drag this one, okay, this one basically left. So I have to rename this to something else, something. If I just right click, and I can rename this to something like left, and for this one I'm gonna rename this to right. Right, and now let's what we have to do, we need to increase the size of this image. To do so, we'll go over to inspector. In the rect transform, you're gonna see right over here, so just click on that and hold down all, and in the bottom right section you can see stretch tool. Basically select that anchor, basically select that, and it's gonna resize as the size of our button, but we're gonna make it a little bit small. To do so, let's select this rect tool right over here and hold down also, it's gonna resize from center, and we can resize there according to our needs. So I'm gonna move it somewhere around here. Let's shrink it down a little bit, and I guess it's fine. And you can choose any color you like, and you can just make this one transparent as well. So to do so, go to image component, click right over here in the color, and you can choose any color you like, something yellow or green. So I'm gonna choose white, and if I just scroll down in the A in the bottom, I'm gonna shrink this down, something like this, I guess. And we can choose black as well to make it transparent, something like that. So I'm gonna choose white instead, or let's choose another color. For this green, I'm gonna choose this dark green, and if I just shrink down, let's go with white, and I'm gonna shrink down. And I guess it's pretty fine. It's totally up to you how you want. So I'm gonna choose 150 in the A, and let's do the same thing for this button. So let's select this right button, right click on it, go to image, and go to UI and select this image. And we're gonna replace this image with this right one. So let's select the image and select this right arrow and drag it right over there. And it's this left one, I don't know why it's changing. Basically drag that, just download both of those arrows, right and left, and you will get. So let's resize this. So hold down also, it's gonna resize from center, and we can just move this or something right over here, I guess. And we need to resize as the size as we have done for the left one, and we can just move this, and we can just go select this button, basically this image, go over to rect transform, right click, and then copy the scale. So we're gonna copy, just go over to copy and copy the scale. So let's copy that, and let's go over to this button, go over to rect transform, right click, and we're gonna paste. Let's go over to paste, and we're gonna paste the scale. As you can see, indeed it's fine now. And we can also do with the same thing with position. So we can just do that, or we can just leave that as well. I'm gonna move this somewhere, something like this, and basically match that up. And let's choose the same. So in the A, I'm gonna do 150 to make it simpler. And now if we just click on this play button, we should able to see, once we click on this right arrow, we're gonna go to the right direction, and once we do with left arrow, so basically this image is just for just for the sign that which direction we want to go. So if I just click on left, we going left, and if I just click over on this right, we going right direction, and it's pretty good. And let's do the same thing with this jump button. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and make sure you just go to arrow horizontal, basically the main game object, main game object, go over to that and go over to inspector, then overrides, and click on apply all. So the changes you made will be saved and into prefab of this arrow horizontal. And now we're gonna select this jump button. Let's select that, and as you can see in the image source, image says missing sprite. So we're gonna go over to jelly. Let's click right over here in this sprite sheet, and let's select that and drag it right there. And as you can see, indeed it's done, and we can just rotate this if we want. So I'm gonna basically rotate this in the left direction. So I'm gonna put in the x minus 1. So as you can see, it's something like it's just facing in the right direction. And for this let's select the button first, right click, then go to UI and select this image, and go over to rect transform, then click right over here and hold down all and select this bottom right one. So now if we just try to select this button and try to resize, we can see indeed that image is also resizing. So that is the reason of selecting that. So if I just select, so we just stretch according to our button size. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna do this button with 325 in the width and 325 in the height. And we want to replace this image with our arrow. So let's select this image right over here, and let's go to UI, then arrows, and I'm gonna select this up arrow. Let's select that and drag it over to source image right over here, and we're gonna shrink it down a little bit. So let's select this image and hold down all, so it's gonna resize from center as you can see, and we're gonna center this somewhere like this. I guess it's pretty fine. And once it's done, we're gonna go over to, basically we can go or we can just leave it like this, and it seems pretty great. And let's do the same thing with this right and left arrow. So I'm gonna go there. Let's select both of this image by control, and I'm gonna choose the end channel. I'm gonna drag all the way up, and I guess it seems pretty fine now. And make sure you go always to this arrow horizontal, go over to inspector, then overrides, and click on apply all, so the changes will be saved. And I'm gonna drag this jump button something right over here to match up the same height from the bottom the button is placing. So I'm gonna check that out. And now if we just click on this play button in the top and try to click on this jump arrow or this jump button, we will able to jump in the y axis. So now if I just click on this, as you can see, indeed we jumping, we can move left and right. If I just click on this jump, we can jump. So I hope you get the idea. And what we have to do, as you can see, we are flipping, basically weirdly flipping, as you can see. To restrict that, so let's get out of play mode. To restrict that, what we have to do, we need to select the player game object. So select the player game object in hierarchy, then go over to inspector and go over to rigid body, and over there in the bottom you can see constraint. So just go there and freeze the rotation about z axis. So if you just freeze it, it's not gonna rotate like that. Now we are done. So make sure just go to overrides and click on apply all, so the change is gonna be saved. So let's click on this play button in the top, and whatever you have done and you want to save your project in Unity editor, you just have to press down Ctrl plus S and it's gonna save right away. So now if we just try to, as you can see, we not just flipping weirdly, and I hope you get the idea. And we can jump off this, and we're gonna restrict that later. And it's time to just drag the background and the camera. So I'm gonna select the player game object and if to focus on it, and so we can scroll mouse to zoom in and out. So I'm gonna go over to project tab, then assets, then sprites background, I have it over here, so I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna choose a background. Of course, I also gonna give a link in the description of this as well, you can go and check that out. So I'm gonna select winter season, and I guess this is pretty fine, this seems pretty fine, and we can just go with the first one as well. Okay, so the first one seems pretty great. So what we will do, we will select all from that folder, that winter folder, we're gonna select, drag it into the scene view or into the hierarchy. So I'm gonna drag into the scene view, let's select the first one, let's select the second one, let's drag one by one. As you can see, uh, we can just drag one by one, uh, as you can see. But and what we're gonna do, we're gonna select all of them, so just go to hierarchy, select all of them by holding down shift and go over to inspector, then transform, right click and reset the transform. So it's gonna reset the position of this, all of this background to 0 0 0 in the X, as you can see. But the problem is that this seems pretty small, and it seems like background is in front of our player game object, so we need to assign with this. Before we do, let's make this backgrounds little bit bigger. To do so, we're gonna select all of this background by holding down shift. From this 6 we have these are not, this basically previews you can say. So we're gonna select from 1 to 6, select that, go over to inspector, then make this pixel per unit less. Less pixel size means this sprite or this layers just gonna be big, so we're gonna choose something like 32. And this is an pixel art if you take a closer look, so that's why we're gonna scroll down, and filter mode we're gonna choose point no filter because this is an pixel art. And after doing that, scroll down and click on this apply all, and sorry, apply button. As you can see, indeed it's get big. So what we're gonna do, but the problem is that we're not able to see our player game object. Basically, player game object layer is behind of our this background layers. So what we have to do, we're gonna select this player game object, so select the player game object from hierarchy, go over to inspector, then sprite renderer, and go over to sorting layer, click right there and click on add sorting layer, and hit this plus icon. So we're gonna make for our player game object, so let's make for our player. So we have 6 background as we can see, so we're gonna make all 6 layer for 6 background, and we will drag those background all the way behind our player game object as well as this ground, so we can see our ground. Basically those background layer just gonna be behind our player game object and also from this ground. So that's why, to do so, let's hit this plus icon and let's make this one something like 6. 6, let's hit this one more time, let's 5, then 4, sorry, 4, then 3, 3, then 2, then 1. And what we will do, we will select the 6 background or the 6 layer, we're gonna drag it all the way behind, and then 5, and then 4, 4, and then 3, 2, and 1. I hope you get the idea. And we will leave this player in front of all of this layer, from this background, this water, this background. I hope you get the idea. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna select this player game object, select the player, go over to inspector, and sorting layer, we're gonna choose this player. Now as you can see, we are able to see player game object by now. And this is if we select this first background, this one, and select this move tool and drag it over here, so this one is all the way, this one is basically will be all the way behind. So for this one, what we will do, we will choose 6, so go over to inspector, we're going to choose 6. And now let's select this second one, let's select this move tool and let's move it up, so this one gonna also be all the way behind. So for this one, we're gonna choose 5, and so on. And now let's select the third one, sorry, for this third one, we're gonna choose 4, and this fourth one, this one we will choose basically this one right over here. I guess okay, so for this one let's choose 3, and for this I guess this is trees, so for this we will choose 2, and for this one this is the trees, so this will be all the way up, so that's why we're gonna choose for this one. I hope you get the idea. Now let's select all of them by holding down shift, go over to inspector, then transform, right click and reset the transform, so it's gonna reset the position to 0 0 0 as you can see. And I hope you get the idea. And what we want to do now, I'm gonna drag it all the way behind, something like this, and we can make it a little bit bigger to make it even cooler. To do so, let's go to sprites, then background, let's select this winter one, let's select all of the sprite by holding down shift from 1 to 6, go over to inspector, let's make this pixel per unit less number, less pixel size, pixel per unit, basically the sprite will be large, so let's choose something like 16, and scroll down, let's click on this apply button, so it's gonna apply as you can see, and I hope you get the idea. But the problem is that if we just click on this play button and try to move left and right and try to jump, this basically our camera is not following our player game object at all, so we need to do something. So if I just try to move left and right, as you can see, the camera is not following our player game object. So what we will do, let's get out of play mode. For that we will use Cinemachine. Cinemachine camera, we're not gonna use main camera, basically we just gonna leave that, instead we're gonna use Cinemachine. To do so, we need to go to window in the top, you can see, and then click on this package manager. So click on this package manager, so you will be in something like in project or my assets. So what you have to do, just click right over here and choose unity registry, and it's gonna depend upon on your network. So once those loaded up, you're gonna see Cinemachine, we need to install that. So scroll down over here, we can see Cinemachine, so I already have installed it. So what you have to do, select the Cinemachine, in the right you can see install button, so just click on install, and after install it's gonna import a Cinemachine to your project. And once it's done, so let's cut this, what we have to do, and to make this hierarchy a little more basically clean, we're gonna create a background game object, something like that, or empty game object. So let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, and let's create an empty game object, and we can call this game object something like backgrounds holder or backgrounds. Go over to transform, right click and reset the transform, and you can choose an icon for that, but clicking right over here in this box, so I'm going to choose this yellow one, something like that. And now we will select all of this background by holding down shift, and let's replace top of this background game object. Now we can just collapse it once, as you can see, now our hierarchy seems lot more clean. So make sure you just select this background and make this one prefab, so you don't need to work from scratch, drag one by one this layer, and you need to work from scratch. So that's why select this background game object and drag it into that prefab folder, and we are ready to create our Cinemachine camera. To do so, go to hierarchy, right click, then go to Cinemachine and select this 2D camera in the top. And as you can see, indeed our camera just added up this virtual camera. And what we have to do now, if we go to inspector then Cinemachine virtual camera, we can see a follow field and it says none. So what we want this player game object to follow, so that's why we will select this player game object and drag it right there into that follow field. Now if we just click on this play button, we're gonna able to see the camera just gonna follow our player wherever the player goes, camera just gonna go with it. So just wait for to compile, and now if I just, as you can see, indeed our camera is following our player game object, basically wherever the player is going, camera just going with it. I hope you get the idea. And the problem is that camera is little bit seems like too much far away from this player game object. So let's get out of play mode and we're gonna do some settings. And if we select this main camera, in main camera game object, a Cinemachine brain just added up right away once we created this virtual camera. Why? Basically, Cinemachine virtual camera brain, this component added up because this virtual camera will tell what main camera actually should do. So that's why in this main camera, this Cinemachine brain just added up, so it's gonna give instruction to this main camera, basically what main camera should do. So basically that is the thing. And to basically to zoom in out, so we're gonna select this virtual camera, and virtual camera, and we're gonna go over to inspector, then ortho size, and we can make basically we can zoom in and out. So I'm gonna choose something like 8, as you can see. And let's suppose you want the parallax effect, basically which layer is close to our player game object. We want that layer to move slowly, compare which one is further away from this player game object. To do so, or to add a parallax effect, we need to go over to this main camera. So just go over to that, go over to inspector, then camera section, and over there you can see projection and it says orthographic. So just click on that and select this perspective, and now we are ready to just add a parallax effect. To do so, if I just click on this 2D in scene tab in the top, we can see if I just click on that, we can see all the layers just get attached. And if I just hold down and try to move our mouse, we can see that. So what we will do, we will select the basically the behind one, which is gonna be far away from our player game object. We will take we're gonna take that, and we're gonna drag it far from our player game object. So what we will do, we will go over to this backgrounds in hierarchy and click right over here. Let's select the all the way behind one, so behind one, or the sky you can say. Let's select that and let's drag it all the way behind, something like we're gonna move over to 10 in the Z. And now we're gonna select the second one and let's move it somewhere around 5, I guess, 5, or we can just do 7. And let's select the third layer. So if we just drag the layers, basically if we just take them far from our player game object, so it's gonna move little slowly compare to the closer one. I'm really apologize that I basically wrongly miss out that thing. So I'm gonna select the fourth one and let's drag it somewhere. So I'm gonna choose third one firstly. So second one is 7, third one let's do 5, or we can just do 6. Let's select this one, let's do 5, and let's select the fifth one and let's move it somewhere around 4. And let's select the first one, or this one, and let's move it somewhere around 3, 3, or we can just move it to 2, sorry 4, and we can just do 4.5. And now it's case. So once you done, click on this 2D one more time to get back to the position where you was before, where we are at. So if we just click on this play button now in the top, we're gonna have that background just gonna move uh, to it slowly or speedy, depending upon each other, or depending upon how far from the layer is from our player game object. So if I just try to move, we can see indeed the parallax effect just get added up, and we can see indeed it seems pretty much cool. We can see we can go left and right, and we can jump as well. So I hope you get the idea, and we get a problem and we're gonna fix it later. So it's get basically work on that and you're gonna get hang of it. So what we want, let's get out of play mode, let's drag it a little bit more further away. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select the behind one. So let's click on this 2D in the scene tab in top. So I'm gonna drag it somewhere 30. Let's select the second one and let's move it somewhere 12. And what we will do, we will select this move tool right over here, and let's move it in the Y somewhere uh, around something like 7, or we can just do 6. And now let's select the third, basically this one, and let's move over around here, and let's move in the Y. Sorry, in the Y we can just do much, and manually you can do by selecting this move tool right over here. And let's select this one, let's move and let's drag it, and okay, it seems pretty fine. And we can select this one, let's move it in the Y little bit, and let's select this. Then fifth one, let's move it somewhere around like this, and let's select the closer one, and we can just move in the something like this, and let's move, sorry, and it's already seems pretty cool. And make sure you just go to main game object or this background, basically the parent, select that, go over to inspector, then overrides, and click on apply all, so the changes we made will be saved. And now let's click on this 2D one more time in the scene tab to go back, and if we just click on this play button, we're gonna see, we will able to see it's gonna work fine. And we need to duplicate these layers to just feed up our whole level. So as you can see, indeed, this seems pretty quite good, and it seems pretty much cool, as you can see. And what we want, I think we just drag it all the way behind, basically play around this, and you're gonna get hang of it, and we are ready to duplicate. So let's select all of this layer by holding down shift and control D to duplicate, and let's select this move tool right over here, and let's move it somewhere around here to just basically feed up something around 36 would be a great. And let's you can just select one more time, basically select that, control D to duplicate one more time, and let's move it 7 to 72 somewhere like that, 72. And let's what we will do, we will duplicate one more time, so control D to duplicate, and we will move this one to minus 36 to fill this one, this area. So let's do something like minus 36, so it's gonna fill out this one, and I hope you get the idea. And what we have to do now, we're gonna select the duplicate one, so one goes to one, so basically select all of this one layer, select all of them by holding down shift, and move it over to this top one, basically to the one, basically make this child to the parent one. And we're gonna do the same thing, let's select the duplicates of two, and let's just select them and place it top of these two to just basically make it parent. And we're gonna do with same thing with 3 and then 4, basically the duplicates one, we're gonna just drag it to the first one, select them, and I hope you get the idea. And now we can just go to this background, go over to inspector, then overrides, and click on apply all. So I click on apply all, so the changes gonna be saved, and I hope you get the idea. And if we just click on this play button, by now we should able to see it's already filled out. And you can just drag these layers to match up a correct height and basically perfect ratio of height. And we can just do, and over seems like it's not fitting up, so you can just play around with Z axis. You can just drag this layer close to the player game object, or you can just drag it far from this player game object, basically just do a perfect thing to match that up, this height as well, to fit it up the height. I hope you get the idea. And we can just play this, and we can just play this, and we can just zoom out our camera a little bit. It seems camera is too much close, so we can just get out of play mode. And now we're gonna select this basically this main camera, and we can just make, go over to inspector, then field of view in camera section or camera component. We can just make this, basically we cannot make it, instead we need to go this virtual camera, and we can make this go over to inspector and then lens and vertical if field of view you can say, and we can zoom in and out. So I'm gonna zoom out a little bit, something like this. This seems a perfect number, something 70 I guess. So let's put, and it seems pretty fine. So let's click on this play button in the top now, and I'm gonna replace this arrow, it the edges seems sharp, instead I want just a little bit round. You can find that from Flaticon as easily, so you can just do that. And I hope you get the idea that how you can just make this parallax, and how you can just do with writing a single line of code to make a main camera follow your player game object. And we're gonna add some coins and something, some enemies to do some little stuff. And I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and whatever you have done so far and you want to save this, what you have to do, you need to go to top left in the file. So just go there and click on this save, or you can shortcut see the shortcut key, which is control plus s to save your project. So we're gonna hit down control s to save our project. Now our project is saved.
So we are ready to add trap. So if I just go over to google.com, of course I will give a link of these sprites as well in the description. From this just gonna use these traps only from these sprites you can say. So let's go to Unity, and I'm gonna go over to new details. Then over here I'm gonna find the shop, something right over. So right over we have, so let's select that from that assets folder. Let's select it and drag it into the scene view or into the hierarchy, as you can see. And it seems pretty big, you can see that. So let's select this move tool right over here. Let's move it somewhere around here, and I'm gonna just make the size of this a little bit small. To do so, we're gonna select the saw from that sprite folder and go over to inspector, and this make this pixel per unit a big number. So this sprite just gonna be little, so we're gonna do something 132, and let's scroll down and click on this apply button. It's gonna apply right away, and it still seems pretty much big. So let's do somewhere around 164, and let's scroll down and let's click on this apply button. And I guess this seems pretty fine now. So what we will do, we will select this saw and let's drag it somewhere around here, and let's add some component. Firstly, we're gonna add a collider for collision detection. So let's click on this add component and find over there circle collider 2D, and we need to adjust the collider. So go to circle collider 2D and click on this edit collider, and we need to edit the collider as the size of our this saw. So we're gonna make it somewhere around 1.2 or 1.4. 1.4 seems pretty fine. And what we need to do, make sure you just check this one is trigger, or it's gonna register our player game object to pass through. So that's why we're gonna check this is trigger, or you can just uncheck as well. So we're gonna check for collision, but I'm gonna check it. And now what we will do, we will add another component. So to do so, let's click on this add component, and we will find over there by typing rigid body 2D, and let's click on this rigid body 2D, and we will set this body type to dynamic to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. And for collision detection, choose continuous, and now it's pretty fine. And let's create a script which will just move this saw up and down. Before we do that, let's make a something like uh, spinning animation or rotating animation, something like that. To do so, let's select this saw, and we need animation tab. So right over here I have. If you haven't, what you need to do, you need to go to window in the top, then scroll down, says animation, and the shortcut key is control 6, as well as the animator tab. So select the animation tab and select this saw in hierarchy and click on this create button, and we're gonna create. So we're gonna go over to enemies, then free platform, then assets. And in assets we created a animation folder. So let's open that up by double clicking on it, and let's create a subfolder. So right click, then new and a folder, and let's call this folder to something like traps animation, traps animation. And then let's open up that subfolder as well by double clicking on it, and we have to name the animation. So we can call this something like spinning, or let's call saw spinning. And then click on this save button, and we are ready to create our animation. To create, make sure you just hit this record button to record your animation. So we're gonna move over somewhere around 30 frames, and 30 frames, and go over to select the saw, go over to inspector, then go to rotation and z axis, and put something like 360. And if we just click on this play button in animation tab, we can see our saw is spinning. And we will go over to one more, basically 1 second, or 1 second, 30 frames, we will go 60 frames, or you can say 1 second, something right over here. Then we're gonna set one more time to 0. And now if we just click on this play button in animation tab, we can see our show is spinning again and again. And that's great. And so and we created this saw animation, spinning animation. And what we're gonna do now, let's go to project tab. And if we just click on this play button in the top, we're gonna see able to see that this saw just gonna rotate right after the game start, because that is a default animation we created. And what we want to do by now, we also want to, as you can see, the saw is spinning, and we want to move this saw between 2 points. Basically we gonna create 2 points, and between those 2 points we want to move this saw up and down, or horizontally as well. So let's get out of play mode, and let's create a script for that. So go over to project tab, then assets, and go to script folder, then right click, create C# script, and name it to something like Shaw. I already have it over here, so I'm going to select the Shaw game object in hierarchy, and let's select that script and drag it to add component section. Or what else you can do, you can just click on this add component, then new script, name the script what you want, and in the bottom you can see create and add. So just click on that, it's gonna create the script right away, and it's gonna attach your script to your game object. And now let's double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio. So by default, as you can see, we have start and update function. Before we get into this, let's go to Unity, and we're gonna create 2 points. So let's create 2 points. To do so, let's go to hierarchy, right click, then create an empty game object, go over to inspector and click on this box icon, and you can select an icon for that, or gizmos. So I'm gonna select this yellow one, and we're gonna move it somewhere around here for now, basically from here. And let's duplicate this point. To do so, let's select that point, control D to duplicate, and let's move it somewhere over here. So basically between these 2 points we want to move this saw between these 2 points. So I'm going to select the first point, and let's drag it a little bit up. And to make our hierarchy little more clean, we're going to create an empty game object. To do so, let's go to hierarchy one more time, right click, create an empty game object, and we can call this game object to something like show moving points, or something around like that. So I'm going to call instead points. Go over to transform, right click and reset the transform, and you can select an icon for that. So I'm going to select this one, and let's select both of this point by holding down shape, and just place it top of this point game object. So basically make this child, and we can now just click right over here to collapse it at once. So our hierarchy gonna be clean, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea of this. Sorry, I'm just having the tea. And what are we gonna do now,
let's open up the script, show script, by double clicking on it. And what we need, basically we need these 2 points, so so we can move between these 2 points. To do so, let's go to script, and we need those 2 points. So let's go to top of our class, and let's make a public points, or you can say position. So we do know transform is responsible for position, so that's why we're going to type transform. You can assume that position. And we need to make an square brackets, basically array. Why? Because we have more than 1 points, as you can see. If we have this point as this, so we have 2 points, basically more than one. So that's why we just made an array which gonna hold multiple values. It can be position, name, anything like that. And we can call this something like move points, and close that up with some colon, and control us to save your code. And let's go to Unity now. So underneath our assets, underneath our underneath our sorry, underneath our source script, we're gonna able to see that those 2 points, basically the array just gonna appear. So if I select this show now, now as you can see, underneath our show script we can see move points array which is totally empty. So what we can do, we can select both of these points. So let's click right over here to expand, and let's select this show. So select the show and go over to inspector, and in the top right inspector you can see lock button. So just lock it, and select the first point, drag it to this array, and select the second point and drag it to this array one by one, you can say. And now we can just collapse it one, and we can just unlock this in inspector. And so if we select this row, so basically this point right over here, index, we can see 0, as you can see. So index 0 is this point, basically this point, up point, and index 1 is basically this point, the bottom point, you can say. So index of 0 is the this point, and index of 1 is the this point, which is the bottom one. So we just want to move around between these 2 points. So let's open up the script one more time. And over here what we're gonna do, over here we will transform dot basically we will use this vector 2. Firstly we will set transform dot position, basically transform dot position right over here, and we will set equal to transform dot right position over here, referencing this. We just moving over to this transform, then position, basically current position of this raw game object. And we will set equal to vector 2 dot move towards function. And this function right over here, this function right over here gonna take two position. It will take as a first argument the current position, and the second argument it will take the target position, basically where you want to go. And the third argument it's gonna take the speed, how much speed, with speed you want to go to that point. So as a first argument we're gonna pass our current position, which is transform dot position. So let's pass transform dot position and the target position. So let's suppose we want to, if we go to Unity, we want to move to this point. So the index of this point is 0, as you can see right over here in underneath our show script. So what we will do, we have to type the array name, which is move points, we do know, and we need to make this square brackets, and we can define the index, basically where we want to go. So if we pass right over here 0, 0, basically index of 0 referencing this position, the top one, and index of 1 referencing the bottom point. So let's suppose we just want to move to this point, up point, the top point. So that's why I pass in this square bracket 0, and then we have to access the position. So that's why we have to type dot position. So basically we just are gonna move to the first this top position, and the third argument comma, it's gonna take the speed.
So let's go to top of our class right over here. Let's define a variable for our spread, and let's make it public so we can adjust through inspector. That will be float, and we can call something like speed. And by default I'm gonna give a default value something like 2f or 2 unit of speed. And let's put right over here speed, which is by default we set 2. And make sure you just multiply this with the time dot sorry, time dot delta time. I'm really sorry for that, time dot delta time. And close that up with semicolon. So we're just setting the current position. As you can see, transform dot position equal to vector 2 dot move towards, which takes the current position and the position where we want to go. So we pass 0, basically we're gonna go to the top position, and this much of speed as you can see. So control X to save your code. And now let's move to Unity. Move to Unity. So we should able to see this shot just gonna move to this point, because we can see the speed as you can see right over here, and we can adjust it over here. I'm gonna leave with 2. Now if we just click on this play button, so we're gonna move to this point, this top one, because we pass as an index which is 0. So just wait for to compile. And now if we just see that, so as you can see, indeed this saw just moving to this point. And what we want, we have to do right now, we also need to move this saw to this point as well. And once it's right over here, we have to move this saw one more time to this point. So basically we just want to loop this saw to move between these points. So let's get out of play mode. So we basically need to increase our index. So let's go to script. So basically we need to increase this 0 by 1. So if we just put right over here 1, so it's gonna move to the bottom point. So let's create a index variable something like that to keep track of which point we are currently, and we're gonna increase by 1 so we can just move to the next point as well. So let's go to top of our class, and we're gonna make a public. It doesn't need to be public, instead you can make this one private. So for explanation I'm gonna make this one public, and that will be int, which is whole number like 0 1 2. And I'm gonna call point index. So let's call it point index. And by default I'm gonna set equal to 0 and close that up with semicolon. So we're gonna move by right away to the first point. And what we're gonna do right over here, so basically once we are right over here something like this shaw and this point, the position between them is too much small. Basically this shaw something right over here, so we're gonna check the distance between them. If it's pretty small, something the shaw is right over here, then we're gonna increase that index or that point index by one. So basically that is the thing. So let's go to script. So we're gonna replace this 0 with our point index. By default we set 0 as you can see. So we're gonna move to the first point. And what we have to do, so we're gonna check it right before we move. We're gonna check the distance between our saw. Basically, sorry, I lost hierarchy. So if you lost any tab, what you have to do, you need to go to window in the top, then general, and you can find. So I recently lost this hierarchy, so I'm just gonna click, and the shortcut key you can see, which is control plus 4. So I'm gonna bring that up. As you can see, indeed it's get. So I'm gonna move this one over here. So basically this saw and this point, if the distance between them is too much small, basically this saw is too much close to this point. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna increase our point index. So let's go to script, and we will check. So we will use this if condition. If we will use this vector2 dot distance function. and this function right over here gonna take two position and it's gonna compare between them. So first position, obviously we're gonna pass our own position. So transform dot position basically means current position of our saw or the trap, and the second position we're gonna pass basically oh this position, move point, basically this position you can say first point, or it's gonna depend. We also gonna check for this one as well. If the distance between this saw and this point is pretty much small, then we're gonna set back our point index to 0. So this saw just gonna move to this point one more time, and once it's over here we're gonna increase the point index by 1, so it's gonna move to this point, and once it's over here we're gonna set back point index to 0, so it's gonna go back to this point. So so basically the saw just gonna loop between these 2 points. So basically just gonna move between these point. That is the thing. So over here as a second position I'm gonna pass more. So let's pass point index, and we need to square brackets, sorry, oh not point index, basically move points. We have to pass the array name which is move points, as you can see, and we need to make this square brackets, and we have to pass the index. So we're gonna pass right over here point index, and by default it's 0. 0 basically will be the first point. So basically we're checking for the first time with our first position, and make sure you just type dot position as well. So the distance between our saw and the first point, we're gonna check if the distance between them, if it's lesser than some smaller number, so we're gonna check for 0.1f something like that, and make some curly bracket. So what we're gonna do, basically we checking our saw position and the position we moved, basically for the first time this gonna be right over here. So the distance between checking if it's lesser than 0.1, basically the saw is now right over here, basically close to here. So what we have to do now, we're gonna increase the point index. So we're gonna increase the this point index, and if we increase the point index by 1, so this one right over here gonna be 1. So the current position or the saw just gonna move to the second position, or the you can say this bottom position, because we're gonna increase the index by 1, and 1 if we just put so this point index gonna be 1, and we do know, so it's gonna move to the bottom point. So we need to increase that. So let's set point index plus equal 1. So point index is 0, so 0 plus 1 gonna be 1. So the point index right over here gonna be 1, so the point index right over here will be 1. So we're gonna move to the next position. And what we have to do now, what we have to do now so if I just press down Ctrl S to save our code and go back to Unity, we're gonna able to see this saw just gonna move to the first point, and then once it's close to the first point, then it will move over to the bottom point. But we will get some error once we go over to bottom point, because we also gonna checking the position between them. So if I just select the console in the bottom and clear it and click on this play button in the top, we're gonna able to say that. Let me explain what's gonna happen. So just wait. So if we move to the first point, so as you can see it's moving, the saw moving first point, and once it's over here it's moving to the second point. And now we're getting an error, we're not going back to the first point or this top point, and we're getting say index was outside the bounds of array. Basically let me explain. So if I just get out of play mode and click on this array by double clicking on it, we're gonna go to that script. So over here so the next time this point index right over here became 1. So now we're checking this our saw position and the second position. If it's lesser than 0.1, then we increase in point index by 1. So this point index already now 1, so 1 plus 1 right over here becomes 2, and we do know that we don't have any third point, and third point index gonna be 2. So that's why we don't have any third point, so that's why we're getting the error, we're trying to move to the third point.
third point, as you can see. But we don't have the third point, so that's why we getting an error, and it says index was outside the bounds array. So third point index gonna be 2. Sorry, third yeah. So third point index gonna be 2, and we do know that we don't have third point, and we increasing our point index by 2, so we don't have third point, so that's why we getting error. So we will go to script. Once we something right over here, the shop position and this bottom position, if the distance between them some smaller number, or a smaller number, then we're gonna go back to this first point as well. So just gonna move over to the top point one more time. To do so, we're gonna go to script, and over here we're gonna check. So before we move over here, we will check if point move points dot length, sorry, if we're gonna check if point index, if it's equals to move points dot length, and make this curly bracket. So whatever what we doing something, when we are in the bottom point, we do know that this point index gonna be 2, because this point index now already 1, so 1 plus 1 gonna be 2. And over here we checking if point index which is 2, if it's equals to move points dot length. Move points dot length right over here means how many points we have. So if we go to unity, we have 1 and 2, so we have 2 points. So we're checking if 2, basically 2, if it's equals to 2, basically we are in the bottom point. So what we want to do, we want to set back this point index to 1, sorry, 0. And if we set this to 0, so this one right over here gonna be 0, and so we're gonna move to the first point right away, as you can see. So we're gonna move to the first point right away. So once we are in the bottom point, then we're gonna set back a point index to 0. Basically we're checking right over here if the point index is equals to move points dot length, basically means how many points we have. So this point index 1, we are at the bottom position, this point index is 2, and we're checking if it's equals to move points dot length, which is already is 2, so the condition over here getting true. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna set back this point index to 0 one more time. And if we set this to 0, so we will move to the first point to the top point one more time. So let's set back. So point index we will set equal to 0, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. And now let's move to unity. So we should able to see that once this shaw is to the bottom point, it's gonna go over to the top point one more time. Why? Because we're setting back our point index to 0. So index 0, we do know this top point, and index 1 is the bottom point. So let's have a look on that. So if we just click on this play button in the top and have a look. So just wait for to compile. I really apologize for the background noises coming out. I really apologize for that. So as you can see, it's moving to the first point, and once it's over here, it's moving to the this as third so sorry second point, and it's moving to the first point again, and it's moving to the bottom point again. So basically it's just moving or looping between these 2 points, as you can see. And we can see that in the underneath our show script in inspector, as you can see, once the point index became 1, basically right over here we're setting back this point index to 0, and once it's 0, we're setting point index to 1, so it's became 0 and 1. So that's why it's just looping between these two position. And you can just implement these things with any basically with any game objects, and you can move any game objects, and you can increase the point as well. So if I just get out of play mode, and let's suppose I want to add up one more point. To do so, I'm gonna click right over here in points. Let's select this point and control D to duplicate, and let's move it somewhere around here.
somewhere around here. Now if I go to show script, and what we're gonna do, we have only 2 points. It's in move points array, as you can see. So we're gonna select the third point and let's drag it into that move points array. Now we have the third point as well, and the third point index we can see, which is 2. So this show just gonna move between these points. Why? So once the position, so we also gonna checking, we also checking for this position as well. So if I just go to the script, so let's suppose we increasing this point index is 1, so 1 plus 1 gonna be 2. So the point index right over here gonna be 2, and we don't know the index 2 is the third point, so that's why the shot just gonna move to the third point as well. And over here, once this point index is 2 by now, and move points dot length basically means how many points we have right now. So we have right now 3 position, so this point index is 2, and this move points dot length right over here gonna be 3. So this point index is 3, sorry, I guess 3. Oh, so we're setting back this point index to 0, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea. So if I just go over to Unity and click on this play button, so we're gonna move between these points. We will gonna move to the top position first, then the bottom, then the middle one, and it's gonna go back to the top one as well. So let's have a look on that. So just wait for to compile. We're moving to the first, basically top, then second, and we moving to the third, as you can see. And whenever we're moving to the third, we're setting back this point index to 0 one more time. So that's why it's moving to the top position one more time. So once the point index is 2, we're setting back point index to 0. So that's why it's moving to the top position. And you can create as many points as you want, and it's totally flexible. So to do, basically doing in this way, it's make our it makes a lot easy, and we can just move around as well, and we can jump, we can move around, and I hope you get that. And we need to avoid this saw to just pass through, or else we're gonna lose our health. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do that. And if I just get out of play mode, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna assign this saw as a saw tag. And in order to, we do know how we can tag that as a saw. So select the game object first, then go over to inspector, and you can say tag which says untag. So just click on that and click on add tag in the bottom, and then hit this plus icon, name the tag what you want. And for this saw, I'm gonna tag, or I'm gonna assign this saw as a saw tag. So that's why I'm gonna know name this to something like saw. And then click on this save button, and then go over to this saw game object one more time, select that, go over to inspector, and tag which says untag to saw. Now we assigned this saw game object as a saw tag. I hope you get the idea, and make sure you also make this one prefab, so you don't need to work from scratch. So select the game object first and drag it into that prefab folder or into assets, but it's preferable to make a prefab folder and drag right there. So your project just gonna be more organized and clean. I hope you get the idea. And whatever you have done so far, make sure you just go to the top left file and then click on this save button. So in Unity editor, whatever you have done, it's gonna be saved right away. I hope you get the idea that how you can move any game object by assigning some points, and you can just move between those points. I duplicated this saw, basically select any of them, something like this one. So I'm gonna select this one, and to duplicate just press down Ctrl D. So as you can see, I duplicated, and I can just move it anywhere in this in view I can. And just make also basically duplicate this point, and may select this saw and go over to inspector, then saw script, drag those points one by one over here by just locking in the inspector right over here. So I already have done it, so I'm gonna select this saw and let's delete this one. So as you can see, I have one saw, 2 and 3, and I also created for this saw these 2 points,
and for this one these 2 points, and for this one these points. I hope you get the idea. And to make hierarchy a little more clean, we're going to create a empty game object. So let's go to hierarchy or hit this plus icon and create an empty game object, and we can call this game object something like traps, and go over to inspector, then transform, right click and reset the transform and select an icon for that. So you can just click on this box and you can select an icon. So I'm going to select this one, and let's select all of this saw by holding down shift and just place it top of this traps game object, and we can just collapse it at once now by just clicking right over here. So if we just click on this play button in the top right now, we're gonna able to see this shot just gonna move between those points. As you can see, indeed those shots just or those straps just moving ups and down. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and basically we want to make this game for our mobile. So what we will do, we will make this one game for landscape mode. To do so, we're gonna go over to this game view, and over there you can see free aspect. So just click on that and choose something like 1920 by 1080 sorry 1920 by 1080 landscape. Just choose that and you can see directly, as you can see, and indeed it seems pretty cool. So what we have to do, we need to drag this icons, you can say, a little bit over here somewhere around that. So let's go over to canvas, then click right over here. Let's select this arrow horizontal and F to focus on that, and we're gonna move it somewhere. So let's select this drag tool, or you can just select this move tool and let's move it somewhere around here. And I guess it's pretty fine. So we're gonna do in the X for 50, and in the Y let's do something to 15, and we're gonna do the same thing for this jump button. So let's select the jump button, F to focus on that, and let's do in the X something minus 250, 250 I guess, and we can just move it something. And in the Y we're gonna do 1215 as we have done this one. And for this minus 200 seems pretty good number. Let's do that, and let's move it little bit something like 30. Just play around, or 25, it's totally up to you. And now it seems pretty cool, and we are ready to add up our basically what we're gonna do before we do that. So once we collide with this jaw, we want to lose health. So basically we're gonna keep some health to our player game object, and once it's collide with this traps or this jaw, it's gonna lose one health. To do so, let's open up the player script. Let's select the player game object, go over to inspector, let's double click on this player script to open it up in Visual Studio. So what we will do, we will go to top of our class and we're gonna give some health. So let's go right over here and let's make a public int. So we making it public so we can just adjust through inspector as well. That will be int like whole numbers 0 1 2 3 4, and we have to name the variable what we want to call. So let's call it something max health, and by default I'm gonna give something like 3 unit of health. It's totally up to you how much you want to give. So by default let's set equal to 3 a unit, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we're gonna go to bottom of our script, and you can make a function anywhere you want. Basically to take damage we're gonna make a function, so I'm gonna do it somewhere around here. You can do wherever you want, so let's make it over here. So for function we're gonna type void, and we're gonna call this function something like take damage, and make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do inside this function, basically we just want to subtract from our max health by 1 unit. Basically whenever we just collide with this source or this trap, we just want to subtract our max health from this player game object. So let's go there and to subtract. So max health by default we set or given 3, as you can see. So let's go to max health. So let's go inside this function. So from we will go to max health and we will subtract minus equal by 1 unit. So 1 we're gonna put and close that up with semicolon. Or what else you can do, you can just put minus minus. It also means that we subtracting from basically 1 unit. So max, let's suppose we call this function for the first time. So max health we have 3, so 3 minus 1 gonna be 2. And let's call this function for the second time. So the max health is already now 2, so 2 minus 1 gonna be 1. And if we call this take damage function for the third time, so max health is now 1, so 1 minus 1 gonna be 0. So somehow this max health is gonna reach 0. So once it's reached 0, what we will do, we will say our player game object or player to the game to reload, or basically the level to reload, or we will tell our player game object to go back to menu. So basically the quit the game or something like that basically. So that's why. So let's suppose max health we already have 0, we don't have any health, so max health is 0. And if we call this function, so max health is now 0, so 0 minus 1 gonna be minus 1. So if we call this take damage function, once we have our max health already 0, so in that situation our max health gonna go to a negative value. So before we subtract, we're gonna check if our max health is already 0, then we need to stop subtracting or taking damage. So before we subtract, we will check if max health, we will check if max health, if it's lesser than or equal to 0. In that situation, let's make some curly brackets. So what we want to do in that situation, we want to stop subtracting, we need to stop doing that, we need to stop taking damage. So that's why we're going to type in between these curly brackets return, and we do know that after return whatever line of code you write, it will not be executed. So the max health right over here gonna stuck at 0. Basically this line of code gonna stop calling, so that's why it's not gonna subtract anymore. So we will make a die function as well once we loses all of our player game object. So to make it, so we're gonna make it somewhere around here in the bottom. You can make it anywhere you want, it's totally up to you basically. And for function, we don't know, we need to type void and we have to name the function. Let's call it something like tie and make first bracket and some curly brackets. So what we want to do inside this function, we want to destroy our player game object right away. So before we destroy, if it's working perfectly or not, we're gonna check. So let's type debug.log. Basically we want to print out a message first. So debug.log, and make first bracket, and in quotation you can say whatever you want to say, something like I'm gonna say player diet, and close that up with semicolon. And where we want to call this type function when the player loses all of his health, so we can call it right over here. As you can see, once the max health is lesser than or equal to 0, then we stop subtracting. We can call it over here, but it's preferable to do it inside this update function. Why? This update function runs every single frame, and we need to keep track of our max health of player game object every single time, if it's already 0 or not, basically if the player game object has a health or not. So that's why we're gonna do inside this update function. So we're gonna do it over here in top of our update function. So let's check it over here. So we will check if max health, if it's lesser than or equal to 0, and make some curly brackets. So in that situation we need to destroy our player game object. So before we destroy, we do know we're gonna call this die function and this die function. And what this die function is doing, it's just printing out the math in the console. In the console says player died, as you can see. So let's call it right over here. So we're gonna call, so let's type the function name, which is die, and make first bracket and some and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code, and let's go to Unity. So but the problem is that we also need to call the take damage function. If we don't call it, we're not gonna subtract from our max health, basically from this player game object any health. So we also need to call that take damage function. But when we collide with this shaw, basically once we trigger with this shaw, then at that moment we're gonna subtract from our player health some unit, or one unit basically we subtracting. So basically we need to call that function take damage function. So let's open up the script one more time, basically go back, and we're gonna do it on over here something. So for that we're gonna use on trigger inter 2D function. So if I select any trap, so if I just go over to hierarchy, then traps, click right over here and select this first tab, and if to focus on that, so if we trigger with this trigger, we do know if we select this trap and go over to inspector, then circle collider, we check this is trigger. So that's why we're gonna use on trigger inter 2D function for that, and we assign it this shaw as a shaw tag, as you can see right over here in inspector. So we check this is triggered to true, so that's why we're gonna use on trigger inter. To do so, we're gonna open up our player script. So let's open that up. So we're gonna do it over here. You can do it anywhere you want. So for that we have to use this on trigger inter 2D function. Basically this function right over here on trigger inter 2D function get called when we trigger with something, basically when we collide with something. Let's suppose we collide or trigger with this shaw, and then this function right over here gonna be triggered. And we can extract info what we trigger it with by going this collision parameter. We can extract info like name of the game object we trigger it with. So if we trigger with this saw game object, so we can print out the name of this game object, which is saw, definitely saw. So what we're gonna do, we do know that this function get called when we trigger with something, and over here we're gonna check whatever we trigger it with, if that game object has tag saw. So let's take it over here. So if, and make sure you just typing as I did over here, else it's not gonna work. It's a default unity function, so you need to use, or you have to do the same way as I am doing right over here. So we're gonna check over here if collision dot game object dot tag, if it's equals to saw, and make some curly brackets. So what we're doing, so firstly we do know this function get called when we trigger with something, and we checking whatever we triggering with, we going to that game object and accessing the tag, and we checking that tag, if that tag if it's equals to saw. As you can see, we quotation in quotation we have to type the tag, as you can see right over here. So we definitely gonna trigger with this saw if we collide with this saw, or trigger with this, and we assign it this saw as a saw tag. If we select this saw, as you can see, we assign it this tag as a saw tag. So we definitely gonna trigger with this or gonna collide with this. So what we have to do in that situation, we're gonna call this take damage function, and we do know what take damage function is doing. It's just subtracting from our max health by 1 unit, as you can see. Basically we just taking damage, you can assume. So let's call it right over here, which is take damage, and make first bracket and close that off with semicolon. Control S to save your code and go back to unity. So we should able to see whenever we trigger with this saw or collide with this saw, we're gonna lose 1 unit of health. So we need to select our player game object to check it if it's working perfectly or not. So let's select this player game object, and let's select this script right over here. Let's click on this play button in the top and have a look. So max health, as you can see, by default we have given 3, but once we trigger or collide with this jaw, we should able to see it's gonna subtract from our max health by 1. So let's collide for the first time. So let's collide or trigger with the first time. As you can see, indeed it's became 2, and now if we collide or trigger with this saw second time, max health goes 1, and now if we trigger with third time, we're gonna lose all of our health. as you can see it's became 0. And now if I just select the console right over here, as you can see player diet message just getting pop up every single time. Why? Because we checking in update function, and we do know update function runs every single frame. So if I go to script and go over to this update function, so once the max health is reaches 0 or we became 0, then we calling this die function. And what die function is doing, if we scroll down, it's just printing out the message in the console says player diet, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea. So basically once we take damage, what we want to set the position of this player game object one more time right over here. So once we collide with this, and we also need to show that how many health we have in the UI. So before we do that, so let's get out of play mode. So we can basically copy the position. So if I select this player game object and select this move tool, we can see the position of this player game object, which is, if we set this to 0 in the X and 0 in the Y, sorry, not 0 in the Y, we're gonna set something like 0.5, or we can just do 1. Let's move it somewhere around here, so we can note the position, which is 0.6. 0.6 seems perfect in the Y, and in the X 0. So we're gonna set the position of this player game object one more time. Sorry, just wait a little. So one more time, we're gonna set the position of this player game object to this position. So we need to copy this position. So in the X position 0, in the Y is 0.6, and in the Z is 0. So let's go to script now. So so over here, as you can see, we taking damage. So we just subtracting from our max health by 1 unit, as you can see right over here. And after subtracting, what we're gonna do, basically taking damage, we're gonna set back this player position. So if we write over here, then we're gonna set the position of this player game object one more time over here. So we can copy the position, which is X in the 0, Y in the 0.6, and in the Z is 0. So let's do that. So after subtracting or taking damage, so we're gonna set, so we're gonna go to transform dot position, and we will set equal to, basically transform dot position over here means current position of our player game object. Basically if we go to Unity, basically this, we just going over to this transform and then accessing the position, and we will set equal to new vector 3. Why? Because this position has 3 data in the X, in the Y, and the Z, and we do know vector 3 also have 3 unit of the basically 3 pieces of data in the X, Y, and Z. So that's why. So let's set equal to new vector, sorry, new vector 3. So in the X we're gonna put 0f, and in the Y we show is 0.6, so let's put 0.6f, and in the Z we're gonna put 0f, and let's close that up with semicolon. So after taking damage, we're setting back our player position to this position, as you can see. So Control S to save your code, and now let's move to Unity. So whenever we take damage or collide with this shaw or trigger with this shaw, we're gonna able to see after taking damage, basically this max health for the first time just gonna be 2, and then position gonna be set right over here one more time. So just wait for to compile. And now if we just click on this play button in the top, and let's have a look on that. So just wait, I'm gonna clear the console a little bit, and now if we just trigger with that, so let's, as you can see, indeed the position gets right over here, and we lose 1 unit health. As you can see, max health is now 2 if I select this player game object in hierarchy, as you can see. So now if we take for the second time damage or collide with second time, the position gets over there, basically set back, and max we loses 1 unit health, and we have 1 unit of health right now. Let's collide final time or third time. As you can see, we're getting back there, and max health is 0 by now. and we getting message says player died. So once the player loses all of his health, at that moment we're gonna destroy our player game object right away, and we're gonna show up a game over screen, something like that. And in that game over screen we're gonna have two button, one for retry and one for to go back to menu. So we will create later a menu as well. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and what we have to do now, instead of showing this max health in the inspector, we're gonna show this max health as well in the UI, so player can see how many health player have currently right now. So we need to show that up. To do so, we already created the canvas right over here. So let's go to canvas. So if you haven't created the canvas something like that, go over to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then go to UI and select this canvas in the bottom, and go over to the canvas, basically select the canvas, then go to inspector, scroll down and go over to this canvas scaler component, and over there select UI scale mode to constant pixel size to scale with screen size, and in the X port 1920 and in the Y port 1080. And once you done, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna right click on this canvas, basically right click on this canvas, then go over to UI, and we're gonna select a image. Basically we're gonna show a hard image first, so that's why. So we will right click on this canvas, then go to UI and select this image, and what we want, and we select the image and if to focus on it, and let's rename this image to something like heart image. So I'm gonna call this heart, and let's replace this white square with something else. To do so, let's go to project tab, then sprite. I have it over here. Of course I will give a link of this sprite as well in the description, you can go and check that out. So I'm gonna select that from that sprite folder, and let's select that and drag it over to this image and source image field, and it's gonna right away replace. And scroll down and click on this set native size. And what we're gonna do now, go over basically scroll up, and in the inspector go over to rect transform and click right over here, and hold down all and select this top left anchor. And now and if to focus on that, sorry, if I just scroll my mouse to zoom out basically, and the heart seems a little bit larger, something like that, a little bit big. I'm gonna make it a little bit small. To do so, let's go to in the width, we're gonna select 100, or we can just do 150 in the width and 150 in the height, or we can just do 167. It seems like 140. 140, let's do 125. And now it's pretty simple. So in the width we have chosen 150, in the height we have chosen 125. To for selecting this top left anchor is that if we try to scale down our screen or scale up, as you can see, this heart just get resizing itself according to our screen size, and it just staying at the top left corner. So that is the reason of selecting this anchor top left one, so it's gonna stay there even you just try to shrink down your screen or scale up, and it's gonna fit up any resolution, any resolution like portrait as well. But this game is for landscape basically, and I hope you get the idea. And we are ready to create the text. So let's right click on this canvas one more time, go to UI and select scroll down, says legacy, and then choose this text. And we're gonna do the same thing. Firstly we need to scale this up, so let's select this scale tool right over here and hold down all, so it's gonna resize from center, and we cannot able to see our text. To see that, go over to inspector, scroll down, and for make this font size bigger, something like we're gonna make 100, and now we are able to see. And go to alignment and select both of the center, and we barely able to see our text. So to say that, let's change the color of it. To do so, go over to color fit, just click on it, and you can choose any color you like. So I'm gonna choose somewhere around white, and a font style I'm gonna choose bold, and over here font I'm gonna choose something else, something roboto, this one. And by default I'm gonna set something like 0, so I'm gonna replace this new text with 0, as you can see. And let's do the same thing as we have done for our this heart. We're gonna choose top left anchor. To do so, let's scroll up and click right over here in rect transform, hold down alt and select this top left one, and we're gonna move this somewhere around, and let's scale down, hold down alt, so it's gonna resize from center, or you can just do this, it's gonna resize. And what we will do, we will select this alignment to this left side, so it's gonna always gonna increase from this left side, and we're gonna move it somewhere around here. I hope you are able to see this text, so let's make it a little bit larger. So we will choose 125 font size, let's make this one bigger, and we are indeed able to see this 125, so let's do 120 instead, and let's make this one, and it seems pretty fine. And instead of 0 we can just put right away 3, something like that, but I'm not gonna do that. And let's change, rename this to something like health text. So let's go over here, let's rename this to health text, health text. And what we will do now, basically if we go to text component of this health text, and we can change the value right over here, as you can see. So basically what we need a reference of this text, and then we can link up this text with our max health. To do so, we need a reference of this text first. So let's open up our player script. So let's select the player game object, and let's double click this player script to open it up in Visual Studio. And let's go to top of our class. Basically we need a reference of this text, so that's why we're gonna make a field of a text component. To do so, make sure you just making this one public, so we can see underneath our player script, and that is a text, but we cannot able to access that. Why? Because we need to include a namespace. It's called using unity engine.ui. So basically whenever we working with UI, we need to include that namespace. So I'm gonna go to top of our over here something, and I'm gonna remove this to namespace. Instead we're gonna use this using unity engine dot ui. Make sure you include this and close that up with semicolon. Basically that is a text field, so that's why. And now we are getting it, and we have to name it, so we can call it something like health text. So let's call this health text and close that up with semicolon. And now, and make sure once you save your code and go to unity, this health text field just gonna be empty. So what you have to do, you need to drag that health text to this text field, so you're gonna have the reference. Now what we will do, we will go over to this update function, and over here an update function runs every single frame, so that's why we need to change the text as well according to our max health. So we're gonna go over to health text dot text, and we will set equal to max health and close that up with semicolon. So this max health right over here is a integer value, as you can see, integer value, but this health text dot text right over here is a string value. So basically we need to convert this integer value to a string. To do so, we just have to type dot to string and make this first brackets. So health text dot text, basically what we're doing, we're just going over to this health text and accessing this text, and we're setting this text equal to our max health, as you can see. So max health in the start of the game we set, or we given 3, so this one right over here is 3. So that's why this health text dot text right over here gonna be 3. As you can see, we directly setting it equal to max health. And now max health, let's suppose, is 2, so this health text right over here gonna be 2 right away. So now Control S to save your code and go over to Unity. Go over to Unity, and let's have a look on that. So just wait for to compile, and of course we need to drag the reference in our health text field. So we need to select our player game object first, and then we have to drag it in there. So if we select this player game object right now, As you can see health text and it says none. So we're gonna select this health text, basically this text, we're gonna select that. So let's select our player game object, let's select this health text and drag it over to this health text field. Now we have the reference or the link, and if we just click on this play button right away, you're gonna able to see this health text just gonna change with our max health right away, which is 3. So this gonna be 3 right away. So once we take damage, this gonna shrink down by 1 unit. So let's take damage. So if I just uh, collide, as you can see this one becomes 2. I hope you are able to see it. And now if I just collide one more time, as you can see it's became 1. And if I just collide with final or third time, it's became 0, as you can see. And if you are not able to see, so I'm gonna get out of play mode and I'm gonna change the color with something else to basically to make it a little more visible. So let's select this health text and go over to inspector, scroll down, let's click on this color, and I'm gonna choose something black or something like any color which is totally visible, something yellow or red. And red seems pretty much visible. So if we just click on this play button one more time and let's have a look. I hope you getting the idea that how it's working. So now if we just collide, as you can see this one is 3, now it's became 2. And if we collide or trigger with second time, it's gonna be 1, as you can see. And once we collide with final time, as you can see it's became 0. So once it's became 0, if I select the console right over here, as you can see the player died message just getting pop up every single time. So instead of printing out message, what we're gonna do, we're gonna destroy our player game object right away. I hope you get the idea. For now let's leave it, we're gonna do it later. For now let's create some collectible items to collect, so this player can collect some coins. To do so, I'm gonna use that asset pack, which is 2D platformer, which we just extracted this saw. So I'm gonna use the same basically sprites. To do so, in there we have a coin sprite and that seems pretty cool, so that's why. So I'm gonna go over to project tab, then assets, then I'm gonna go over to pay 8 games, let's go there, then free platform game assets, let's click right over here, and I'm gonna go to coin animation folder, let's click right here, then png, and we have 2x and 4x, we can choose any of them. And we also have the sprite sheet, we can just do, and so I'm gonna select this 2x instead. And let's select this player game object and if to focus on that, as you can see. So let's create that animation. So what we're gonna do now, so what we can do, so this is our animation basically. So let's select this png and let's select this sprite sheet instead. So select the sprite sheet and go over to inspector and click on this sprite editor. So as you can see we have multiple sprites, so we need to cut them off individually. To do so, we need to select this sprite mode to multiple, we do know, and scroll down and click on this apply button, and we are ready to cut them off individually. To cut it off individually, in the sprite editor you can see slice button, so just click on there and click leave it to automatic and click on this slice button. As you can see it gets slices individually, and after doing that, in the top right you can see apply button, so just click on that apply and it's gonna cut individually. So if we select this scene tab right over here and just go over to that sprite sheet and click on this arrow, as you can see those sprites basically got cut individually. So I'm gonna select the first one, so let's select that, drag it over to hierarchy or into the scene view, and as you can see it seems pretty small. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select the sprite, select that sprite and go over to inspector and make this pixel per unit a, a less number, less pixel size, we do know the sprite will be large. So we're gonna choose something 64 and let's scroll down and let's click on this apply, As you can see, it's become a little bit large, but still it seems pretty much small. So let's choose something like 32, and let's click on this apply button, and I guess it seems pretty fine now. So I'm gonna select this and let's drag it top of hierarchy so we can see that, and I'm gonna name it something like coin. So let's name it to coin, or we can call this one coin child, because basically we're gonna create two animation. One, once we collect this coin, it's gonna go up and it's gonna fade out right away once we collect it, and the other one will be the spinning one. The coin will spin around the scene view. Oh, sorry, coin just gonna spin itself. So that's why to basically to making the collect, or to just making that fade out, we're gonna create an empty game object, and then we're gonna make this one child. Why? Or else the animation just gonna be weird. So that's why. And if you don't want to make the collectible animation clip, then you can just go ahead and you can create the animation right away on this game object. But we gonna create that, so that's why. So we will create an empty game object first. To do so, let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. Sorry, I'm gonna delete this one. Let's create an empty game object, and let's call this game object something like coin parent, or we can call this one coin instead. And then go over to transform, right click and reset the transform, and you can select an icon for that. So I'm gonna select this green one. So let's select that and select this move tool, and I'm gonna move this something somewhere around here, and let's select this coin, and we're gonna make this coin child of this game object, basically coin we created. So I'm gonna rename this coin to something like coin child. So this one will be the child one. Sorry, and let's select this coin child, basically this one, and just drag it top of that coin game object we created. And I'm gonna select this coin game object now, and let's drag it top of hierarchy, and let's select this coin child, basically this coin game object. Go over to inspector, then transform, right click and reset the transform. So we're gonna set the position to 000 in the position of this coin game object we created, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea of that. And now what we will do, we're gonna add some component. So first thing, we're gonna add a box collider for collision detection. So select the coin game object, not the child one. Make sure you select the parent one. Select that, go over to inspector, then click on this add component, and then we're gonna add a box collider. So let's find by typing that, and let's click on over here, and let's click edit collider, and you can edit the collider as the size of your coin game object, something like this. And make sure you just go to each trigger and check this one, so it's not gonna register our player to pass through it. And what we will do, we're gonna add a second component which gonna be rigid body, and we will set the guide dynamic body type to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. So let's click on this add component. So don't make it in child, make it instead parent. So let's find rigid body 2D and attach that, and let's set this body type to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to gravity, and collision detection to choose continuous, so it will continuously detect any collision. And we are ready to create our animation. So we're gonna create the animation in child game object, basically this coin sprite, not the parent one. So that's why we created a empty child game object, and that's why we just made this coin sprite child of that game object. So what we're gonna do, to make a animation little more faster, basically we're gonna create the spinning one first. So to create, or to make, basically to make animation clip a little bit faster, or just want to create a little bit faster, what you can do, select that sprite and click on this arrow, select all of the sprite by holding down shift, and just drag it onto this child game object, coin child, not the parent one, make sure. So just drag it on this coin child. So we're gonna drag it there. So we're gonna go over to coin animation. So basically we gonna go over to this assets folder, and it's assets folder we created this animation folder. So let's open that up by double clicking, and let's create a subfolder for our this coin animation. So let's right click, then new folder, and we can call this folder to something like coin animation, and let's open up that subfolder as well by double clicking on it. And we have to name the animation what we want. So this will be the spinning one, so that's why we're gonna name this something like coin spinning, and click on save. And if we just select this animation tab and select this coin child game object, and then click on this play button, as you can see the coin animation is playing right away, as you can see. I hope you are able to see it. And the second animation will be the collectible one. So let's create that. To create, so select the animation tab and select the coin child game object and click right over here and click on create new clip. And we're gonna name this clip to something like coin collected. We can coin collected, sorry, coin collected, and click on save. So in this animation what we want, we're gonna move this coin child game object in the y-axis, and then we're gonna make it transparent, so it's gonna seems like the coin is collected. To do so, make sure you just click on this record button to record your animation. And let's go over to something like 50 frames, and then select the coin child, not the parent one. Select the coin child, and let's move it over to in the y-axis little bit further away. And let's go over to inspector, then sprite renderer, and click on this color fill, and scroll down, you can see a channel, and make that one to all the way 0, so it's gonna fade out or gonna make that transparency. So now if we click on this play button, as you can see coin collected animation is playing over again and again. So I hope you get the idea that how you can just make the animation. And now we created both of those animation, and to see those animation clip, we're gonna go over to project tab, then assets, and in animation folder we created, so let's go there. And we also created a subfolder which is coin animation, so let's open up by double clicking on it. And we can see both of this animation clip right over here, as you can see. So we have coin collected and the coin spinning, but we don't want this coin collected one to play over again and again, so it's gonna seem we're just collecting forever. So that's why we're gonna select the coin collected one, go over to inspector, and you can see loop time. So we're gonna uncheck that. We don't want to be loop, but we will leave this coin spinning one, so the spinning animation is just gonna play right away over again and again. So if we just click on this play button now, we should hope that animation clip just gonna play, basically the coin spinning just gonna play right away over again and again. But once we collect this coin, we need to show, or we need to play that coin collected animation clip. So as you can see, indeed the coin animation is just playing over again and again, as you can see. I hope you get the idea. But once we trigger or this collide with this coin, what we want to play the coin collected animation clip, and after that we want to collect this coin right away. So I hope you get the idea of that, and make sure you just make this one prefab as well. Before we make, let's select the parent, not the child one, and let's assign this coin game object as a coin tag. So let's go over to inspector, then tag, untag. So let's click on add tag. So we're gonna do the same thing. Now we assigned it this coin as a coin tag, and make sure you just make this one prefab, so we're gonna have multiple coins to collect. So let's select this coin and drag it into that prefab folder or into assets folder. As you can see, we made prefab. And make sure you just go to top left your file, then click on this save, so it's gonna save your script right away. Coin, so just go over to hierarchy, then coins. I have it over here, so I'm gonna select any of them. And if to focus on that, select that coin and control D to duplicate, and select this move tool, and move it somewhere into your scene view. It's totally up to you where you want to move. As you can see, I have created multiple coins, so that's why I am just gonna delete this one. And also I have created this UI. As you can see, just done the same process as we have done our heart and this heart text. I also have done the same thing and in the same way. As you can see, I hope you get the idea. And now what we have to do, if we just click on this play button and try to collect the first one, we need to show this. Firstly, we have to trigger that animation which is collected one, and after that we will just collect the coin right away. So let's collide with this coin. As you can see, we are doing nothing currently, as you can see. So we need to do that. Firstly, what we have to do, we need to go over to this coin game object. So let's suppose this one. So we need to go over to this game object, then we're gonna access the child of this game object, and after it we will go over to this animator component. And we do know this animator component is responsible for switching our animation. So that's why we will go over to that, and then we're gonna go over to animator tab. So basically we need to make transition. We just forgot to do that. So let's get out of play mode. So if we select this coin child game object and go over to animation tab, we can see we have this coin animation clip. And if I just select another clip which is coin collected one, as you can see, this one is collected. So if we go over to animator tab, so we need to make transition from this coin spinning to coin collected. But when we should, once this player game object collide with this coin or trigger with this coin, so we need to make transition from this coin spinning to coin collected. To do so, let's right click on this coin spinning and make transition to coin collected on coin collected, and click on this arrow or select this transition. Go over to inspector and untick this has exit time, because as soon as possible, basically as soon as we collide with this coin or trigger with this coin, we just want to collect right away. So that's why we will set this transition duration to 0 as well. And that's why we also untick this has exit time. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to collect. So we will set a parameter, or we will choose a trigger condition. To do so, let's go over to animator tab. We can see parameters, so just click on this plus icon, and for this we're going to choose a trigger, and we have to name the trigger. Let's say collect, and let's choose that parameter or this condition. So let's hit this plus icon, and we have chosen this collect parameter. So if we just trigger this parameter right away, we will able to see this coin spinning. From this coin spinning, the coin collected animation just gonna be played right away, because we have chosen that condition. Let's have a look for it. Click on this play button in the top and take a look. So we just gonna trigger this collect parameter manually, and then we're gonna control this parameter through our code. So now if I just try to trigger this collect parameter manually, as you can see, indeed the coin animation collected one plate, and it just get fade away. I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So what we have to do, basically, firstly we need to check if we trigger with this coin or not. So we assigned this coin as a coin, as you can see, coin tag. So if we select this one, this so just go over to coin game object, then go to inspector overrides and click on apply all. If you just changes anything like that, make sure you just click on overrides, then apply all, so the changes gonna be saved right away. And what we have to do now, we need to check. So let's open up our player script. So let's select this player game object, and let's double click on our player script to open it up in Visual Studio. And we will move over to bottom, and we will go over to this function. on trigger enter 2D function. Why? Because we check is triggered to true as you seen in our coin game object in collider. So that's why we're gonna use this on trigger enter 2D function. And we do know that this function get called when we trigger with something or something like that we collide with something. So over here we're gonna check in the bottom whatever we trigger it with, we're gonna check if collision. So if collision dot game object dot tag, if it's equals to coin and make some these curly brackets and curly brackets. So what we doing, we do know that we can extract info whatever we trigger it with or collided with by going over to this collision parameter. We can extract info like name, tag, anything like that. And over here we checking whatever we collided with, we going to that game object and then accessing that tag, and we checking if that tag if it's equals to coin. As you can see coin, that means we colliding with this coin. So what we will do, firstly we will go over to, let's select this first coin. For example, if I select this first coin, we will go over to this coin child game object, and then we will access this animator component. And by this animator component we're gonna trigger this collect parameter. And we do know once we collect this trigger this collect parameter, it's gonna play coin collected animation clip right away. So that's why we will go to firstly the parent game object, basically the coin, and this coin, by this coin or this transform component we're gonna access the child. To do so, let's go in this script. So once we collide or trigger with that coin, let's go to that game object whatever we collided with. So collision dot game object, so collision dot game object right over here referencing the coin game object. So we're going to that coin game object, and then we're gonna access the transform. So transform, so basically we transform, then dot we're gonna get the child and make this first bracket and put 0 0 basically means the first child, and dot we're gonna get the component we're looking. So we have to use this get component and make these arrows, and into arrows pass the component name which is animator, and then make this first bracket and dot we have to trigger that parameter. So we need to use this set trigger function, and this set trigger function in brackets in quotation it's gonna take the parameter name. So in quotation we have to type the same name which is collect, we do know. So let's put right over here and close that up with semicolon. So let me explain one more time. So we're going to collision dot game object right over here means this coin game object. So we're going to this coin game object, then going over to the transform of that game object. As you can see, firstly we just going over to this coin game object, then transform, and by this transform we accessing the child. So if you just duplicate this coin child, so it's gonna be the second child. So if we just put right over 0 over here, 0 basically referencing the first child. So 0 basically this one coin child, and by this coin child we accessing or going over to this animator component. As you can see, if we just go to script, get animator component, and by that animator component we just triggering that collect parameter. As you can see, set trigger, which is we just triggering this collect parameter, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea. And after collecting or triggering that collection, you can say collection, what we need to do, we need to destroy our player game. Firstly let's have a look on that. So control s to save your code, and let's go to unity now. So once we trigger or collide with this coin, the coin just gonna play the collect animation clip right away in this child game object. And what we have to do, we need to create a variable to keep track of how many coins we collected so far. Before we do that, let's have a look on basically let's take a look on this game if it's working perfectly or not. So now if I just click on this play button in the top and try to just collect this first one, we should able to see the animation just gonna play right away because we assign it as a coin tag. Make sure you assign it with a
certain tag. So if I just collect this one, as you can see, indeed it's played, but the coin just laying around in this scene view. As you can see, it has the box collider as well, and we're not destroying at all in from the hierarchy, as you can see, as well as in this scene view even after collecting that. So we need to destroy, but when we should, after playing the 100% clip of collecting or fading out animation clip of that this coin shell, and after that amount of time we need to destroy this coin game object from the scene view, basically in the game view as well as in the scene view right over here in the hierarchy as well. So let's get out of play mode. Before we do it, so let's select this coin child, and let's select this coin child game object and select this animation tab right over here, and let's choose this coin collected animation clip. And if we just click on this play button, we can see after point something like 0.90%, 0.9 second, which is completing the whole animation clip. So 1 second is over here and 0.9 will be over here, or as you can see the frame, which is total 50 frames, and 60 frame basically 1 second. So 50 frames means that 0.9 seconds. So after this amount of time we collect completing our whole animation clip or of fading out. So after this amount of time we need to destroy this coin game object right away, not the child one, parent, also the parent, not the child one. We need to destroy this parent, so the child just gonna destroy itself right away with the parent game object. So what we will do now, we need to as well we need to keep track of how many coins we collected so far. So let's open up our player script and open up and let's create a variable for that. So we will go to top of our class and we're gonna make a variable for that how many coins we collected so far, to just keep track of how many coins we have right now. So let's make a public int that will be whole number, so that's why that is gonna be a int. And we can call something like current coin, sorry, current coin, current coin. And by default we can set equal to 0 or close that up with semicolon as well, or you can just leave it like this and close that up with semicolon. So by default it's just gonna assign by 0, and we do know in the start of the game we're gonna have 0 coins, so that's why we can set equal to 0, or we can leave like this. It's also just gonna define by default 0. And now what we will do, we will go to down. As you can see right over here, we collecting this coin. So after collecting and playing the animation clip, we're gonna increase this current coin by 1 unit because we collected one. So let's go right there, right over here. So before we collect, so basically whenever we trigger with that coin, basically collide with that coin, we're just gonna increase our current coin. So let's go over to current coin. So current coin in the start of the game is 0, so on top of that we're gonna add 1, so plus equal 1, as you can see, or you can just type plus plus. It also means that we just adding 1. So current coin we have 0 for the first time, so 0 plus 1 just gonna be 1. And let's suppose we collect the second coin, so this current coin is now 1, so 1 plus 1 over here gonna be 2, and on so on. And after that collecting that coin and playing that animation clip, what we need to do, we need to destroy our coin game object right away. To destroy, we're gonna use this destroy function, and destroy function in brackets is it's gonna take the game object what we want to destroy. So we want to destroy this coin game object right away, not right away, once we complete the fading out animation of this coin, and after that amount of time we just want to destroy this coin game object. So that's why in these brackets we will pass collision dot game object.
So collision dot game object right over here means whatever we trigger it with that game object. So we trigger it with that coin game object. So collision dot game object over here basically means that coin game object. And second argument comma, we can define the time and what after how much time, after how much time we just want to destroy that. So we're gonna put 0.9 f1 or zero point 0.9 f basically means after something like 1 second or not 1 second, basically zero point 0.9, just a little bit less. You can say you can just put 1 second as well. So I'm gonna put zero point 0.9, which gonna be lesser than basically this amount of time. After this amount of time we just completing the whole animation clip, so that's why after this amount of time we just destroying our coin game object. And make sure you just close that up with semicolon as well, and control S to save your code. And let's go to Unity now. So we should able to see once we collect the first coin, we will have the current coin gonna or it's gonna increase by 1. Just have a look on that in inspector, we're gonna able to see. Let's give a moment to compile. As you can see, current coin in player script by default is 0. So now if we just try to click on this play button and have a look or try to collect the first coin, we will have this current coin in gonna increase basically by 1, by 1. Let's have a look on that. So current coin, as you can see, it's collected and current coin becomes 1. Now if we collect the second one, so if we try to collect the second one, as you can see current coin becomes 2, and if we collect this one as well, it's became 3. So instead of showing this current coin right over here, we're gonna show up in the UI as we have done for our this heart. So basically we need a reference of this text of this current coin, then we can set that up. So let's get out of play mode and let's open up our player script one more time. Before we get into script, we're gonna open up our canvas. So let's go to canvas in hierarchy, let's click right over here and let's select this current coin text and F2 focus on it. So we need a reference of this text, basically this text, then we can set this this value to our current coin, or we can just link up. So let's go to script and let's go to top of our class over here. So make sure you so whenever we working with UI, we need to include this using Unity engine dot UI namespace. So make sure if it's in your script, if it's not, include that. So we will go to top of our class, let's make a public text. Basically we need a reference of the text component, so that's why we just made a text field and we have to name it. So let's call it something coin text and close that up with semicolon. And let's go to update function over something over here. We will set this coin text. Let's go to coin text dot text and let's set equal to current coin, and this gonna be a integer value, so we need to convert into a string. So let's type dot to string and make first bracket and some curly brackets and close that up with semicolon. So what we're doing basically right over here, and make, of course you need to drag the reference. So if we just move to Unity, underneath our player script, we're gonna able to see a text field of coin text. So what we have to do, we need to drag this coin text right there. So we're gonna have the link ups. So what we're doing basically, we just moving over to this text, this coin text, then text, and we setting equal to current coin, as you can see. So in the start of the game, current coin gonna be 0, so this one is 0. So that's why this coin text dot text right over here gonna be 0 right away when the game start, because in the start of the game current coin is 0. And once we collect the first coin, so this gonna be 1. So that's why this coin text dot text right over here gonna be 1. So it will increase 1 unit every single time whenever we just try to collect our coin. So control S to save your code and go to Unity. And of course we need to drag the reference in our play script, this coin text. So we're gonna have the reference of this coin text, and then the value just gonna change according to how many coins we collected so far. Let's select this player game object. As you can see in coin text, it says none. Let's drag this coin text into that field. Now we have the reference of this coin text. Basically, this coin text right over here. So let's click on this play button in the top and try to collect this first one. This text right over here in the UI says coin text, just gonna be increase how many coins we collected. So by default it's 0, as you can see. Now try to collect this coin right over here. As you can see, it's became 1. Now let's collect the other coins as well. So it's became 2. Then if we collect this one, this became 3. And let's collect this as well. Okay, we just get died right there. Let's try one more time. This seems pretty possible. Let's try to collect that coin. Okay, we died. So it's gonna work fine basically. So let's get out of play mode. So what we have to do now, once we lose all of our health, this player game object, we need to destroy our player game object right away. To do so, let's open up our player script. Before we do it, let's go to console, and as you can see over here, we just printing out the message in the console says player died. So let's open it up. So just click on this player diet message, double click on it, so you will you're gonna redirect to that script. As you can see, we just printing out message. So after printing out message, we want to destroy our player game object right away. So to destroy, we do know we're gonna use this destroy function, and this function in brackets will take the game object we want to destroy. So we want to destroy our player game object itself. So we're gonna pass right over here this dot game object, this dot game object right over here referencing itself. So if we just move to Unity and select this player game object, this dot game object over here referencing itself means this player game object itself. And make sure you just close that with semicolon, control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity. So once we lose all of our health, we should able to see our player game object just gonna destroy right away. Once we lose all of our health, we will take a look on that. Let's click on this play button in the top and try to just trigger or collide with this shaw 3 times. We should we just destroying our player game object right away. So let's have a look first on it. So let's collide with this shaw first time. The it's Our player health is now 2. Let's collide with second time. Our health is now 1. Let's collide third time. This gonna destroy right away. As you can see, indeed our player game object get dies or destroyed right away. And what we need to do right now, we need to show up a panel something like that. Basically we need a game over screen, and if we're gonna make 2 button, one for to go back menu and one for other to just retry our level. So we will make that. I hope you get the idea of this, that how you can just make this coin and you can show that up in UI so player can see how many coins they collected so far. When we lose all of our health, we want a game over UI or game over screen. To do so, let's go over to hierarchy firstly, then canvas. In this canvas, let's go to canvas first. In this canvas, right click on this canvas, then go to UI and select this panel. And we're gonna call this panel, let's drag it top up in canvas so we can see it. Sorry, we're gonna drag it down. This button seems like overlapping, so this button should be behind of this panel, so that's why. And let's call this panel to something like game over UI. So let's call this one game over UI. UI. And what we want, make sure this one is select to stretch. If it's not, click right over here
and hold down all and select this bottom right one. So now if we try to scale down our screen or scale up, as you can see, the game over panel just getting resized with our screen. And what I want to make it totally transparent. To do so, let's go a game over UI panel, then inspector, then image, click right over here, and in the bottom you can see this drag this one all the way 0, as you can see. Now if I just cut and try to click on this play button, I just play our game and try to click this left and right arrow, we're not gonna move at all. Why? Because we created a game over UI or panel, and that panel is all the way up and this button is behind. So that's why we are not able to just click on this button. But if we drag that panel, this game over UI panel in top of our canvas, then this button just gonna be in front of that panel. After that we will able to click, but we don't want once the game is over. So let's do the rest thing. Now let's get out of play mode, and let's right click on this game over panel. Before we do it, let's create an empty game object and let's drag all of these things in there to make our canvas more clean. To do so, just go over to canvas, right click, then create an empty game object, and you can call this game object something like for screen, or you can leave it like as well. I'm gonna call this stuffs, UI stuffs, something like that, UI stuffs. And make sure you just go to rect transform and click right over here and hold down alt, select this bottom right one. So this game object just gonna resize as the size of canvas. And if we just try to do scale down or scale up our screen, we can see the game object just resizing itself as well. And now what we will do, we will take all of this jump button, this coin, this text, we will select all of them. This jump button, heart, this heart text, health text, coin text, and coin. Let's select all of them and drag in top of this game, UI stop. So make sure, and also make this UI stop a prefab. Basically make this one prefab, so you don't need to work from scratch. So let's select that and drag it over to in that prefab folder in our project tab. And now our this, it seems a lot more clean. So I'm gonna drag this game over UI in the bottom. So this game over UI just gonna be in front of all of this button, and we are ready to do the rest thing. Now let's right click on this game over UI. Let's go to then just right click on this game over UI, then go over to UI one more time, and then select this panel. And what we want this panel, select this rect tool right over here, from here, and hold down alt on your keyboard, so it's gonna resize from center, as you can see. And what we want to basically replace this image with something else. So we just want to replace this background. To do so, let's go to project tab, then assets, sprite, I have it over here. Let's go to UI, then panels, I have it over here. So I'm gonna select this one and let's drag it into this background field right over here. And we want to make this one, we don't want this to be transparent. So let's click right over here and go to bottom, see this A channel, and drag it to 255, so it's not gonna be transparent. And we are ready to create buttons. One gonna be to go to menu, and one to reload our level. So I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here, this panel. And what we will do, let's create those two buttons. So let's right click on this panel, then go to UI, scroll down, says legacy, and select this button. And let's scale this button, so hold down alt, so it's gonna scale from center. And what we want to do, basically what we want to call this button, so let's call this button something like retry, we can call. So let's call this one retry button, retry button. And
we want to replace this button image as well. So we need to go over to this image component, then source image, and we need to replace this. To replace that, we will go to UI, and I'm gonna select an button for that. So we have jelly buttons right over here, and I'm gonna select any of them. It's totally up to you what you want. So I'm gonna select this one. So let's select that and drag it over to this source image field. As you can see, now it's totally get turned, and we can just resize this button by holding down shift. So it's gonna resize from center, and I'm gonna drag it little bit up, or we can just leave it. And we are not able to see the text inside of this button. To able to see, let's click right over here and select the text, and you need to increase the text size. To do so, go over to inspector, scroll down, and make this font size little bit bigger. So I'm gonna make it something 100. And font style, I'm gonna choose bold, and instead of button, let's call it something else. So I'm gonna call sorry, this will be retry. And let's change the color of this button, sorry, this text. So I'm gonna go over to color field, let's click right over here, and let's choose another color, something white or something else. Just choose to make it basically visible so we can see that. And font style, we're gonna choose something else, roboto. So let's select this one. I'm gonna choose this font style to normal, and let's select this roboto thin, the thin roboto thin font I'm gonna select. But this one, let's find a good, or this seems pretty good as well. So I'm gonna select this one and this one, and let's decrease the font size so it's gonna fit. As you can see, retry. And I'm gonna choose 70. 70 seems pretty cool. And what we will do, select this button, select the button, not the text inside of it. Select the button, go over to inspector, then rect transform, click right over here, and hold down alt. We're gonna select the top anchor one, and then once we select this button and drag it little bit down, something somewhere over here. Now we just try to resize our screen. We can see the button just staying right there in top anchor, and it just resizing itself. So basically that is the reason of selecting this anchor. I hope you get the idea that how we have done frequently this thing. And I hope you are able to get it. So let's duplicate this button. To duplicate, let's select the button, control D to duplicate, and let's call this, I'm gonna drag it down. And for this one, we're gonna choose bottom anchor. To do so, let's go over to rect transform, and for this one, let's select this bottom one by holding down, and let's drag it somewhere around here, and let's call this button to something like menu, or let's call it menu button. uh, I guess the top one should be the menu, and the bottom one should be the retry. So let's call this retry button, basically the top one menu button, and the bottom one we're gonna call retry button. And we need to change the text inside of this menu button. So let's select that, and let's select the text inside of it, and let's change it to menu. And now it seems pretty cool. And what we will do, I'm gonna select this retry button, let's drag it little bit down, and let's also select this one, let's drag it over here, something like that, because we want to just show a text right over here. Something says like game over, so we can see that panel. So let's select this panel, right click on it, then go to UI, and let's scroll down, says legacy, and then choose this text. And just go over to inspector, then click right over here in rect transform, select this bottom right one, And what we want to do, we want to drag this up somewhere around here, so the text is just gonna fit inside of this, it's not gonna get outside of this. So we're gonna drag it somewhere around here. Let's do, and we not able to see the text, we do know we need to increase the font size. So let's go scroll down, let's make the font size 100, or we can just make it 70. And font style, I'm gonna choose bold, and alignment to choose both of this center. And instead of saying new text, let's say something like game over. So let's call this one game over, game over. And we can choose another font for this roboto, and this one seems pretty fine, so let's choose that. I'm gonna put a exclamation mark, and it seems pretty fine as you can see. And we can choose any font we like. If we just select this game, this one seems pretty cool, game over, game over. And I can choose this one, game over. This one's okay, so this one is fine and good. And let's change the text. Instead of saying text, let's say something like game over text, game over text. And what we want to do now, we need to make this one prefab as well. So if we lost, we can just directly store that. So select the game over UI and just drag it over to prefab folder. So I'm going to select that, and let's drag it over to prefab folder. And what we want now, we want this game over to UI to be inactive, basically unchecked, or active to false. But once we lose all of our health, at that moment we want this game over UI to be active, basically checked. So we need a reference of this game over UI, then we can set this one to be active or inactive depending upon how many health player game object has have currently right now. So we need to check that. So let's go over to player script, or open up player script. By default we want this one to be inactive, so let's select that, go over to inspector and uncheck this box. So we need this game over UI game object or this panel, then we can set this one to be inactive or inactive or active. So let's open up our player script. So I'm gonna go over to player script, so right over here we have, and let's go to top of our class because we need a reference of that game over panel UI. So let's go right over here, let's make a public, that is a game object. So let's type game object, and we can call this one something like game over UI panel. So let's call game over UI panel, and close that up with semicolon, and control S to save your code. And make sure once you save your code and go to Unity, and in underneath your player script, you're gonna see, able to see that game over UI. So what you have to do, you need to select this game over UI game object, and you need to drag it right there. So you're gonna have the reference or the link, then you can set that to active or inactive. So I'm gonna do it later, so I'm gonna explain the logic. So now let's suppose we have the reference now of that game over UI panel. So what we will do, we will go to bottom, over to, we're gonna go over to this die function, and over here what we're doing, we just printing out the message in the console says player died, and after that we destroying our player game object. So before we destroy, what we want that game over UI panel to be active. So that's why we will go over to game over UI panel, and dot, we're gonna use this set active function, and this function in brackets, it's gonna take a value, it can be true or false. As you can see, it will take a bool parameter. So if we type true right over here, so basically true over here means we just checking that box, and if we just type over here false, basically unchecking, or we just deactivating that game over UI panel. So in this case, the player game object is dying, so that's why we're gonna set this to true. Basically we just activating that game over UI panel, you can say, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code and go over to Unity now. So we should able to see, so just wait for to compile. So underneath our player script we will able to see and fill says game over UI panel. So what we have to do, we need to drag this right over here. So we're gonna have the reference. As you can see underneath our player script, we can see game over UI panel and it says none, empty. So let's select this game over UI and drag it right over there. Now if we just click on this play button in the top and try and dice right away, we should able to see that game over panel UI panel just gonna be active once we lose all of our health. So let's have a look. So if I just collect this coin and just collide with this one time, health becomes 2, and collide with the second time, as you can see it's became 1, and last time let's have a look, and once we die, as you can see, indeed this game over UI just get active, and we are not able to click on this jump button and this left and right arrow. Why? Because this game over panel UI is all the way up and this button is behind, but we gonna able to click on this menu and this retry, but this button doing currently nothing. So we need to hook this button with some certain function to do something. So if we just click on this retry button, we need to reload our game scene or we need to load the level, and if we click on this menu button, we need to go over to our menu scene. So before we go over to menu scene, we also need to create our menu scene or the level, you can say menu, a menu, something like that. Then we can go over to that. So I hope you get the idea that how you can just make this game over UI, as well as you can make the same way the game victory UI as well. What we have to do now, if we move to hierarchy, then select this canvas, and then this game over UI, this one gets active. So basically once we click on this retry button, we want to reload our level, and once we click on this menu button, we want to go to menu, but we don't have menu right now, so we will create it later. For now we're gonna print out a message for it. So let's create a script for this game over UI. And we're gonna hook this button with some certain function to do some specific things. So by default we will set this one to be deactive, and let's create a script to do so. Go over to project tab, then assets, right click on assets, create a script folder first. So I have it over here, so go over to that folder, right click, and then create C# script, and name it to something you can call game over UI. I already have created, I have it over here. So what we will do, we will select this game over UI game object, basically that one, select that and select that script and drag it over to this add component section. So let's select it and drag it over to add component section, or else what you can do, you can attach this script to any game object of your hierarchy. It's totally up to you. And now let's double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio. And as you can see, we have by default start and update function. So we don't want this start and update function. Instead we will create two function, one for our menu to go menu and one for our retry. So let's create the retry first. So make sure you just making this public, because we want to call this function through a button. So if we move to Unity, then go over to game over UI, then panel, and then click right over here, select this retry button, go over to inspector and scroll down. We want to call this function on over here, basically on click right over here. So that's why we need to make that function public. Let's go, and for function we have to type void and we have to name the function. So let's call it something retry button as the name of the button, or you can call it anything you like. Make first bracket and some curly brackets, and also copy this function by Control C and paste it in down over here and name this function to something else. So we will call this one menu button. So this will be menu button function, and this one in the up over here will be for our retry button. So whenever we gonna work with the scene, we need to include so what we will do, we will go to top of our class and we will remove these two namespaces. We don't need it. Instead we need to include this namespace. It's called using unity engine dot scene management, and close that up with semicolon. So whenever we working with the scene, we need to include this namespace. It's called using unity engine dot scene management. And now what we will do, we will go over to this retry button, a retry button, and what we want to do in this, or in between this bracket, we want to reload the level. To see the level, or basically to reload, we need to use this function. It's called scene manager dot load scene, and this function right over here in brackets, it's gonna take the scene name or the build index of it. So how you can get it, go over to Unity, and then in the top left you can see file, so just click on that, and in the bottom you can see build settings, so just click right there. And as you can see in build setting, just open it up, and we can see the scenes in build. We can see over here the name of the scene, which is sample scene, and the build index we can see in the right section, which is 0. So we can pass, so I'm gonna cut this. So if we move to script, so we can pass right over here the name of the scene in quotation, or the build index of it like 0. But instead of doing that, we will do this scene manager, sorry, scene manager dot get active scene, and make this first bracket and dot build index, and close that up with semicolon. So let me explain. So this scene manager dot load scene over here, this function gonna take the scene, what scene you want to load up, and over here we pass scene manager dot get active scene. Basically this function right over here gonna basically will get the scene we are currently in, and then accessing the build index of it. So if we move to Unity, we are, as you can see in this sample scene right over here in hierarchy, we can see, and we saw that sample scene build index is 0. So we getting the scene, basically scene manager dot get active scene right over here means the wins scene we are in, and then accessing the build index of that scene. So we are currently in sample scene, and the sample scene build index we know is 0. So this scene manager dot get active scene dot build index right over here gonna be 0. So scene manager dot load scene, and so this one over here is 0. So basically we just loading up the scene we are currently in, or the sample scene basically we loading up, or which scene we are currently in. So you can pass in quotation the name of the scene or build index, or you can use this. So this one is much preferable to use, and it's pretty cool to use. And Control S to save your code. And now let's go to Unity, and what we have to do now, we need to hook that retry button function to retry button. So go over to game over UI, then panel, then access the retry button, and you're gonna get that. So on click right over here, as you can see, firstly go over to game over UI, then panel, and select this retry button. I'll go over to inspector, scroll down, and hit this plus icon. So we need to drag the game object in which game object the script is setting on. So in our case this game over UI, so let's select that and drag it right there. Sorry, select the retry button, and let's drag this game over UI right over here, and it says no function. So just click on that and scroll down, says game over UI. Basically we will move over to this game over UI class or script, and there we created this retry button function, as you can see. So let's choose that. So whenever we're gonna click on this retry button, and the game or this level just gonna reload one more time. So let's have a look. So if we just click on this play button in the top, top and try to click on that retry button, we will able to see the game just gonna load up one more time, or we just loading up the scene we are currently in. So let's have a look. Sorry. So if we just die 3 times, so let's die 3 times and let's collide with final time. As you can see, that gets a pop-up. And now if I just click on this retry button, as you can see, indeed the level just loaded up one more time. And I hope you get the idea. And if I just die for second time in the game or in the level, try to click on this menu button, we are not doing anything currently in this menu button. Basically we haven't hooked any function yet to this menu button, so let's do that. So let's get out of play mode and let's go over to script one more time, and let's go over to this menu button function. And over here what we want to do, we want to so we don't have menu scene right now. So if the button is perfectly working or working fine or not, let's print out in the console some message, basically a message. For printing out, let's type debug.log, and in quotation make this first bracket, and in quotation we can say something like menu and close that up with semicolon, and I'm gonna put a dot right over here. Control S to save your code. Now let's move to Unity, and we need to hook our menu button function to our menu button. So we need to select that and we have to hook it. Let's give it a time for compiling our script, and once it's done, let's select this menu button in game over UI. Now go over to inspector, scroll down, click on this plus icon, drag the game object right there and select the function. So let's go over to game over UI script and then choose this menu button function. And if we just click on this play button and die right away after taking 3 times damage, we should able to see that game over UI just gonna pop up right away. And after that, once whenever we just go over to click on that button, so just wait. And as you can see, so basically let's collide and take damages from this saw. 1 2 and this, as you can see, menu just get. So if we select the console in the bottom, I'm gonna clear the console. Let's click on this clear and try to click on this menu button. Now as you can see, the menu message just getting pop up whenever we goes to click on this menu button. So the message just creating pop up multiple times, as you can see already popped up 4 times. Let's click fifth time and it's getting, so basically it's working fine. So let's get out of play mode, and what we have to do now, we need to make a something game win scene, a game win scene, something like that, once we are at the end of the level. So if we just select this player game object from the scene view, and if to focus on that, what we want somewhere around here a key, something like that. We want that a key right over here, and once this player collect that key, the game should be win, or we will load up a next level. You can create multiple levels, it's totally up to you. For now I'm just gonna make one level for this tutorial. You can make multiple levels by just going over to this project tab, then as scenes, basically assets, then scene, select this sample scene and control D to duplicate and change some tile maps and the environment, and you gonna call this something like level 2. But I'm not gonna do that. Instead, let's drag is something right over here, a cool thing. And once this player game object collect that, we want a game win, a game or win scene, something like that. So to do so, let's go to project tab, then assets, then sprites, and I have it over here. Of course I will give the link in the description. So I'm gonna select this key, so let's select that and drag it over here, something here, and we let's make it a little bit small. It seems pretty much big. We can make this one a little bit small. To do so, select that key. or you can just drag this, you can say this chest as well. So instead of key, I'm gonna use this chest. To do so, let's select this key from hierarchy and let's delete that. Instead, let's select this chest. So I'm gonna select that and drag it into this in view. As you can see, so we have our chest. So I'm gonna move it somewhere. So let's select that from hierarchy, select this move tool over here and let's move it somewhere around here. So what we want to add a collider to this chest. So so we can check for collision, and once the player game object collide with this chest or trigger with that, then we want a game win. To do so, let's firstly let's call it something like chest. I'm gonna drag it top of my hierarchy so we can see all the time, and let's rename this to something like uh, game win chest, or let's call it chest instead. And let's add up collider. So let's go over to inspector, let's click on this add component. I really apologize for the noises coming out, I really apologize. So let's add up a rigid body 2D first, and what we will do, we will go over to body type and we will set this to kinematic. uh, Kinematic. I really apologize the background noises coming out, I'm really sorry for that. It's gonna go, I don't know. So rigid body, we will set body type to kinematic. And what we're gonna do, we will add a box collider to this chest so we can check for collision. So let's do that. So we set kinematic. So why we set it to kinematic? So it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity influence of our gravity. So let's add another component. So let's click it, add component, and let's find box collider 2D and attach that. Click on edit collider and edit the collider as the size of your chest game object, of basically assign that, make it something smaller, sorry. So let's select this chest one more time, let's click on edit collider and let's edit the collider as the size of our chest. And make sure you just go over to is trigger and check this one, because we're gonna check trigger or this just gonna register our player to just pass through in, or we just not gonna able to just pass through, or we will just gonna collide, or it's just gonna restrict, you can say. And let's select this move tool right over here and let's move it the just a little bit up, something like that, and we can just do that and it's fine. And let's assign this chest as a chest tag. To do so, select the chest game object first, go over to inspector, click on untag, then add tag, and let's assign it with the chest and click on save. Go to that game object, basically select the chest one more time, go over to inspector, let's assign tag which is untag as a chest. Now we assign it this chest as a chest tag. And what we will do now, let's open up our player script. Once we are something over here, basically collide with this test, then we want the game to be win. Before we do that, let's check it if it's working fine or not. So let's select this player game object and let's open up our player script by double clicking on it. And let's go over here. So we will use this on trigger inter 2D function, and we definitely know that this function get call or get trigger when we trigger with something, or you can say collide with something. And we can check for what we collided with by going this collision parameter. So let's do it something over here. So we will check if collision dot game object dot tag, if it's equals to our chest. And so make some curly brackets, sorry, make some curly brackets. So what we want, so what we're doing right over here, basically we're checking if collision dot game object, so we going to that game object whatever we trigger it with or collided with, and then accessing the tag, and we checking if that tag, if it's equals to chest, as you can see. And we definitely know that once we trigger with this chest or the player game object collide with this test, so this over here just gonna trigger, and we can write whatever we want to say or whatever we want to do. So for now, let's print out a message in the console, something like the game is win, or we got a victory, something like that. So let's print out. So do debug.log, and in brackets, in quotation, we can say something victory, and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code and go over to Unity. And now let's try to just basically collide with this test, and we need to select the console in the bottom, basically select the console, because we just printing out the message in the console says game win, sorry, victory. So let's select this console over here, and let's click on this play button in the top. So just let's pass this, and I guess we need to make our player speed a little bit fast so we can win the game. So let's make our player speed a little bit fast. To do so, let's go over to inspector, then player speed, sorry, player script. Let's make this move speed something like 10, and now we can move little bit faster. Just wait, and wait, let's okay, and it's pretty fine. So just wait to, and as you can see, whenever we trigger with this test, sorry, the victory message, basically this message just get pop up, as you can see. Or what else I can do, I can just go over to hierarchy, and manually I can select this player game object, and let's move it somewhere around, sorry, we did mistake. So let's get out of play mode. I hope you get the idea. Basically, once we trigger it with that test, you can say we get this message says victory. So instead of victory, what we want a game over, basically game over, sorry, not game over, game victory UI. For that, we will just gonna copy our game over UI. To do so, we can go over to canvas, then select this game over UI. Firstly, what we have to do, if we select this game over UI game object, go over to inspector, scroll down, as you can see, and plus icon just added up once we added this game over script to our game over UI game object. So what we need to do, we need to go over to overrides, and then click on this apply all, so the changes gonna be saved into our prefab as well. So we can just go ahead and select this game over UI and press down Control D to duplicate. We're not gonna do that. Why? Because our game victory, or the game win panel, you can say, just gonna be a different. They are gonna only gonna have menu button, or a button something like next button. Once we click on that next button, we will load up the next level, you can say. So it's just gonna be different. So that's why we're not gonna duplicate from hierarchy. It's gonna be totally different. So we can just go ahead on the canvas, then select this game over UI, and then Control D to duplicate, and we can just change right away. But we're not gonna do that. Instead, it's gonna be little bit different. So that's why we will go to project tab, then assets, then prefab, and let's open up our, or select this game over UI. So this one, double click that to open it up in prefab, as you can see, and we can just set this one to be active. Sorry, we want to be active for now. We will deactivate some after some time. So what we want to duplicate this one. To duplicate, select that from that prefab folder, not in hierarchy. Select, so I'm gonna go back, select that game over UI from that prefab folder, and Control D to duplicate. So we duplicate it, so this one is duplicated one. So what we want to rename this to game over UI1 to something else, something like game victory UI. So let's right click on it, then rename, and let's call this game over sorry, not game over, this will be game victory UI, and now it's done. And we can just double click on this game victory UI game object to open it up in prefab. So let's double click that to open it up. So what we want, firstly we will remove the game over UI script. To do so, select that game over game victory UI game object, go over to inspector, scroll down, let's right click on this game over UI script and click on remove, and it's removed. And instead of retry button, what we want something like call something next, we can say. So let's call this retry button to something next button. So select that button, go over to inspector, and let's call this one next, sorry, we will call this one next button. And we also need to change the text inside of this. Instead of retry, we will say something next. So just let's select the text inside of this button, go over to inspector, then text, and let's call it next. And we change it as you can see. And instead of game over, we can call something like victory. So let's select this game over text and let's rename this to game victory. And let's change the text as well inside of this text as well. Instead of game over, let's call it victory. And I hope you get the idea. And now we can go back. To go back, go to hierarchy and click right over here to go back. And by default we want this game over UI to be deactive. So just select this game over UI, go over to inspector and deselect or deactivate that. And let's select this game victory UI now from that prefab folder and drag it onto this canvas. As you can see, we have game victory now, and in that we have menu button as well as this next button. I hope you get the idea. And we want this to be active once we trigger with this you can say chest or collect this chest. At that moment we want to be active. So by default we want this to be deactive. So let's select that, go over to inspector and uncheck that. And let's open up our player script now, and we need a reference of this game victory UI. So we can set this to active or deactive depending upon if this player game object collected this chest or not. So let's select this player game object from hierarchy, double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio, and let's go to top of our class. Something over here before we can something over here, you can do anywhere over here, it's totally up to you. And let's call this one this will be public as well, and that is a game object we know. And we can call this something like game victory UI. So game victory UI, and close that up with semicolon. And let's scroll down over here. As you can see, once we collide with that chest, what we're doing, we just printing out the message in the console says victory. So after printing out message, we want that game victory UI to be active, or we just want that to be active. So that's why we will go to game victory UI, and dot we will use this set active function, sorry, set active. And we do know it's gonna take the value, so let's set it to true, basically check or active. And close that off with semicolon, control S to save your code, and go over to Unity. So once we collect this chest, we should able to see that game victory UI just gonna be active right away. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, when it turns sorry, once it's done, let's check it if it's working or not. And of course we need to drag the reference. So as you can see in player script, we can see game victory UI and it says none. So let's select this game victory UI and drag it there, so we're gonna have the reference. So let's select that and drag it over game or victory UI field. Now we have the reference. And let's click on this play button in the top and have a look. Let's collect this chest, basically collide with this chest or trigger with this chest. Firstly the message just getting pop up. and I'm gonna make the player speed a little bit faster so we can just move to this point or to this chest easily. To do so, let's go to player script, and we can do in runtime as you can see, but it will not be saved once you out from the play mode. The changes you made, it's not gonna be saved. So I'm gonna make this move speed to something like 10, and let's check it. Let's collect these coins and this chest. Let's let that go up. As you can see, indeed, that game victory UI just get pop up, and we can still move because we just pressing down our keyboard, as you can see. But if we try to click on this jump button and these arrows, it's not working at all. And if you doing inside basically if you want just want to make your game for PC as well, then you can just create a script something like game manager, and that script just gonna handle the rest thing. So once the game is win or you got the victory, then you can just do that thing. And I hope you get the idea that and of course I will have a video in the description how you can just avoid that once the game is over, or I'm gonna explain that as well later. For now, let's take a look this next button and this menu button. So we're gonna create a script for this victory as well. So we just gonna hook this button with some certain function. So let's get out of play mode. I hope you get the rest idea that how you can just do this thing. I hope you get the idea. And once you made so far, make sure you just go to top left file and then click on save. So whatever you have done so far in your Unity project, it will be saved, or press down Ctrl S to save right away. So I'm gonna press down Ctrl S to save my project. What we want to do now, so once we get victory menu and click to let me explain. If I just click on this play button and let's have a look. Once we just trigger with this chest, you can say, or get over here, we getting a victory UI. And try to click next button, we those button just doing currently nothing, so we need to hook those button with some certain function. So let's have a look. So let's get to the end or to the chest. So let's get there. Wait this shot to go up, and let's move, and let's just wait, and let's collect this one. As you can see, we getting a victory UI, but try to click on this next button and this menu button, doing nothing. So let's hook this button with some certain function. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's create a script for that, some game victory UI script. Or you can just create a script something like scene management, and you can just do all of these things, just loading up another scene, loading up the next scene, or loading up the current scene or the level. You can just do at once, but I'm gonna create a separate script for to make it clean and simple, easy to understand. Basically, to do so, let's go to project tab, then assets, script, right click, create C# script, and name it to something like game victory script. I already have it over here, game victory, as you can see. So I'm gonna select this game victory UI game object. Let's select that, and let's select this game victory script and drag it over to add component section. So I'm gonna select that. Let's drag it over to add component section, and let's double click that to open it up in Visual Studio. So we're gonna do the same thing as we have done in game over victory UI script. So let's do the same thing. Let's make those basically two function. So before we do, we are working with scene, so we do know we need to include that using Unity engine dot scene management namespace. So let's remove that. Instead, let's use using Unity engine dot scene management and close that up semicolon. And let's make two function, one for our next button and one for our another one for our menu button. So let's make public void. Make sure you just making this public so we can click basically call this function through button. And let's call this one menu button and make first bracket and some curly brackets. And let's copy this function by Control C, and let's paste it somewhere around here by Control V. And let's call this one, instead of menu, let's call it next button. And so we don't have the menu, we do know. And also I don't want to create a next level. You can create a next level by, as I said, told you that you can just duplicate the level and make jump basically change some make some changes, and you're gonna have the level 2. So you can just pass over here scene manager dot load scene and the name of the scene, so you can go over to that scene or to that next level. So you can do that, but I'm not gonna do that. Instead I'm gonna say something like or I just want to print out a message in the console, something like next level. So for doing that, let's debug.log for printing out message, and let's in quotation say next level and close that off with semicolon. And for this menu button, we don't have it right now. Let's also print out a message for this menu button function, or whenever we just goes to click on this menu button, we just want to print out a message something like menu. So let's type debug.log for printing out message, debug.log, and we can say something like menu and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code, and let's go to Unity now. What we have to do, we need to hook those two functions with those two buttons, one for our menu and one for our next button. So let your script to compile, and once it's done, hook those button with those functions. Just wait for to compile. It's gonna take few moments for compiling our script, and once it's done, we need to hook those button with those function. Just wait for to compile. And we also need to deal with moving our character left and right. Once we get the victory, we need to stop moving left and right. Instead, we need to just stay at one point, and if we just click on menu, or we need to go over to menu. For now, we're just printing out message we do know. So just wait, and once it's done, so let's go over to game victory UI. Let's click right over here and click on this panel. Let's select this menu button and go over to inspector, scroll down over, hit this plus icon. So we need to drag the game object in which game object the script is setting on. So in our case, this game victory UI. So let's drag it there. Let's select over here no function. Let's go over to game victory class or script, and let's choose this for menu button, this menu button function. And for this next button, let's drag this right over here, then game victory. And for this next button, let's choose next button. And what we're gonna do, let's select the console, let's clear it by clicking right over here. Now let's click on this play button in the top and have a look. So once we click on those, basically on menu button, we should able to see that message just gonna pop up right away, says menu. And once we click on next button, the next message just gonna, next level just gonna pop up something like so what message we just want to print out. So let's check it. Let's get at the end of the level. So just wait, and I hope you get the idea. And now if we get over here, as you can see, game victory we get, but we still able to move left and right. As you can see in this in view, we are able to see. But now if I just click on this clear and try to click on this next button, as you can see, next level message just getting pop up in the console. And try to click on this menu message just get pop up in the console. I hope you get the idea. But this button just made printing out message. Later we're gonna do with this menu button, we're gonna create a menu level or menu scene, something like that, to just make it more cool. and the problem is that we still able to move left and right, as you can see. So we need to stop doing once we get the victory, we need to stop doing that. So let's get out of play mode and let's create a script, something like game manager, for that, to basically keep track of the game is active or active or not. Basically, once we win the game, we need to check if we win or not. To do so, let's go to project tab, then assets, script. Right click on a script folder or assets, then create C# script animate to something like game manager. So I already have it over here, and you can attach this script to any game object of your hierarchy, but for this I'm gonna make a separate game object. So let's click right over here to basically collapse our canvas. Let's right click on hierarchy or hit this plus icon. Let's create an empty game object and let's call it something game manager. Game manager, sorry, game manager. Go over to inspector, then transform, right click on transform and reset the transform, and make sure you just select the game manager script and drag it over to add component section. I'm going to drag this game manager script top of my hierarchy, and let's double click on this game manager script to open it up in Visual Studio. So as you can see, we have by default start and update function. Let's remove this, we don't need it. Instead, this script just gonna handle if we win the game or not. If it's then we need to do something. Basically, we have to stop moving our player game object to move left and right. You don't need to do anything. If you just making for Android, you're not gonna able to click on those left and right and jump button. But if you making your game for PC, then we have to do this thing. So you can just follow this part basically. So that I'm going to remove these two namespaces as well from the top, we don't need it. So we will go inside this curly brackets, basically inside this class, and we will make a variable to just keep track of if we win the game or not. So we will make a public bool, and that this can be true or false, and we have to name it, and we can call something like is game uh, get victory, or is game victory. We can say something like victory, let's say victory, public bull victory, and by default I'm gonna set it to false. False. Why? So when we start the game, or once the player just started the game, player not gonna able to win the game right away. But once the player is at the end of the level, or the player game object basically collide with that chase, means that time we should set this victory to true, because we get our victory. So that's why. So by default, that's why we set it to false. So Control S to save your code, and we will go over to this player script now. Let's go over there, and let's go over in on trigger enter 2D function over here. As you can see, we colliding with this chest, as you can see right over here. Basically we colliding with that chest means we get our victory. So after getting our victory, what we want to do, we want to set that parameter to true. So we need to go over to game manager script first, basically this is script, and we need to access this parameter which is victory, and we will set it to true. Why? Because we collided with that chest, or we just get at the end of the level. So let's go to player script now, and for to go over to that game manager script, we will use this find object of type, and we need to make this arrow, and into arrows we have to pass the script name. So in our case, which is game manager, and make sure just make this first bracket and dot. We in there, or in game manager script, we created a parameter which we know victory. So let's access that, and we can set the value of this, we can set it to true by now, as you can see. So basically we going over to game manager script first, basically this game manager, then accessing this victory parameter, and we setting this victory parameter to true. As you can see, if we move to player script, as you can see victory we set to true. Now the game is basically we get our victory. Now what we will do, we will move over to this update function. As you can see, we moving this line of code right over here is responsible for moving our character left and right. So before we move, we're gonna check over here, if we win the game, that we need to stop moving our player game object. So that's why we just going right before it. Basically we just going to top up over here where we moving, we just going top of it, and we will check right over here. We will check, so if make first bracket, so we're gonna do the same thing. Basically we will use this find object of type, and into arrows we need to pass the script name, which is game manager. So let's pass that and make this first bracket, and then dot, we will access that vectory parameter, and we will check if that vectory parameter, if it's equals to true, or you can leave it like this, it's also means true. If that is the case, make some curly brackets. So basically we just collided with the test, or we just get our victory. So in that moment we need to stop moving our player game object. Basically we need to stop doing this thing. So that's why we checking right over here. So firstly we moving over to game manager script, and we checking if then accessing this vectory parameter. So if this vectory is equals to true, or it's basically it's also means true, living like this, it also means true. So if that is the case, in that moment we need to stop moving our player game object. So that's why in between these brackets, or these curly brackets, we're gonna type return and close that up with semicolon. And we do know that after return, whatever line of code you gonna write, it will not be executed. So we're gonna stop moving left and right, even we try to press down A and D key to move left and right. So I hope you get the idea now. So Control S to save your code and go back to Unity, and let's have a look on that. Just wait a few moments. As you can see game victory, so in game manager script we can see victory, which is by default is unchecked, basically means false. But if we just click on this play button and try to get at the end of the level or collide with this chest, at that moment it's gonna be checked right away. And we checking, if this checked, basically we get our victory, and then we just do stopping, basically we move, just stopping our player game object to move. So let's try to get at the end of the level. So let's leave this one to go up, this saw, and now we are ready to jump. Sorry, so I can just select that player game object manually. So let's go over to hierarchy, let's select this player game object, and let's select this move tool right over here, and I'm gonna move this player game object something over here. As you can see, we are over here by now. And if we try to trigger with this chest or collide with this chest right now, let's do that. As you can see, we get our factory panel, and we cannot move left and right. Even I try to press down A and D key, as you can see, the player just get stuck at there at that point, and we are not able to move left and right. I hope you get the idea that how you can just do it, or how you can check for some certain parameters to do some specific things. So I'm gonna get out of play mode by now. One problem occurs that once we are over here, just fall down, we should able to see a weird behavior. Let me show that to you. Let's click on this play button in the top, and let's have a look on that. So just wait for to compile. Let's give it a moment for compiling our script, basically to enter in play mode. So if I just go right there, just sorry, I just lose one health. uh, let's get there. Let's let this shot to go in up direction, and as you can see, we just falling down and falling down, and we just got into a uh, space, you can say something like that. So we need to stop doing that. So let's get out of play mode. What we wanna create a line something like that, and we will call that to die line. So once this player game object just collide with that line, we want that game over UI. Basically we will call that die function, and basically the die function just doing the rest things. So that's what we want. So to do so, let's create an empty game object first. Go over to hierarchy, or you can just do it with any game object, but it's much preferable to create a separate game object. So let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. Sorry, I just selected this visual scripting, we don't need it. Let's click. Sorry, I don't know, but I'm just clicking right there. So let's hit this plus icon or right click, create an empty game object, and we can call this game object die line, and go over to inspector, then transform, right click and reset the transform, and you can select an icon for that. So I'm gonna select this one, and let's what we will do, we will add a edge collider. So we're gonna edit the collider something around this environment. To do so, just click on add component and find by typing edge collider 2D, and click on this edit collider, and if to focus on it, so we have collider over here as you can see. And what we want, we need to adjust, so we're gonna do it somewhere around here. Let's adjust or edit the collider. So even the player if the player jumps over here, it's also gonna get die there. So that's why, so we're gonna make somewhere around here. Let's perfectly fit that, just add it. Sorry, let's select, I'm gonna select this die line and let's drag it top of hierarchy so we can see all the time. And let's click on edit collider one more time, and let's edit the collider something like this. Just play around and you're gonna get hang of it. Even the players just surpass our environment or get off it, it's not gonna able to, because we just added a line over here as you can see. And make sure you just go over to inspector and check this is triggered to true. Make sure you just do that. And what we want, we want to assign this die line with a die line tag, something like that, so we can check for what we trigger it with or what we collided with. So go over to inspector, then click on tag, let's click and tag add tag, hit this plus icon, and let's call it die line. Die line, click on save, then go over to that game object one more time. Over to inspector, let's assign that tag to something like die line. And now let's open up our player script by double clicking on it. And we have to check, so let's go over to on trigger enter 2D function. We know this function get called when we trigger over here, when we trigger with something. So we're gonna check right over here. So let's go to bottom and let's check it. If collision, sorry, collision dot game object dot tag, if it's equals to so make quotation and put over here the tag which is die line. If it's the case, so make some curly brackets what we want. So basically we just colliding or triggering with that die line. So if I select this die line as you can see, so what we want to do, we want to destroy our player game object right away, and we want the game over screen. Or what we can do, we can just take damage, so it just gonna be more approachable, or we just call the die function right away. So we're gonna call the die function right away. Basically we want this player game object to destroy uh, once this collide with this die line right away instantly. We just want to destroy this player game object. So let's go there, and over here what we will do, we will call that die function. And what die function is doing, firstly it's just printing out the message in the console says player died, and then game over panel just get active, then we destroying our player game object right away. So let's call it right over here, so which is die. So make this name of the function, make first bracket and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. And now let's move over to Unity. So once we are over here, basically trigger or collide with that die line, the game over panel just gonna be active right away. And let's have a look firstly. Wait a little bit. So let's click on this play button in the top and have a look on it. So if I just collect the first coin, let's get over there. Firstly, let's let this shot to go up and let's collide with that. As you can see, indeed the game over screen just get active, and we have our menu button and retry button. So now if I just click on this retry, we just loading up the scene one more time, and if I just get over there one more time, just collide with that die line, we should able to see, as you can see indeed. And if we click on this menu button, we need to go over to menu, so we need to create the menu scene as well. To do so, let's get out of play mode. Before I do that, I want to change the color of this text. Instead of red, let's let that be to white, to basically to make it more cool. So let's go over to hierarchy, then canvas, click right over here, and then UI stuffs, and let's click right over here. Let's select this health text and let's go over to inspector, scroll down, then color fill, let's choose it to white. As well as we're gonna do the same thing, coin text, let's choose the color white, and make sure you just go over to parent game object UI stuff, and then inspector overrides and click on apply all. So the changes gonna be saved into this prefab of UI step game object as well. And now we are ready to create our manu scene. To do so, what we have to do, we need to go to project tab, then assets, and scenes over here you can see, and we have the sample scene right over here, we can see that. So we are ready to create our manu scene. To do so, right click there, then go to create, and then you can see find over here scene right over here. So just click on that, and you have to name the scene what you want. So we're gonna call it something like menu, and hit enter and double click on that scene to go to that scene. And what we will do, it says, do you want to save changes you made in these scenes, basically in sample scene. So whatever changes we made in this sample scene or in this label, we want to save that. So that's why we just gonna click save right away. And as you can see, we're gonna go to that menu scene, and in this menu scene in hierarchy, we just only have the main camera. And if I select this main camera, go to scene tab and if to focus on it, as you can see, this scene is totally empty. And now we are ready to create buttons and those icons. To do so, let's select I'm gonna select the main camera first. Let's go over to inspector, then camera section, and background I'm gonna change it to something dark gray, something like that. And let's create the canvas first. We need to create the canvas because we need to place all of the UI elements into that canvas, like buttons, icon, images, all of those things. So that's why. So go to hierarchy, right click, then go to UI and select this canvas. And if to focus on that canvas, and go over to inspector, scroll down, says canvas scaler, choose canvas scaler component, and over there it says UI scale mode to constant pixel size. So just click on that and select scale with screen size and put in the X something like 1920 and in the Y 1080. If your game is in landscape mode, just do that, and if your game is portrait mode, then do in the X 1080 and in the Y 1920. So we're gonna put 1920 in the X because this is our landscape game, and in the Y we will put 1080. And now let's right click on this canvas, then go to UI, and you can select the panel. So let's select the panel, so go to UI and let's scroll down, sorry, select this panel. So this is our panel, as you can see, and we can choose any color we want, something like, let's choose green. It's totally up to you. I'm gonna let's let's go to bottom. Over there you can see a channel, so I'm gonna make it totally transparent, not gonna make panel, so that's why I'm gonna drag it all the way to 255, as you can see. And you can change the color as well of this panel, it's totally up to you. And what we will do, uh, let's go to project app, then assets, sprite. I'm gonna choose some sprite for that. And we have, sorry, we have some panels over here, I guess. We have panels, we have buttons, and let me choose a perfect one. We have panels, so I'm gonna select an panel, something this green one. To do so, firstly let's name this panel to something like menu panel, or basically let's leave it instead. And let's right click on this panel, then go to then create an empty game object, and call that game object to something like menu panel or menu UI. So let's call this one menu UI. And make sure you just go to select the menu UI game object, then go over to inspector, then rig transform, right click over, basically click over here, hold down alt and select this bottom right one. So this, as you can see, as soon as we click on that, this game object, this menu UI just get resized as the size of our canvas. Now if we try to scale down our screen or the canvas, we can see, sorry, not this one, is scale down or scale up, we can see this is also just resizing itself. I hope you get the idea why we need to select that. And into this menu UI, let's right click, then go to UI, go to UI, and then you can select this panel, and we're gonna scale this panel down. To do so, let's select this rag tool right over here and hold down all on your keyboard, so it's gonna resize from center, as you can see. And what we want, I want to replace this panel with something else, basically this image. To do so, we need to go over to inspector, that image component, we have to replace this source images background. To do so, I'm going to select this from that folder, this green one. Let's select that and drag it right there. As you can see, it turned it, but it says transparency, so that's why we're gonna click on this color, and let's go scroll down, says a channel, and let's drag it all the way to 255. As you can see, now it's get turned. And I want to change the color of this background, or this panel, so let's select the panel, and we can change the color with something green to make it even more cool. So as you can see, I hope you get the idea, and that this seems pretty much cool. And what we have to do, instead of panel, let's call this one, basically this one, let's call it something, we can call, let's call it, or you can just leave it like this, it's also a good name. We can call this panel. And into this menu, what we want to have two buttons, sorry, three buttons. One will be play button, one will be exit one, and the third one just gonna be in on top of that you can add any thing you want. So I just want to create a about button, you can say. So let's do that. To do so, let's select this panel, right click on it, then go to UI, scroll down, says legacy, and choose this button. And let's scale this button, hold down alt, so it's gonna scale from center. And let's change the source image of this button. To do so, let's go to as a project tab, then assets, then a sprite. I'm gonna choose a zelly, sorry, I'm gonna choose a button right over here, something like this one. So let's select that and drag it over to that sprite over here, as you can see. But this one doesn't seems pretty cool, or just fitting in this, you can say. So we're gonna replace this. So let's select this jelly one, and I'm gonna select this one. So let's select that and drag it over to source image. As you can see, it's get turned right away. And let's hold down also, it's gonna resize from center. I'm gonna scale in the X, and let's scale the panel a little bit up, basically this menu UI. So let's select this panel, basically this panel, and hold down all, so it's gonna resize from center, as you can see. And we can select this button. And what I'm gonna do, we are not able to see the text inside of that, so let's click right over here. Before we do that, let's call this button to something, play button. So let's go over to inspector, let's call this one play button, play button. And let's change the text inside of that. So let's increase the font size, so let's do it somewhere 70. And I'm gonna choose bold, and let's change the color to something white, something else. And I'm gonna, instead of button, let's say play. And let's choose another font. I'm gonna choose this one. This one seems pretty cool, and I'm gonna choose font style to normal to make it even cool. Let's select this button, go over to inspector and choose this drag transform. Basically click right over here. Let's select this top anchor, and I'm gonna drag it a little bit down somewhere around here. And we are ready to duplicate this button. To duplicate, control D to duplicate, and let's drag it down. And this button right over here gonna be our about button. So let's call this one, instead of play button, let's call it about uh, button, about button. And let's change the text inside of it as well. So click right over here, let's call it about. And let's duplicate this button one more time. So select the button and control D to duplicate, and let's move it down somewhere around here. And this will be our exit button, or you can say quit button. So let's call it exit uh, button, exit button. And let's change the text inside of it to exit, as you can see, and it's pretty fine. For this bottom button, I'm gonna go over to rect transform. Let's click right over here, hold down all. We will choose this bottom anchor, and let's drag it over here, something like that. And for this middle button, this about, I'm gonna choose the center anchor. So to do so, let's go to rect transform, click right over here, hold down all. Let's choose this basically, sorry, that center one. And now I'm gonna select the first button. Let's drag it a little bit up somewhere around here. I'm gonna choose the about, and let's drag it a little bit down. Let's select the bottom. Let's drag a little bit up. So I hope you are able to get this, so how you can just do that. And we need to make spaces between this button, and it seems pretty cool. And make sure you just select this panel, or this menu UI. Basically select that menu UI game object. So this is our whole game object. And if we try to scale down our screen, we can see the button just getting resized itself according to our screen size, as you can see. And I want to change the color of this background. So I'm going to go to panel, let's go over to inspector, then image, and let's choose another color. And this seems pretty quite good. You can choose, and you can choose any color you like. So I'm gonna choose this one. This one seems perfect and enjoyable. Sorry, not enjoyable. So what we will do, we will select this menu UI, and make sure you just make this one prefab as well. So let's select this menu UI and drag it over to that prefab folder. And now it's turned, you can say, menu UI. And we can just duplicate this one for to create our about. Or what else you can do, you can if you want to change something else, so it's gonna just change right away. So that's why where we drag it, so into that prefab folder we have over here menu UI. We can see if we just double click on that, so it's gonna open up into a prefab, as you can see. And to go back in hierarchy, we can see this click arrow, so just click right there, so to go back. And we want to duplicate this menu UI for our about. So in about we want to say something, so that's why. So we will select this menu UI and control D to duplicate, control T so the duplicate one we will name it to something like about menu. we can call about menu about or about menu, something like that. So let's right click on it, then rename, and let's call it about panel or about menu, about menu. And now we're gonna double click on that to open it up into prefab mode. And what we want to change in this about menu, we're not gonna have this play button and also this about button. Instead we will have a back button. Once we click on this back button, we will go over to menu, basically main menu you can say. So we can call that instead of menu, so let's go over to prefab menu UI, let's call it to something like main menu. So let's right click, then rename, and let's call it main menu. And I hope you get the idea by now. And let's select this about menu, and let's delete this play button and this about button, because this in about menu we're not gonna have this play button and about button. So let's select that play button and delete, and also this about button. And for this exit button we're gonna have a back instead of exit, so let's rename this to exit, sorry, back button. To do so, let's go over to inspector, exit button, let's call this one back button. And let's change the text inside of this button as well. So let's click right over here, let's select the text, go over to inspector, then text, and let's choose or basically call back. So let's call it back, and I hope you get the idea. Let's click right over here to go back. And what we can do, we can just select that about menu from that prefab folder and drag it onto on top of this canvas, or basically top of this panel game object, as you can see. And by default we want this about menu to be inactive. Before we do that, let's do some in about menu. Basically let's add a text inside of this about menu. You can type whatever you want, you can just give credit as well. So I'm gonna just go over to this panel of this about menu. Let's right click on it, then go to UI, scroll down, says legacy, and then let's choose this text. And make sure you just go over to rect transform, click right over here, hold down all, and select this bottom right one. And we're gonna resize over here something like, so the text just gonna be inside of this area, not gonna be outside, even we try to scale down or up our screen size. So basically that is the thing. And what I'm gonna call, basically right over here, so let's go to font size and let's make it something 100. And I'm gonna call, let's choose alignment to both of this center. You can type whatever you want to do, you can just give credits to assets creator as well. It's totally up to you what you want. And font style, I'm gonna choose bold, and let's change the text in, basically I'm gonna choose a different font. So let's click right over here, I'm gonna choose a roboto, sorry, let's choose this one. And I'm gonna instead of calling new text, let's call it something else. So I'm gonna call, sorry, about. I hope you get the idea. It's totally up to you what you want to call. And now let's select the about menu, basically the parent one, go over to inspector, then overrides, and click on apply all. So the changes gonna be saved right away. And by default we want this about menu to be deactivate. And once we click on that about button, then we want this about menu to activate. So by default we want to deactivate, so let's select the game object about menu, go over to inspector, let's uncheck that. And this is our main menu. So if we let's call it main menu as well right over here. So let's go over here, let's call it main menu. So once we click on this about button, we want to activate this about menu, and we want deactivate this basically main menu. So that's why we will go to main menu. Let's click right over here, then panel, and let's select this about button and go over to inspector, scroll down, and we can just do it right over here. We don't need to skip anything like that. So what we can do, we have to hit this plus icon, and we can drag the game object right over here, which game object we just want to activate or want to deactivate. So in our case, we want to activate this about menu, so we're gonna select that and drag it right there, and it says no function. Just click on that and go over to game object, and you can see in the bottom set active bolt, basically activating or deactivating, you can say. So just to choose that. So what we want to activate that, so that's why we will check this, and we want this main menu now to deactivate. So that's why we will hit this plus icon one more time, and we're gonna drag this main menu over there, basically select the main menu and click right over here, then go over to a game object and set this set active bool, and we want this main menu to deactivate. So deactivate, we don't want to be activate, we want to activate the about menu. So that's why we will uncheck this main menu. Basically we just deactivating, so that's why we're gonna uncheck. And now, sorry, if we just click on this play button in the top and click on this about button, we will see the about menu just gonna activate right away, and this main menu gonna be deactivate right away. Have a look on that. So if we just click on this about, as you can see about just get activate, but we also need to go back to main menu once we click on this back button. So we want once we click on this back button, we want this about menu to deactivate, and we want that main menu to activate. So once we click on this back button, so I hope you get the idea. So once we click on that about menu, sorry, about button, as you can see about menu just get activate and main menu just get deactivate, as you can see. So let's get out of play mode now, and let's select the about button. So I'm gonna select let's go over to about menu, click right over here, let's choose this back button, go over to inspector, scroll down, and hit this plus icon. So firstly we want to deactivate this about menu, so we're gonna select that and drag it over there, and then we will go to game object, set active, and we will uncheck this, basically we deactivating. And now let's hit this plus icon one more time, and let's select this main menu and let's drag it over there, and let's go over to game object, set active, and we wanna check this, basically activating. So let's check this, and now if we just click on this play button, once we click on this about button, we'll see about menu just gonna open up right away, and once we click on that back button, we will get back to main menu. So let's have a look. So if I just click on this about, as you can see about just loaded up, and if I just click on this back, we're just going back, as you can see. I hope you get the idea that how you can just do without doing any line of code by activating any game object you want to. I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and make sure you just go over to main menu, basically the parent game object, then go over to inspector, then overrides and apply all. So the change is gonna be saved into prefab as well. So let's do the same thing for this about menu. Let's go over to inspector, overrides and apply all, and make sure you just go to top left file, then click on save or hit down Ctrl S. So whatever you have done so far in Unity project, it's gonna be saved right away. So I'm gonna press down Ctrl S to save, and once we click on this play button, now we need to basically load that level, and once we click on this exit button, we need to exit our game. I hope you get the idea what am I talking about. Let's create a script. Once we click on this play button, we want to load the level, we want to play the game. So to do so, let's go over to project tab, then assets, scripts. Let's right click there, create C# script, and name it to something like scene management. I already have it over here, and let's create, you can attach this game object to any game object of your hierarchy, but we do know that it's much preferable to just create an empty game object for this, because we're gonna make this prefab one, and we need this script as well in the game. You can say when we are in the game level, we also need this script to go get back here. So that is the thing. So let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. Let's create an empty game object and let's call this one as well, sorry, scene 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 management, scene management, scene management. Go over to transform, right click and reset the transform, and if you wish you can choose an icon. Let's choose this yellow one, and let's select that script and drag it over to add component section, and now double click that script to open it up in Visual Studio. So by default, as you can see, we have start and update function. Basically we don't need it, so we can just remove this. Also these two namespaces in the top, instead we're gonna include this using Unity Engine dot scene management or scene management, and close that up with semicolon. So why we included this namespace? Because we're gonna work with scenes, so that's why, work with scenes or levels, so that's why we need to include this namespace. And we will make one for our play button and one for our exit button, and also one we will make for to get back over on menu scene. So we're gonna create two function for now, and later on we will add one more function to get back over here in the menu level, you can see, or the menu scene. So let's create for play button. So let's create a public. So we making it public because we want to call through on click. And for function we gonna type void, and we will call this one play button, and make first bracket and some curly brackets. And now let's copy this function by control C, and let's paste it over here down, and let's call this function something exit button for our exit button, exit function, our exit button. And what we want to do inside this play button, we want to load up the level we want to go or want to play the game. So for loading up, we do know we're gonna use this scene manager dot load scene function, and this function over here in brackets will take in quotation the name of the scene or the build index of it. And we do know, or we already seen, that the name of the scene is sample scene, or you can rename as well to level 1. Basically to rename that, go over to Unity, then go to project tab, then scenes. Over here we have sample scene, you can just right click on it and then rename to something like level. So I'm gonna call it a level, and just double click that to, and let's click on save. Whatever changes we made, it's gonna save into our menu scene. And let's go back in menu one more time by double clicking on it. So we name it to level, as you can see, and you want to still want to see the name of the scene or the build index of it. To see that, you need to go to top left file, then click on this build settings in the bottom, and you can see the name of the scene over here, which is level, or the build index of it is 0, as you can see. So I'm gonna cut. So let's go to script now. So the name of the scene we have to do inside in quotation, or you can just directly type over here the build index, and you don't need to put quotation. You can pass the build index, which is 0, but I'm gonna pass the name of the scene in quotation. So let's pass in quotation, which is level. Make sure you just typing the same name as you did, and make sure close that up with semicolon as well, and control S to save your code. And we also need to make this exit button. So in Unity editor, if you just try to click on this exit button, you're not gonna exit out your game. But once you made the application and try to click on this exit button, it's gonna exit out your application right away. But in Unity editor, it's gonna not happen. So we're gonna go to script. To exit, we need to use this application, sorry for background noises, application dot quit. and make this first bracket and close that up with semicolon. So this application dot quit function right over here, it's gonna quit our application right away. But in Unity editor it's not gonna happen. But once you made the application and click on that exit button, then it's gonna exit out your application right away. So if it's this button working or this function working fine or not, we're gonna print out a message in the console for now. So before we quit, we're gonna type debug.log and let's say in quotation something like quit and close that up with semicolon. I'm gonna put in exclamation mark and control S to save your code. Now let's move over to Unity and we need to hook this function with this button. So just wait. Sorry, I'm just having the tea. So now if we go over to hierarchy, then canvas, let's click right over here, click on panel, then let's go over to menu, click right over here in panel. We can see play button. So I'm gonna drag this scene management game object top of my hierarchy, and let's select this play button, go over to inspector, scroll down and click on this plus icon, and we need to drag the game object right over here, in which game object the script is sitting on. So in our case this scene management, so let's select that game object and drag it right over here, and it says no function, so just click on that. Scroll down, say scene management, so we will go to scene management script or class, and in there we created this play button, so let's choose that. And for this exit button, let's hit this plus icon, let's drag the game object right there, and then let's choose the function for our exit. And now we have done. And make sure you just go to parent game object, basically this main menu, go over to inspector, then overrides and click on apply all, so the changes gonna be saved. So if we just click on this play button in the top and click on this exit button, we should able to see that message just gonna pop up right away, says quit. And once we click on this play button, the game just gonna load up. So I'm gonna select the console in the bottom right over here. You can select anywhere you want, select the console, and if we just try to click on exit, as you can see quit message just getting pop up, but it not quitting our application at all. But once we made the application and try to click on this exit button, it's gonna quit our application right away. So I'm gonna clear, and if we try to click on this play button now, as you can see the game loaded up, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea that how you can just do that. And the one thing we have to do is that once we die, basically lose all of our health basically 3 times, as you can see we get a game over. And if we try to click on this menu, we not I really apologize for that. Once we click on this menu, we're not getting back in our menu scene. So we need to hook this menu button with our something a menu function to go back there. So let's get out of play mode now. So we need to go over to in that level scene where the game over UI just getting pop up. In there we have the menu button, so we basically need to go over to our level scene or the sample scene, you can say. We name it to level, as you can see. Before we do that, make sure you just select this management script, sorry, game object in hierarchy, and make this one prefab. Why? Because we need this scene management game object as well in our level scene. So that's why. So making prefab, it's gonna just create the copy and we can drag the copy anywhere we want. Basically we need this in management script, so that's why. So we're gonna take this and let's drag it over to in that prefab folder, and let's go to scenes now, and let's open up the level scene by double clicking on it, and let's click on save button. Whatever changes we made into this menu just gonna be saved right away. So let's click on save and let's go over to level. And what we have to do right over here, let's go to project tab, then prefabs, where we drag it the scene management game object. So over here, so let's select that and drag it over in level scene. So basically that is the cool thing of creating prefab. You can just make copy and you can drag this game object or the copy any scene anywhere you want if you do need, and the script you need. And now let's open up the scene management script by double clicking on it. And it's time to include one more function for our menu. So I'm gonna do it somewhere around here. And let's make sure you just making this public, so we can call through a button for void for function. And let's call this one menu button. And basically we can call this one menu button, or what we can do, we do know that we already have game over UI. Oh, we can see it right over here. Once we click on that menu button, we can see just printing out the message. So we can just do it over here. You can just use scene manager dot load scene and just put the name of the scene. You can just do it, but I'm just gonna do it in scene management script. It's just gonna make our work a lot easy, so that's why. So let's make it right over here. So I'm gonna make public void, and we can call this menu load menu instead. Let's call it something like that, load menu, make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do inside this function, we want to load the menu. So make sure you include this namespace using unity engine dot scene management whenever we working with the scene. And inside these curly brackets, we're gonna load the scene. To load the scene, we have to use this scene manager dot load scene function. And this function gonna take in quotation the name of the scene or the build index of it. So if we move over to Unity and go to top left file, click on that and click on build settings in the bottom, we cannot able to see our menu scene or the build index of it. So make sure you just drag it right over here, or else you're gonna get some error. You're not gonna able to go back or get back to menu scene or menu level, you can say. So you need to drag it over here. To drag it, go over to project tab, then assets, then scenes. Over here we have this menu, as you can see. So let's select that scene and drag it over here. So the menu scene just gonna be you can say this will be the default one, or once the player started or opened the game, this menu just gonna be loaded up right away, not the level. So that's why we're gonna take this menu and we're gonna drag it top of this level, and level just gonna be next. So we can see the name of the scene, which is menu, and the build index of it in the right section, which is 0. So we can pass the name of the scene or the build index of it, which is 0. So I'm gonna cut, and now we have the name of the scene, basically the scene. And let's go to script now. So in quotation we can pass the name of the scene, or we can just pass the build index, which is 0. So I'm gonna pass instead the name of the scene, which is menu, and close that up with semicolon, control S to save your code. Now let's move over to Unity. So in game over UI, once it's get pop up, in that menu button we need to hook this function. So just wait. So now if I just go over to canvas, then click right over here, let's go to game over UI, click right over here, then panel, then menu button, we can see, select that menu button, go over to inspector, scroll down, and over here we have to hit this plus icon, and we need to drag the game object, in which game object the script is sitting on. So we do know in scene management. So let's select that and drag it right there, and it says no function. So just click on that, and let's go over to scene management class or script, and in there we created this load menu function. So let's choose that. And we also have to do with our game victory. Once we get a victory, we also have the menu button right there. So that's why we're gonna go over to game victory UI. So let's go there, let's click right over here, then panel, then menu button. So let's select that, go over to inspector, scroll down, let's hit this plus icon. So we need to drag the game object right over here. So let's drag it right there, no function. Let's go to scene management class, then let's choose load menu. Now we have done it. And if we just click on this play button right away, right now, once we loses our health, the game victory UI just gonna pop up right away, and it's gonna says that game is over. And once we click on that menu, we're gonna go back to menu. So let's have a look on that. So if I just collide with the saw, as you can see, we get 1, then 2, and let's collide with last time. as you can see, game over UI just get active. And if I just click on this menu, as you can see, we going back to menu. And if I just click on this play button one more time, we going to level, and it's working fine. And let's collide with three time one more time. Let's basically check, uh, let's check this one. As you can see, game over menu just get active. Let's click on this menu. So basically it's working fine. And if I just click on this play button, and now get, and at the end of the level, basically win the game, and then try to click on that game victory UI. Basically game victory UI just gonna pop up. So I'm gonna just go over to hierarchy, then level. Let's click right over here. So I'm gonna choose the player game object in hierarchy. If to focus on that, I'm just gonna choose this manually. So let's select this move tool right over here, and I'm gonna move it manually something over here to basically get at the end of the level. And if we collide with this chest now, as you can see, victory UI just get pop up. And if I just click on this menu, as you can see, indeed we going over to menu scene. I hope you get the idea that how you can do that. And the one thing we have left to do is that adding audio to our game. I hope you get the idea for now that how you can just do that. So let's get out of play mode. And the menu just gonna be default one. So that's why we will go to project tab, assets and scene. We're gonna double click on this menu, just double click on that, and click on save. Whatever changes you made into the sample scene or the level just gonna be saved right away. And this menu just gonna be default one. So that's why we just going over to menu one. Whenever the player open up the game, this menu just load up right away. So that's why. And make sure you just go to top left file, then click on save or hit down Ctrl S. So it's gonna save your project right away, whatever you have done so far in Unity editor. So I'm gonna press down Ctrl S. It's time to add our audio to our game. To add audio, we need to check. Firstly, go over to hierarchy and then select this main camera, and make sure in main camera audio listener component is added up. Basically go over to inspector and scroll down. Make sure audio listener component is added up. You can assume this component is a microphone, and it receives sounds and plays our sounds. So that's why this component is always attached to our main camera. If it's not, just click on add component and find over there audio listener and attach that. So what we want to do, we want to play our sound. Let's create a sound or something like that. So I'm gonna do it inside this main camera, or let's create a sound audio manager game object, something like that. To do so, let's go to hierarchy, right click, then create an empty game object, and you can call this game object to something like sound manager or audio manager. So I'm gonna call sound manager, and go over to inspector, right click and reset the transform and F to focus on it. So this is our game object, as you can see. And to play audio, we need to attach audio source component. To do so, select the game object first, and then go over to inspector, then click on add component and find over there audio source by typing and attach that. And over here it's gonna take the audio clip you want to play. As you can see, audio clip, and it says none, empty. So I have, so I'm gonna go over to project tab, then assets and audio. So I have the theme, as you can see. So I'm gonna drag it over there, as you can see, and I'm gonna shrink down my volume of my PC a little bit, something like this, 50. And we can play around with these values now. So if we just click right away our game, just click on this play button, you're gonna able to hear the audio just gonna play right away. Because as you can see, play on awake is checked. Make sure if it's not, just check that. I hope you are able to see, able to hear the audio. If you not, what we have to do, we need to go over to basically right over here. If we go to game view, and over there you can see a volume button, basically a audio button. So just click on that. As you can see, indeed we are able to hear the music, and we can play around with this component. So if we go to inspector, we can just shrink down the volume, as you can see. So I'm gonna drag it all the way up, as well as we can just loop this, and we can just uncheck this play and awake. And if we scroll down, and we have 3D sound settings. So if I just drag this spatial blind to the basically all the way up, as you can see, the volume just gets shrink down. Basically this volume now gonna work in 3D. So if I just take this sound manager game object and select this move tool right over here and drag it far from our main camera, as you can see, we are not able to hear when we just dragging far from this main camera. In main camera, audio listener game object is attached, so that's why if you just drag this or spatial blend all the way to up, basically 3D, it's gonna work sound as 3D. If you drag this audio, basically sound manager game object, or that audio from far from this main camera game object, and we do know in main camera audio listener component is added up. So that component is responsible as like mic, so you can assume. So now if we try to just drag this game object, the sound manager game object, or this audio to close to our main camera, as you can see, indeed we are able to hear our music, I guess. If it's not, we can just play on awake. So basically the music basically gets ends. So if I just get out of play mode, and what we will do, we will check this loop. Why? Because this is our theme, or this will be the theme of this game or music. So that's why we're gonna check this loop time, or we have to check this box, and make sure you just take this play and awake. If it's not, if you just uncheck and click just click on this play button right away, you're not gonna able to hear the music right away. So you need to check this box play and awake, and you can just play around with this value, and you're gonna get hang of it. As you can see, indeed the play music it's not playing. So let's get out of play mode. So the music should be play right away the game starts. So that's why we're gonna check this play and awake, play on awake. And we also gonna check this loop time, and I'm gonna drag this spatial blind to all the way 2D, because this is a 2D game, this is not a 3D game. So that's why I'm gonna drag this spatial blind to 2D. And once you done, if we just click on this play button, now we should able to hear the music right away when the game start. And the music just gonna loop forever. Why? Because we just check this loop time. And as you can see, indeed I hope you are able to hear the music. And if we just click on this button, we have about, and what we need to do now, if we just click on this play button, the music not playing in the game. So what we will do, so let's get out of play mode. We're gonna make this game object, this sound manager game object, in which game object we attach the theme or the music. We're gonna make this one prefab, basically copy, and we're gonna drag this game object as well to that level, so we can hear the music as well in that level. So let's select this sound manager game object and drag it over to that prefab folder. Now we just made a copy, and now if we just move to that levels in to do so, let's go to project tab, assets and scene, and let's open up the level by double clicking on it, and let's click on save. So whatever changes we made into the menu just gonna be saved. So let's click on save, and make sure you just select the level, go over to hierarchy and select the main camera, and make sure in main camera the audio listener component is added. As you can see, indeed it's added. So what we will do now, we will go to prefab folder, and let's select that sound manager game object from that prefab folder, basically prefab folder. So let's select that and drag it over into the hierarchy. And if I just click audio source right over here, as you can see, play on awake is checked, and as well the loop time. So let's click on this play button. Now we should able to hear the music right away when the game starts. because this is done. And we also need to play other musics, like when we collect this coin, we need to play that coin collect music, sorry, effect. As you can see, we indeed able to hear our music. We can collect coins, but once we collect these coins, we need to play that coin collect a sound effect. So let's get out of play mode. To do so, what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a script for that. Create a script for that. We will create a script for that, basically to control when we collect this coin. At that moment, we're gonna play that music, if sound effect, you can say. So to do so, let's go over to inspector. Let's click on this add component, and let's add another audio source component. So we need to drag the clip right over here. So in this case, we're gonna play a coin collect sound effect. So I'm gonna go over to project, then assets, audio. I have it over here, so I'm gonna select that. So let's select the sound manager game object first, and let's select that basically that audio clip. Of course, I will give a link in the description of all of this audio. You can go ahead and check them out. So let's select this coin now. So let's select this second audio source component. Basically, let's select this coin and drag it over to this audio clip. And what we want, we're gonna uncheck this play on awake. Why? Because we don't want to play this right away when the game start. Basically this sound effect, coin collect sound effect, we only want to play when this player game object collect or trigger or collide with this coin. At that moment, we're gonna play this you can say this coin sound effect. So that is the thing. So let's create a script for that to control when we need to play that audio source. So that's why we uncheck, and we're gonna play through a script. To do so, let's go to project tab, then assets, and let's move over to script. Right click, then create C# script and name it to something like sound manager as the name of the game object. I already have created right over here. I have. So I'm going to select this sound manager game object in the hierarchy, and let's select this sound manager game script and drag it over to add component section. And make sure you just go to overrides and click on apply all, so the changes gonna be saved into the prefab of this sound manager game object as well. Now let's double click this to open it up in Visual Studio. So double click that to open it up in Visual Studio. So we don't need this start and update function, so we're gonna remove this start and update function. Sorry, start and update function, as well as these two namespaces in the top. Instead, you can include that namespace, it called using unity engine dot audio. So we're gonna include this using a unity engine.audio. Whenever we working with audio, make sure you just include this namespace. It's not gonna need by the way for in this script, but it should a pretty good move if you just include it right away in your script. So let's go over here. So what we need right over here, we need a reference of this audio source component. Basically this audio source for our coin sound effect, we need a reference of this audio source. Then we can go over to this audio source component, and then gonna play this audio clip, which is coin collect effect. So let's do that. So we need a reference firstly. So let's go to script, and let's go right over here. So let's make a public, we can call audio source. So we're looking for audio source, and let's call it something like coin audio, coin source, or coin audio source. Sorry, coin audio source. And let's close that up with some semicolon, and control S to save your code and move to Unity. So what we have to do now, basically so just control S to save your code. So in here we're gonna see an empty field of coin audio source just gonna pop up. So what we have to do, we need to drag this audio source, basically the coin, not the theme, make sure. So select the coin audio source and drag it right there. So we're gonna have the reference, and we can play wherever we want. So just wait, just give it a moment for compiling our script. As you can see, coin audio source just pop up and it says none. So let's select this coin. So make sure the coin audio clip, so in here, So let's select this audio source and let's drag it right there. Now we have the reference, so let's double click that to open it up in Visual Studio. And what we will do, we will go to player script. So basically go to Unity and select the player game object in your hierarchy. So over here we have, so let's select that and double click that to open it up in Visual Studio. And what we have to do, so over here as you can see, we collecting our coin. As you can see, so we collecting our coin, so we're gonna play the audio clip right over here. So we will use this find object of type, and we do know make these arrows, and into arrows we need to pass the script name. So in our case we're gonna go over to this sound manager script, and in there we have the reference of this coin audio source component. So we will go over to this coin audio source component and then we'll play the clip. So basically we need to move over to this sound manager script. So let's go to that script, which is our player script. So let's into arrows we're gonna pass sound manager and make this first packet, and dot in there we created that audio source, basically coin audio source. So let's access that coin audio source, and dot we're gonna use this play function to basically to play our audio clip, and make this first packet and close that up with semicolon. So basically what we're doing right over here, we just moving over to this sound manager script, this sound manager, and accessing this coin audio source. And after accessing we just playing the clip. So basically we just going, or you can assume that we just moving over to this sound manager script, then accessing this audio source component, and then by accessing we just cling using the play function to just play this coin effect sound. Basically that is the thing. So make sure you just save your script. So just go to player game object and control S to save your code, and as well as you go to sound manager script and control S to save your code. So now let's move to Unity. So once we collect this coin or collide with this coin, that clip just gonna play right away, coin collected one. And we uncheck that loop time because we don't want that clip to be loop. But if it's a music, then you have to click on that loop box. And now let's click on this play button in the top and let's have a look. And if you want to get it more advanced, of course I will give a link in the description about audio manager, how you can just do. So if I just collect this, I hope you are able to hear the coin collect sound effect. Let me, so I'm gonna shrink down my theme. So I'm gonna go over to inspector, let's click right over here. I'm gonna drag down the music volume, basically the theme. And now if I just collide with this coin, as you can see, indeed I hope you are able to hear that coin collect audio clip. And let's collect this one, as you can hear, and it's fine. I hope you get the idea. So let's get out of play mode now, and I will give a link in the description. If you don't, basically this is a pretty beginner friendly, so that's why I just created many components of audio source. Instead you can create a two separate script to just control this audio source, and just want to jump in advance, then of course I will have a video in the description. You can go ahead and check that out. So this is a beginner friendly tutorial, so that's why I'm just explaining from basics and adding many audio source component. It might be a little bit messy and something like that for if you are really experienced in Unity game engine, then I don't think you should do this way. Of course I will give a video in the description, will be available a link in the description. You can go and check that out. And let's do this way. Basically I'm just making beginner friendly. So what we want to do now, if I just want to jump in the y-axis, I want to play the jump sound by now. So to do so, let's I'm gonna open up the player script. So let's select the player game object in hierarchy and go over to player script. I'm not gonna do inside this sound manager script. I'm gonna do inside this player game object. So let's open up our player script and let's jump on where we basically jumping. So firstly, what we do need a reference of our audio source. So let's add a audio source component to this player game object. So let's do that. So let's select, I'm going to drag this player game object top of my hierarchy. Let's click on this add component and let's find audio source by typing audio source and attach that. And as you can see, audio clip, and it says none, so we need to drag the clip, which clip we want to play. So I have the jump clip, so I'm gonna go to project tab, assets, then audio. I have it over here, so let's select that clip and drag it over to audio clip. And I'm gonna uncheck this play on awake because I don't want to play this clip right after the game start. Instead, once the player while when the player jumps, at that moment we're gonna play this clip. So that is the thing. So we need a reference of this audio source, then we can play the jump as sound effect. So let's open up our player script by double clicking on it, and let's grab the reference first. So let's go to top of our class and let's make a public audio source, and let's call this something like jump jump audio source, and close that up with semicolon. And let's go where we jumping. So over here, as you can see, if we standing on the ground, then we are jumping, basically we jumping over here. So over here we will go to jump audio source, and then dot, we're gonna use this play function to play our clip. So you have to use this play function to play your audio clip, and make sure you just make this first packet and close that up with semicolon. Control S to save your code. Now let's go to Unity, Control S to save your code. So make sure you just do that. So just Control S to save your code, and once it's done, I'm gonna shrink down the volume of our music for now, to basically able to hear the sound jump. So let's click on this play button first. Let's click on that. I'm gonna shrink down my theme to be basically able to hear our jump sound, if it's correctly working or not. So let's select this sound manager game object. Let's go over to inspector, then audio source. For this theme, let's drag this volume down, and let's try to jump. Sorry, we are not jumping. So basically we have done a mistake. So if I just select this player game object, and as you can see, this dumb audio source field is totally empty. We haven't dragged this audio source, this dumb audio source right there. So that's why we getting error and we are not able to jump. So let's get out of play mode. So make sure you just drag the reference right there. So let's select this audio source, basically jump, and let's drag it right there. And now if we just click on this play button in the top and try to jump in the y-axis, basically jump, we're gonna able to hear that jump sound effect. And really sorry for the background noises coming out, basically a vehicle just passing through by our house. So I'm gonna shrink down the theme music. So let's select this sound manager game object, go over to inspector, then audio source this theme, and let's shrink down jump. And if I just click on this jump button, as you can see, indeed we are able to hear our jump sound. I hope you are able to hear the jump sound. So if I collect this one, and you can implement these things with this click button as well, as you can just do that in menu as well. Once you click on that about button, you can include a click sound as well. So basically I have just given the idea how you can just do that, and you can do it right away. I hope you get the idea. So if I just click on this jump button one more time, as you can see, indeed I hope you are able to hear the jump sound. So I'm gonna get out of play mode now, and what we will do, we will select this player game object, And what we have to do, as you can see, a plus icon just becomes right away once we added this audio source component to our player game object. So what we need to do, we need to go over to inspector, then overrides, and click on apply all. So the changes gonna be saved right away into our copy of this player game object, basically prefab of this player game object as well. And we need to go over to menu scene. Why? The menu just gonna be the default one. Once the player open up the game, that should be a default scene to open up right away. So that's why we will go to project tab, then assets, scenes, and let's double click on this menu to go there, and let's click on save. So whatever changes we made, it's gonna save right away. And I hope you get the idea. Now if I just click on this play button in the top and click on this play button, we gonna hear the jump sound right away. So just wait for to compile. And now if we click on this play button, as you can see, indeed we are able to hear the jump sound, sorry, the theme, as well as the and collect, jump, and all of these things. I hope you get the idea. So let's get out of play mode now, and I hope you get the idea that how you can make a simple cute 2D platformer game. I hope you learn it something, and it's time to make our game. So we also need to make our game for our Play Store, basically the APK, as well as for PC. Now we're gonna make. Firstly, we will create the APK. To create that, go to top left file, then click on this build settings. And before you make, you need to make sure some specific things. Firstly, you need to plug your phone to your PC or laptop with an USB. Make sure you do that. And also USB debugging is should be on. Make sure you do that. I already have explained it how you can just do that in the start of the tutorial. So you can, if you want to see that, you can just go back there by just clicking on the time stamps. And after doing all of these things, click on this player setting in the bottom, you can see. So just click over there, then go over to editor in the top right over here, you can see. And device should be selected on any Android device. So make sure if it's none, then select any Android device. And after doing that, go over to player in the bottom over here, you can see. And you have to name company name, you have to name it something else. Don't leave it to default company. Name it to something else to your studio if you want. So I'm gonna make this to something bad code, and we have to name the product or the APK what we want. So we're gonna name it to something we can call let's call this 2D cute platformer. And then over here we can see we need to select an icon. If you want a icon, you can just do that, or if you just want to leave it, don't drag any icon, or you can just click on this select and you can select an icon. Or what else you can do, so I'm gonna select an icon or gonna drag a icon. To do so, I'm gonna go to project tab, then assets. I have an icon over here, so I'm gonna cut this tab. We need for this player project settings only this player right now. So I have the icon over here, so I'm gonna select that, basically the icon or logo you can say. So let's select it and drag it over there. Now as you can see, I have chosen the icon. So let's click on this icon field. As you can see, it's done. And let's move over to resolution and presentation. So let's just click on that. So make sure it's full screen window and navigation bar. So just leave these settings. And what we have to do, we need to scroll down. If your game is portrait mode, then check this box. Else if your game is landscape mode, then you need to uncheck this portrait as well as this portrait upside down. But if your game is portrait mode, then choose these boxes and uncheck this landscape right and left. And after doing that, we don't have to do much over here. So let's go over to splash image. Let's go there and let's click on this preview. If you just click on this preview, you're gonna able to see Unity logo just gonna show up, and then right after it the basically the game gonna load up, and you can choose an logo as well besides your Unity logo. To do so, scroll down, you can see logo right over here. Hit this plus icon and you need to drag a logo if you want to see or want to attach that logo after your Unity. To do so, I'm gonna select, let's suppose my that sorry that logo. So I'm gonna select that. Let's drag it right over here, or you can just click right over here and you can choose. So I'm gonna choose this one, something like that. And now if we just click on this preview, we can see the logo over here in top of our Unity logo, or you can choose one by one if you want to do that. To do so, over here you can see all in sequel, or you can leave it to Unity logo. Just play around with these settings and you're gonna get hang of it. As well as you can choose a background color, and you also can drag a background right over here as well. To do so, what you have to do, you need to drag a background right over here. So I'm gonna drag a background something like that. So I'm gonna go to project tab, assets, sprites. So over here I'm gonna find a perfect background for that, something this winter, something like this one. So let's select that and drag it over there into that fill. So now if we just click on this play button, as you can see the background logo just also loading up, and the Santa logo as well. Basically the Santa is showing up in the top of our Unity logo. I hope you get the idea. And what we have to do now, we need to scroll down. We don't have to do it, we don't have to much over here. So let's go over to other settings now. So just click on that and scroll down, and we don't need to over here. Basically as you can see, the package name must follow the convention. So com, firstly you have to you have to type com, then dot your company name, basically whatever you name it. Basically over here I name it bad code, so I have to do it over here. And then the product name or the APK, what you name it. So firstly I'm going to type com, then dot the studio name or the company. So I'm going to type bad code and dot, and after it we have to type the product name or the APK, whatever we name it our game. So that is a 2D cute platformer, and after doing that, and it's fine. So we still getting problem, so we have to type this in capital letters, basically I guess. Com dot bat code dot dot our 2D cute platformer, your product name, your company name dot, or you can just leave a sorry I'm really sorry for that. 2D com dot bat code dot product name, which is 2D cute platformer, and we can just do a spits over here, or we can leave it like this. Just leave it and you can just play around with this. I don't know why it's still saying as error. So over here it says, it's saying alphanumeric, your product name and must contain only alphanumeric and underscore characters each segment. Basically we have to remove these two. Instead we need to and just put this you can say these words. We don't have to put it put a numeric value right over here like 1 2 3 4. We have to get rid of that. So I'm gonna name the this to something cute platformer, so let's rename that as well. So I'm gonna name bat code and then cute platformer. And after doing that, make sure you choose minimum API level to something like you can choose 7 and leave it to 5, and target API level choose highest something like I guess for now Play Store just accepting more than 34 API level, but it must be 35 as well, so choose the highest one. So I'm gonna choose something like 34, and let's leave it a mono, and let's leave it to mono right now. We don't need to do any settings right over here, and let's go over to next setting, which is publishing. So just click on that, and we need to create a key store manager. Basically we need to create a key for our game, and with that key we can just if we want to change anything in our game, then we need to provide that key, so our game just gonna be secure. So that's why we need to create a key. To do so, just click right over here, it says key store manager, so just click on that, and we need to create a new. So just click right over here, you're gonna get a pop-up says key store manager, so just click right there, and we don't have, so we're gonna create a new. So just go over to create new, and we're gonna click gonna create that anywhere, so just click on that. So let's make a separate folder for that. So let's right click, new, and folder. Make sure where you creating that folder or saving that. So I'm gonna call this folder to something like key store, key store, key store, and open up that folder by double clicking on it and click on save right over here, and now it's gonna save. And we need to put a password. So I'm gonna do something like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Just put a strong password. Don't do this before this tutorial, I'm just doing this. Don't do it, don't follow this path. Basically don't make your password easy to understand, just make it with numeric words and just combine them and make a strong password. So we're going to type 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. We need to provide the password second time as well, as you can see, and we have to choose alias. So you can just choose a text. So I'm going to say something like bat, and we need to confirm the password. So let's put 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. I hope you get the idea, and you can put your first and last name over here, organization unit, and blah all of this basically. And after doing that, we are ready to do that. So confirm, we need to provide the password over here in this field as well. So let's put 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and we are ready to add this key. To add that, in the bottom you can see add key, so just click on that, and it's gonna add the key right away. So just wait for to compile, and once it's done, and click on yes, a key bat, yes, we want to do that. So just click on that yes, and it's gonna add the key. And as you can see, the password added up, and the alias we chosen bat, and all of these things is fine right now, and we are ready to create the APK. To create the APK, let's start. We have done all of the settings, and take a look on this once again. Basically take a overlook on this, if you have done it correctly or not. So just take a look, and once you done or completing, go over to file one more time. So just top left file, click on that, click on build settings. Then we can see over here build and run in the bottom over here in build settings we can see. So just click on that, and we are ready to create our you can say APK. So we're gonna go to simple 2D tutorial. Basically create a subfolder, something like Android build. I already have created. Basically create by right click, then new folder, and name that to folder to something like Android build, and open up that folder by double clicking, and name the APK what you want. So I'm gonna name it cute platformer, and then click on save, and it's gonna create the APK right away. And make sure you just plug to your phone with an USB with your PC or laptop. So make sure you just do that, else you're gonna get some error. And also make sure you just turn on the debugging mode, so it's gonna create the APK right away, and you can check on your phone as well. So I'm gonna check that. it's gonna take a little bit of time. When you just creating for the first time, it's gonna take time. So just wait for to compile. So just wait a little bit. And we also need to make the AAB, because our Play Store don't accept the APK. Instead, Play Store accepting the AAB file for now. So we're gonna take a look on that as well. So just wait, and it's gonna create right away our APK. And this project just gonna be also available on my Patreon page. You can download it for free. You need to join as free, or if you want to unlock more awesome benefits, then you can join with a membership. And I hope you get the idea that how you can create that PK right away. So it's gonna take time for the first time if you are making. So I'm just getting an error, but it's okay. Or what you can do, you can just open up the file and where you store it. So I'm gonna go to local disk E, then my projects, I'm gonna open that up folder. So I have simple 2D game tutorial, so let's open that folder. And over here we created, so let's double click that Android build. As you can see, cute platformer APK. So I can just select that and drag it over to my basically phone, as you can see. So you can just take that. As you can see, the game got into our phone. So let's open it up. I'm gonna click on that. As you can see, the game is loading, and the background and the logo just get loaded up. And we have three buttons: about button, and we can go back, and if we just click on this play button, we can play our game indeed, as you can see. And if we just get die three times, we can see we died, and we can just retry the level, as you can see. And we can collect the coins. Let's die one more time, and we can go back menu as well. So if I just click on this menu, as you can see, we got into menu. And now if I just click on this exit button, we should exit out our application. Why? Because we made the application by now totally. So that's why. So let's click on this exit button. As you can see, indeed the game gets exit. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make for AAB file. To do so, we need to go over to top left file, then build settings, and we need to do some important settings in our player. So make sure you are Android platform, and also you plugged your phone within USB to your PC. And after doing all of these things, click on player settings in the bottom, and let's change some settings. We are in player, so make sure you name your company name to something else, not to default, and name the product name something like cute platform. It's totally up to you what you want to name. And you go, we don't need to, we need to move, we're gonna go over to directly other settings, because we already have talked about these settings: splash image, resolution and presentation, and icon in our APK section. So that's why I'm not going to talk about it one more time. So let's scroll down to other settings. We need to do some settings right over here. Firstly, we need to choose make, let's suppose you want you just making your game for the second time, then you need to increase this version to 1.0 to 1.1. And if you make the game for the third time, then you can just do 1.2, and so on. And make sure you also increase this bundle version code by one, sorry, by two, then three. Let's suppose you making fourth time, then just make this bundle version code 4, and this version right over here 1.4, or you can just do 2.4 as well. It's totally up to you. And target API level, make sure it chooses to highest, something like 34 or 35. Now Play Store accepting sorry, accepting the AAB file to the highest API level, I guess around 35 or 34, and make sure you just do that. And script backend, we need to select ILCPP, basically to C++, you can see. So we need to just click on that. So our C# code just gonna convert into C++, and scroll down, and we need to check ARM64. Make sure you just check that, or else you're not gonna able to put it on Play Store. Make sure you just check this ARM64, and you can uncheck this ARM v7, you can just uncheck, but I'm gonna leave that. And let's scroll down a little more, and all is fine, I guess, right over here right now, and all is fine. So once it's done, let's move over to publishing settings, and let's it's basically it's calling us that we need to provide our password. So let's firstly choose the key store where we store it or create it. So we're gonna select, we're gonna click right over here, and let's click on browse. So we're gonna select that folder where we save it, our key store. So into this key store folder, so let's open that up. Let's select that and click on open, and we need to provide the password right over here. So let's provide, so 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 and so on. And over here once again we need to provide our password. So just wait. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and it's fine. And I guess all setting is fine now. And what we have to do, let's cut this, and we are ready to create the AAB file. Before we do that, make sure you check this box. It says build a bundle Google Play. So it's gonna create the bundle for Google Play right away. So make sure you just check this box and click on build and run in the bottom, and you can choose a folder where you want to save. So I'm gonna go over to Android folder, and then I will create a subfolder for our AAB file. So let's right click, new folder, and I'm gonna call this AAB bundle or something else to keep basically make sure you just keep all of the things in organized way. Basically put them into a separate folder, so it's gonna be clean and nice and easy to find. And double click that ABB folder to open that up, and you have to name name it whatever you name that already, name it in product name. So make sure you just do the same name right over here, and once you done, click on save. I'm not gonna do that, but just click on save, and it's gonna create your AAB file right away. And it's gonna take around minimum, it's gonna take up to 20 minutes, but it's totally gonna depend upon on your system. So that's why. So I'm gonna cut this, and it's time to make our game for our PC, Linux and Windows. So that's why I'm gonna select that and click on switch platform. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make your AAB file for Play Store, or if you just want to put your game on Play Store, then you can follow that part. And I hope you get the idea, and also how you can make the APK right away. And basically Play Store don't accept APK right now, but it do accepts AAB file or ABB format of the game right now. And we're gonna make our for Windows right now. So that's why we are in Windows, as you can see. So make sure the logo is next to this icon. So over here we can see it's mean we are in Windows. So we also need to do some settings in Windows as well. So let's click on this player settings in the bottom, and we already have chosen the company name and the product name and also the icon. So I'm gonna go over to directly to other settings, and I don't think we need to do anything right over here. We can select over here mono, we don't need to select ILCPP when we are in making for PC or Windows. and we don't have to do much settings right over here, so we can just collapse it. So let's collapse and let's create the file right away. So let's cut this one, and to create let's wait. So it says cannot build while player editor is importing assets or compiling. Basically in the top bottom you can see compiling script. So once it's done, you're gonna able to click on this build and run folder. So sorry, not folder, build on a build and run button, as you can see indeed. So before I do that, I'm gonna shrink down my volume of laptop. So I'm gonna shrink down something like, let's do, so it's not so our sound not gonna overlap with my voice. And now let's click on this build and run over here, and we need to choose a folder. Basically create a separate folder. I already have created. So right click, then sorry, right click, new folder, and name that folder to something like PC build. I already have it, so I'm going to select that folder, and let's click on select folder, and it's gonna create right away our application. So just wait, and you're gonna able to see that it's gonna take a few moments for just you can say to make our application. And once it's done, you're gonna able to play it right directly to your PC. I hope you get the idea that how you can make the same game for PC as well as for Android. So you just have to do some basics change, and you are ready to create that game any platform you looking for, and all of the rest thing is okay, but you need to change around with inputs, and you are good to go. Basically you can create that game any platform you looking for, even consoles, um, uh, like those platform. I don't know actually about much about it, but I'm gonna go with my PC or laptop, you can say. So I'm gonna check it right away, and it's gonna take a around 2 minutes, or it can take up to 5 minutes. Once you creating for the first time, it can take up to something around 5 minutes, but it's totally gonna depend upon on your system. If you do have a fast system, then it can take up to a 1 minute, and it's totally fine. And I hope you get the idea of basic C# scripting as well as Unity editor, how you can just go or mess around Unity editor, and you're gonna get lot of things. So just wait, and our game just gonna load right away, as you can see. So I'm gonna shrink down my, I hope you are able to hear the music. So I'm gonna shrink it down somewhere around like this. And if we just click on this play button, uh, just wait, as you can see indeed we are able to play our game. We can collect coins, and let's get at the end of the level, or try to get at the end of the level. So just let this shot to go up, and let's collide with this chest. As you can see indeed we get victory. And now if we just we don't have a next button, so if we just click on next button, we should load up the, you can say, next level. But you can duplicate this level and change some environments and just do little stuff, and you can create next level. For I hope you get the idea that how you can make the levels. And if I just click on this menu button, as you can see we going back to menu. And if I just click on this about button, we going to about. And if we click on back, we going to back. And now if we click on this exit button, we should quit our application by right now. Why? We already made the application. And if I just click on this right away, as you can see indeed we just quit our application. I hope you get the idea. And lastly, I want to say all of you thank you, because you watch this tutorial till the end. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial as well as you learned something. And I will see you in the next tutorial. For now,
Bye, all of you guys, and thank you so much for supporting me. Thank you, and I will see you in the next tutorial.